that's true. Wherever. This is fine.
Our microphone isn't on yet. Could I have your attention for a second? There is a tornado sighted in Weatherford, and we're tracking it. In the event that it poses a threat to us, there are storm shelters underground or basements underground. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The meeting is now convened. It is 5:31 p.m., Tuesday, April 28th, 2026. I'd like to ask everybody to please silence your phones. A quorum is present in the boardroom in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. They are Bobby Adier, Luis Galindo, Courtney Lewis, Rosa Maria Verdeja, Tennessee Walker, Lori George, and Jay Segal. Please stand with me and welcome the Northside High School ROTC. Once they post the colors, we'll have the national anthem, then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Left, right, left, left. Mark tie, mark, left, left. Color guard, hold, left, face, preset, colors.
The Star Spangled Banner will be sung by Logan Carrera from I. M. Terrell Academy for STEM and Visual and Performing Arts.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wonderful job, Logan. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Please be seated.
Forward, colors.
Wait, pardon me. Premature.
Right, space. Forward, march. Left. Left. Left, right. March.
Thank you to those outstanding young students for being with us tonight. The Board of Education remains firmly committed to transparency, openness, and meaningful public participation in the governance of our school district. For future board meetings, and perhaps the change won't happen the next one, but we're working, checking all the legal boxes to make sure it will happen in the future. But for those who've come to board meetings for a while, you know that it's not uncommon for the board to retire to executive session, and sometimes it can last quite a long time. And those in the audience are left without really knowing when we would resume and get back to the business. There may be some situations where we have to call an executive session in the middle of a meeting, but that's going to be the exception. So either the next meeting or the one after that, we're going to start having the executive sessions ahead of time. And so the meetings will flow from public comment on into the rest of the business of the meeting. So thanks those who have been patient in the past, and we're trying to make it better to respect your attendance here and express our appreciation for your taking the time to share your evening with us, share a school night with us. Thank all of you. I'd like to, we have a resolution that honors Molly Lacier, but the resolution has not been delivered to the front, so I will postpone that until it has. I will now welcome the Chief of Communications, Ms. Tenen, for our student recognitions.
Good evening, President Guerin, Superintendent Dr. Licata, and board members. We now invite our board members to join us down front as we recognize the outstanding students and staff who represent the very best of our district. So come on down and line up at the front. This will be your opportunity to shake the hands of our most talented and successful students in Fort Worth ISD. As we begin, we kindly ask that you hold your applause until the conclusion of the recognitions. In front. All right, let's get started. For our first recognition, please welcome our greeters from the Northside High School JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that is the heart of the JROTC program. Please join me in thanking and welcoming Cadet Colonel Christian Riveros, Commander, Cadet Staff Sergeant Jose Rios, Cadet Staff Sergeant William Mejia, Cadet Command Sergeant Major Justin Lopez, and this program is led by Major Raul Padilla. The Texas Music Education Association sponsors the Texas All-State Audition process to promote students' dedication to their musical knowledge and skills and encourage educators to support their students. Each all-state musician earned their spot through a rigorous audition process that began with over 70,000 students statewide, culminating in only 1,780 musicians being selected to perform in one of 15 ensembles. These ensembles represent the best of Texas student musicians, with participants ranking in the top 2.5% of initial auditionees. The journey to All-State starts with auditions at 33 TMEA regions across Texas. From there, top-ranked musicians advance to one of 8 TMEA area competitions where only the best are selected to join the All-State groups. We are proud to announce tonight 18 of our very own high school students auditioned and were selected to join the All-State groups for their respective areas. Please help me congratulate these amazing and talented musicians and vocalists. With us this evening, we have Emma Zuniga from Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Logan Carrera, John Michael Schwind, all from I.M. Terrell Academy for STEM and VPA, Thomas Melton from Pascal High School, Jose Perez, Pedro Villegas from Southwest High School, and Kendall Northrop, Joshua Regai, and Dewan Williams from Western Hill High School. And joining them this evening are their TMEA teachers. Thank you so much. And coming in, Sebastian Villegas, also from Arlington Heights High School. And these are all of their talented teachers. Thank you so much, instructors. So Fort Worth ISD has earned the Texas Thespians Premier Communities for Theater Education Award. This program recognizes and honors school districts that provide theater programs with resources to achieve above standard as rooted in the Educational Theater Association's Opportunity to Learn standards, the Texas Theater Knowledge and Skills for Fine Arts, TEACS, and support International Thespian Society troop involvement. Congratulations to these wonderful educators who earned this recognition and whose dedication to excellence in theater education continues to inspire creativity, collaboration, and student achievement across Fort Worth ISD. With us this evening, we have from Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, Russell Orso. From Dunbar High School, Nanette Smith. From McLean Middle School, Rachel Blizzard. From Western Hills High School, Josh Mata. From Wyatt High School, Babs Iapaye. From World Languages Institute, Ricardo Gutierrez. And our Dance 7 Theater Coordinator, Nicholas Morris. And in a few moments, we'll take a break for the Board of Trustees to go take a picture with all the groups. And at that time, I want you to pay attention, special attention to the photos that are up there on the dais, because that's what I'm going to talk to you about for just a second. Displayed there for everyone to enjoy. She's going to come with me. You want to stand next to me? No? Okay. Okay. Displayed there for all to enjoy is this month's Student Artwork Showcase, highlighting the creativity, talent, and hard work of our students. This collection features a diverse range of artistic mediums, including AP drawing, mixed media, 2D painting, printmaking, and fibers. Each piece represents not only technical skill, but also the unique perspectives and voices of our students. We are proud to celebrate their dedication and the guidance of our talented art educators who inspire their growth. The students featured are Annalie Gonzalez from Kirkpatrick Middle School, Emily Alamanza Lopez from Riverside Middle School. Go ahead. And President Guerin, this concludes our recognitions for this evening. And audience, at this time, we will take a short recess to allow the board members to take a few short photos with the recognees tonight. They'll do that right there in the cafeteria. We'll be right back in about 4 minutes.
Y'all can go out that door, and I'll take you right where they are. On that side. Yes, sir. On that side. This goes back to the control room. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm going to do.
If anybody else wants to, I'll sit them.
Thank all of you for your patience with that. We do have an update on the weather at this point. It looks like the storm that was in Weatherford is going well south of us, but we're monitoring it closely. I'd like to go back on the agenda and do two things. One is recognize that Frost Prelo is here tonight. I neglected to include him when I announced the roll. And then now I'd like to read the proclamation to Molly Lacier, longtime public servant in Fort Worth and a longtime trustee, and devoted her whole life to public education, and she passed away in March. Whereas Molly Lacier devoted her life to public service and to expanding educational opportunity for children and families in Fort Worth, and whereas Molly Lacier served as a member of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Education for 10 years, including 4 years as board president, and was the first woman elected to serve as both vice president and president of the board. And whereas during her tenure, she was widely recognized as a bridge builder, known for visiting every school in the district and building relationships across neighborhoods and communities throughout Fort Worth. And whereas her leadership extended beyond governance to steadfast advocacy for public education, equity, and access, with a focus on opening doors for students who historically lacked opportunity. And whereas following her board service, Molly Lacier continued her commitment to students by founding the Fort Worth I Have a Dream Foundation, further strengthening pathways to academic success and post-secondary opportunity for young people in our community. And whereas Molly Lacier's legacy is reflected not only in policy and programs, but in the countless students, educators, and families whose lives were impacted by her compassion, vision, and belief in the power of public education. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Education hereby honors and commemorates the life, leadership, and service of Molly Lacier. And be it further resolved that the board extends its deepest sympathy and gratitude to the Lacier family and loved ones, and expresses appreciation for Molly Lacier's enduring contributions to Fort Worth ISD and the greater Fort Worth community. And be it further resolved that this resolution shall be entered into the official minutes of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Education as a lasting tribute to a trusted leader, advocate, and champion for our students. Now, therefore, I, Pete Guerin, President of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Managers, do hereby wish to honor the service of Molly Lacier to the students, families, and community of Fort Worth ISD. Presented this 14th day of April 2026. We actually presented this to the family earlier. Please join me in expressing our appreciation to her service with a round of applause. I'm going to make an adjustment in the order of our agenda tonight and move our presentation or our report from our update from our superintendent to this point. And then following that, we'll return to the regular order and go to the public comment session. Dr. Licata.
Well, good evening, everyone, and I'd like to update the community on a couple things. I'm nearing 50 school visits in 5 weeks, just under 5 weeks, and close to about 150 classrooms. I've seen some great things and found two very consistent things. Our students are incredibly polite, and they're so compliant. Very impressed. I also noticed our schools are working very hard in all areas. I met and spoke with the head custodian of the group of the entire district last week and let them know that for sure on how hard their work is and how great it looks too. So I appreciate them. I appreciate the school staff and the classroom teachers for allowing me to visit and observe their craft. I also was able to last week attend a JROTC change of command. And some of those gentlemen and ladies that we saw tonight, I got to see them there. And we had a small accident there where it wasn't me. The rumor has it that it was me, an older gentleman. I'm middle-aged, let's make sure about that. Passed out. I believe he's okay, but it was amazing to see the students run into action. For almost 30 minutes, they didn't move. They sat at attention. Just an impressive group of young men and young women in that group. So I was so satisfied to see that how they behaved during a really difficult time. So I was very excited to see that and very proud. Today, I got to speak to about 150 seniors that were in our Teachers Academy that are looking forward to moving on and becoming teachers. And I assured them that when they come back to Fort Worth ISD, I didn't say if, I did say when, that we will continue to build on the idea that teachers in the classroom teaching students are the most important people in the classroom. And those are the ones we have to respect, regard, coach, and support. As I've said before, we are not blaming teachers for lack of accountability or proficiency. It's us as leaders that have to support and build the right environments so they can do their craft, and we appreciate that. I want to continue to address our program change on tonight's meeting agenda. I realize so many of our folks are here, and I appreciate you being here to speak about it, but I believe there have been some false narratives being perpetuated. There is a process we must follow to enable these meaningful, student-focused, and classroom-focused changes. Tonight's agenda item is the first step in that process. More information will flow directly to the parents as we move through this process, should it be approved tonight. Our district is currently built for about 85 to 90,000 students. It's one of the key factors why we're not performing well. We are performing as the worst urban district in the state of Texas at this time. We are a bloated system. We do not have successful systems and models in place. Our current data compared to districts we're coming from and what we are very familiar with, such as Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Broward, Houston, are outperforming our ELL students, our ESE students, and all our students combined in proficiency, in almost some cases doubling the proficiency. That is what I'm used to. Let me be very, very, very clear. We are not discontinuing any services for students. The statutes are clear, but beyond that, the revised system will provide even more to the classroom and to those students. Actually, our intent is to continue and provide more and replicate these very successful systems that are larger than us, that are similar in demographics, that have succeeded far beyond what we've done. As an educator for 30 years, I cannot support any model that is outdated, produces limited success, and most importantly, segregates students based on their language. We are preventing many students from comprehensive campus electives and creating an inequality and almost a civil rights issue. If you are supporting the idea we need to change our educational systems, processes, and supports, it would be counterintuitive to support our current failing models. These changes, especially INA, which I visited last week, and I will tell you, teachers, and I've seen many of you here, I was just marveled at how great you were, how the students were. Wonderful environment. Wonderful environment. However, by reducing district administration, resetting the entire system, and refocusing our efforts on district, direct, targeted, comprehensive supports, we will then begin to see positive results for our students. National data, research models from federal government, many universities, and other research models have strongly suggested long-term immersion is far more successful than an isolation, segregated model. Finally, as I've mentioned for years, closing schools or programs is incredibly hard. I know the passion that exists. I've been a part of it for about 9 years in other places. But we have to ask ourselves, do we want better for our kids, or are we here to fight for adults in buildings? Our students are the lowest performing in the state of Texas for urban districts. Keep that in mind under our current models. And by doing the same thing that has been done for years, that has led us to subpar results, and it would not be fair to our students. We owe them more. Status quo is not acceptable for me, nor should it be for anyone in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. Mr. Segal, did you have a, I see your light on. Did you
Yeah, I
have
have a question for Dr. Licata. If you would, could you please explain really what it means when we talk about reduction in staff as it pertains to both the SPED and ELL populations?
That's a great question. We're in a place where we're too big, but more importantly, our resources are not being spent in the right directions for our students. What this means is we're reducing our administration from this building to our students significantly. We have to start from square one. We will rebuild those programs with even more support systems for our students. We have to get the glut out of this building and out of some other buildings that aren't supporting students and supporting a lot of the folks here in front of us. Our budget says so. Excuse me, I will be incredibly quiet while you speak, so I expect certainly the same respect. So that is where we'll go. We'll go to a regional site-based management where we will encourage more of the site-based, research-based models for inclusion and support of ESE and special ed. I will tell you this, my daughter is an ESE teacher of autistic children. I understand this model. My history suggests very successful proficiencies in this model. We are not performing where we should be, and we owe it to our children to change.
Mr. Galindo.
President Guerin, Dr. Licata, you mentioned INA, so I have a question concerning INA. What is the plan for staffing and hiring opportunities for the educators impacted by the program change at INA?
That's an outstanding question, and I believe they were asking that as well. What we will be doing, and I'll refer to my HR department if necessary, if this gets passed, we immediately will send out notices to those teachers to have a selection of where they would like to support their students and begin the process of putting site-based ELL supports and teachers in our large schools. Keep in mind, we have very few students on that campus, so we will need to support them returning to their comprehensive schools, but most importantly, the teachers will get a notification, and staff, because we are in a shortage, will get a notice on where they can go, what they can do, and it'll be explained further immediately if we go through with this process.
Dr. Licata, just following up on Mr. Segal's question, could you talk more about what you're doing in support of our SPED children and the changes that parents can foresee going forward if this resolution passes tonight?
That's a very good question as well. Our SPED students are not performing at the rate they should be. We feel that that's a strong showing of lack of support from the district office or from the regional offices. That will change significantly. We will move the amount of folks from this building into the schools or into the regions to support directly, where our regional chiefs will have more control of those students and making sure that we are providing it for individually those students. We have statute requirements that we have to go ahead and support students. There's no question about it. That's minimum. Minimum. We want to be much higher than that and see their success. Also seeing the opportunity for these students to participate in electives and potentially AP or CTE, Career and Tech Ed programs, along with any MMR credits, CMMR credits.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. Ms. Verdeja, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Guerin. Dr. Licata, as you transition the INA students out to their new campuses, what kind of support systems are you going to put in place to support the parents and the students?
That is an outstanding question. Mr. Chowdhury and I met today to make sure we can assure that the receiving of any student on the campus immediately receives the plan and support at their level. They also will have, there's two parts of our org chart that will stay consistent regarding services outside the school, community services and such. But more importantly, we now are able to target our students by each school through the regions. And I believe that's been where we've really lost touch with what we're going on in here. We're too bloated here, we're not doing it at the local level, and we're not supporting our students in that manner. Now, I do say that we have about 47 or 48 students returning to INA next year. And the staff, I think, has over 40 staff members, so it'll almost be 1-to-1. That's not why we're doing this. Budget is not why we're doing this. It's a failed model. It's an antiquated model. Our students, our teachers are doing a great job, but the school has received 2 Fs and a D in the past few years. That is something we have to focus on, and we have to be available for our students. Historically, this is not the model, and moving forward, very few successful districts use this model, including from where I'm from.
You know, this is going to be a long evening, and I ask that everyone here please respect other speakers. There will be differing opinions expressed, and as we all know, there will be. And in order to proceed in a manner that allows this engagement to happen in a constructive fashion, I just ask everyone here to treat every speaker with the dignity and respect that you would expect yourself. Thank you, Dr. Licata. Ms. George?
Yeah, if I could go a little bit further. As a parent of Tennessee, I think you might agree, there are children in the audience. And I would like to model appropriate discourse for children who are in the audience. So please keep that in mind.
Mr. Walker?
And briefly, yeah, I want to follow up with Lori too. I appreciate everybody being here. I am a parent. I'm a parent of 3 kids in Fort Worth ISD. I'm a parent of 1 kid who works with a reading instructor. I'm a parent of another kid with a 504 plan. And so when we view the agenda as I viewed it, a lot of the questions that need to be answered, we're asking those questions. If I felt that we were going into next year, we would not have the supports in place to support those students, I'd be telling you that. We are looking for transformational change. That's hard. And the plan is a big one. And we're going to hold Dr. Licata and his team accountable for achieving the goals and the plan that's put before us. Thank you for being here, but I also want everyone to know, especially Lori and I, we have skin in this game. We have kids in this district. We rely on the same supports that a lot of you do, and we do not intend to see those go away. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Dr. Licata, do you have any final remarks?
No, I know this is fast. We've moved on this very fast. We have a runway, but we have to make some systemic changes. And this isn't the only area we're making these systemic changes. We have to be better. We owe our community, we owe our students a lot more of success. And I understand the passion. I understand this piece. I know what this piece is. But I also know we're not doing right by children right now. And at the end of the day, and I've told many folks this, when there is a problem in front of me or a hard decision to make, I put a child between me and that decision, and it becomes much clearer on what I need to do and who I need to support.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. All right, if there are no further questions, our next agenda item is public comment. Thank all of you for turning out, particularly under the weather conditions. Thankful that it looks like we've dodged the worst, but I appreciate everybody turning out and being here tonight to listen or to comment. Thank you for doing that. Before we begin public comment, I want to share a brief reminder of our processes and expectations. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, public comment is conducted in accordance with Fort Worth ISD board policy and the Texas Open Meetings Act and must be managed in an orderly and consistent manner. Speakers must sign up in advance through our predetermined process. You'll be called in order and will have up to 3 minutes to speak, with no one receiving less than 1 minute. The presiding officer make adjustments when needed to help manage time and ensure that everyone is heard. At regular meetings, such as we have tonight, speakers may address any topic. At special meetings, comments are limited to those subjects on the posted agenda. The board listens to all public comments, but under our rules, we cannot engage in conversation with you, except if there is a factual matter that's raised by the presenter that needs to be addressed. We ask that all of our speakers particularly be mindful of student privacy and refrain from identifying students by name, as student information is protected by law. But of course, if you're talking about your own child, you're free to say what you choose to say. You're encouraged to avoid naming individual employees or volunteers and instead address concerns at the campus, program, or district level. Is that enough? We also ask that concerns about individual employees, students, or other confidential matters be directed through the appropriate district processes rather than during public comment, as those procedures are designed to ensure concerns are handled quickly. Let me pause for a moment, and we have somebody monitoring this for us. Okay, Carl, so there's no concern for us here. Okay, thank you. All right, security is monitoring this, and we will be alerted in plenty of time to go down to the safe quarters in the basement below. Please. Okay. Please respect the procedures in place as well as other speakers and audience members, and conclude your remarks promptly when the 3 minutes is up. Again, it's going to be a long night. Thank everybody for making the time to be here, and I ask that you do treat everyone with dignity and respect through this evening. Before going to our list of speakers, we do have an elected official present with us tonight. State Board of Education member Brandon Hall is here, and he signed up to speak, and as is the custom, our elected officials who represent us are given the opportunity to speak at the outset of the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for being here.
And Superintendent Licata. Appreciate you having me tonight. My name is Brandon Hall, and I represent District 11 on the State Board of Education, which covers part of Fort Worth ISD. I want to begin by thanking each one of you for taking on the heavy responsibility of leading the district in a challenging time. I also appreciate the willingness to tackle difficult decisions head on and with a sense of urgency that I have already seen from the board and superintendent. Dr. Licata, I watched the last meeting and I heard you quote a number that stuck with me. More than 24,000 students are being left behind. And that's far more than just a statistic. That represents souls with individual needs. We must throw them a lifeline. Every decision should be made with them at the forefront of consideration. Their needs require urgency and decisiveness. They can't afford another year or two for adults to talk in circles and delay changes just because the changes are inevitably met with pushback. Many of these students have lost years' worth of educational progress. These are years they will never get back. We cannot change the past, nor should we dwell on it. We should, however, learn from the broken systems and failed status quo of the past while moving forward with purpose to give those 24,000 plus the lifeline they deserve. Improving student outcomes must be the sole focus of Fort Worth ISD leadership. We must return to the basics of education. Classrooms should be free from political agendas and activism. Hiring decisions, student evaluation, and district resource allocation should be based on merit, not arbitrary identity-based quotas. I firmly believe that the leadership that prioritizes education over activism, respects parents as the primary stakeholders, and is willing to implement bold, evidence-based reforms will result in rising student outcomes and ultimately can unite the community. I remain committed to being present and accessible in the district and praying for the success of the students, staff, and leadership of Fort Worth ISD. May God bless and guide you all. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Hall. Thank you for being here tonight. We have 137 speakers signed up tonight. Thank you for being here, every single one of you. I'm going to call on the first speaker and then read the name of the second speaker and ask that he or she come forward so we have less amount of time in the transition. Our first speaker tonight is Belinda Sanson, and she is followed by Sarah Day Valdenbro. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I may have mispronounced both of your names. I apologize to both of you.
I'm number 2, but.
Okay. Is Belinda Sanson here? Okay. I'll ask, and I'm going to try your name again, Sarah Day Valdenbro?
It's really close.
Okay. Okay. And ask Kendra Frank if she could come forward and take one of these seats in the front.
Before I begin, I do have a handout. I only have one because it's quite lengthy, so I'll pass it along. Good evening, Superintendent Licata, President Guerin, and members of the board. I am speaking with you today as a taxpayer, parent, and employee of Fort Worth ISD. I've spent 13 years building a career with this school district, supporting students, advocating for teachers, and building community within and without each of the schools I've worked. I currently serve as a post-secondary success specialist and have served in this and similar roles for the past 9 years. On Friday, April 17th, I was informed via statement from my principal that my position is being considered for elimination at this meeting today. Before you all vote, I want to ensure you understand who the 19 of us are and all the things we do for our schools and this district. We are the cornerstone of accountability in Fort Worth ISD. We are the primary persons responsible for recruitment, applications, enrollment, trajectory, and retention at all of the programs and schools of choice across the district. Each program has specific, nuanced intricacies that require someone knowledgeable, attentive, and organized to communicate and track. We are the primary persons responsible for P-TECH and dual credit enrollment, a multi-stage process including testing, applications, registration, monitoring, and support. All the associate's degrees, that's us, coordinating with TCC and supporting students and teachers. CTE programs and their IBCs earning accountability points, we're there, recruiting to fill programs, monitoring their required schedule trajectory, and facilitating their testing. All collegiate testing falls to us. The PSAT, SAT, ACT, TSIA, and AP testing all earn accountability points when students are successful. We do the work so students and teachers have the time, resources, secure and supportive testing environment, and the opportunity to be successful. Additionally, all state testing comes back to us. The STAR, TELPAS, MAP, benchmarks, and other TIA assessments all factor into accountability and funding for our schools and district. I've offered a brief and limited list of the tasks and responsibilities of this job, but I provided you the detailed description printed for you. It is 64 pages, without including the extensive state testing responsibilities that were added last year. I urge you to consider that eliminating the vast institutional knowledge held by this group of specialists will set each and every one of these programs back in an irrecoverable way. We are essential. Our schools depend on us, and we work each day to meet those needs. The responsibilities that we shoulder cannot easily be divided or delegated to others. Each piece works in concert with the other. I have 10 seconds. Pillar 4, set out by Dr. Licata, is focused on CCMR pathways, and we are the foundation of that pillar. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kendra Clark.
Good evening, Superintendent Licata, Board President Guerin, and Board of Managers. I'm here to speak on the program changes. My name is Kendra Frank. I'm a longtime parent of Fort Worth ISD and an active member of the Burton Hill PTO and the Fort Worth ISD Special Education PTA. My older son went from pre-K to 12th year, graduated from Arlington Heights, and now is playing college football. He got the supports he needed. He thrived. I've seen the success in Fort Worth ISD. My younger son, not so much. He's in early childhood special ed. He has autism, and childhood apraxia of speech. He requires consistent, frequent speech therapy to communicate. That's not optional for him, it's essential. When he turned 3, I had to fight the district to get him to ECS services because the staff did not meet the demand. That was against FAPE, but I had to fight. Got him in now. So when I hear program changes are expected to improve consistency, I have real concerns because I've already seen it. Because consistency does not come from restructuring plans, consistency comes from staffing. Right now, the district is already facing shortages of SLPs. Eliminating positions and planning to replace with full-time staff assumes those positions can be filled. But they are not filled. We already know there's vacancies. When those services are not consistent, services are disrupted. And for students like my son, disruption in speech services has real consequences. These are critical developmental years, and gaps in therapy are not easily recovered. As special education parents, we'll do whatever it takes. We'll find the therapies, we'll fill the gaps, but we shouldn't have to. That's what public education is. It should have our supports. Sorry. Speech is not just a service. For many children, it's their ability to communicate, to learn, and to be safe. You cannot say services are not being cut if they are not being delivered consistently. I am asking you to be honest about these impacts these program changes will have if staffing gaps continue. Because for our most valuable students, this is not about efficiency. It's about whether they can communicate at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Our next speaker is Haven Hoffman, who will be followed by Lindsay Ott. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Haven Hoffman, and I am one of 10 district-employed assistant speech-language pathologists who were notified last Tuesday that the district is considering eliminating our role. Thus, I will be addressing action item E on the agenda, considering a reduction in force due to program change. Like many of my colleagues, I rely on the benefits provided by this district to support my family. However, I am not here tonight to speak on behalf of myself and my colleagues, but to advocate for the students we serve. At last week's meeting, it was stated that eliminating assistant SLPs would allow supervising SLPs to provide more direct therapy services. Respectfully, this is not an accurate representation of how services are currently delivered. The required supervision for an assistant SLP is approximately 2 hours per week. In contrast, I personally provide 37.5 hours of direct therapy services each week to a caseload of 80 students who receive services directly from me. Across the 12 district-employed assistant SLP positions in this district, that equates to 960 students who rely on these services. While we are providing direct therapy, supervising SLPs are responsible for essential duties such as evaluations, ARD meetings and preparations, MTSS meetings, goal development, compliance documentation, service minutes of their own, and much more. This is a quote directly from you, Dr. Licata. If we are serious about becoming the best district in Texas, then we must be serious about investing in the people who make student success possible every single day. And I urge you to think of who would be more dedicated to the success of our special education students than those of us providing the services and giving them a voice. Eliminating the assistant SLP role will not create sufficient capacity to meet the service minutes required by students' IEPs. Instead, it risks increased staff burnout, higher turnover among SLPs, and compliance issues related to service delivery. Most importantly, it places students at risk of not receiving consistent quality services they need to make progress. We build meaningful relationships with our students and their families, and we are deeply committed to their success. I respectfully urge the board to consider what is truly in the best interest of the students you were appointed to serve when making this decision. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Lindsay Ott, and she'll be followed by Monica Broadwash. And I'm sure I didn't get that name right. So, thank you.
Good evening. My son is a second grade student in Fort Worth ISD at Rolling Hills Elementary who has Down syndrome. We have had a really good experience at Rolling Hills. From the administration to his gen ed teachers and especially his special ed team, we have been so pleased with how he has grown the past 3 years. A key person in contributing to his success has been our school's speech pathologist assistant. During the past 3 years, my son has received weekly services from our speech path assistant. Before we started school, We were told by others, don't expect much from speech therapy within the school system. However, we have been incredibly surprised with the level of therapy he has received from her and the growth we have seen during this time. She is excellent and regularly goes above and beyond helping him progress against his goals. Our speech path assistant sees children at both Rolling Hills and Ridgely Hills Elementaries. And between those two schools, around 230 students receive her service or are impacted, receive speech and are impacted by her dedication as she meets with more than half. As you can see, the number of students is significant. We were disheartened to hear that Fort Worth ISD is planning to eliminate her role as well as many others that impact special education. I believe the reason expressed tonight was that the board wants to employ higher credentialed individuals to fill these roles. While that sounds great on paper, I'm concerned that it will be impossible to do so. I'm told there are many open full-time positions that the district struggles to fill currently. If the concern is subpar services for our students, I would encourage the board to look more at individual student outcomes that these positions represent. Rather than eliminate everyone in a blanket decision, consider eliminating those persons with subpar student outcomes. By eliminating these positions in one fell swoop, we will certainly lose many talented, impactful persons, most likely including those who are left to pick up the slack. I would encourage you to delay this approval, take a second look at this list, and consider and understand the student outcomes. The impact is not minor and is not on an insignificant number of kids. Children at Rolling Hills and Ridgely Hills Elementaries will be hurt if you make this decision, as well as throughout Fort Worth ISD. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Monica, and you'll have to pronounce your last name for us.
My name is Monica Bardwaj. I'm a concerned mom, a Fort Worth neighbor, and I've served as a nonprofit leader welcoming newcomers for the past decade. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote no on measures that would close the International Newcomers Academy and cut ESL support across the district. Our community has understandably been concerned about the state takeover of Fort Worth ISD. Governor Abbott has publicly called for revisiting the 1982 Supreme Court decision that guarantees the right to a public education for every student, regardless of immigration status. It is not surprising, then, that one of the first proposed actions under the state takeover would disproportionately impact immigrant students. That being said, when the Board of Managers was announced, I read each of your bios, and I was more encouraged than I expected. Ms. Verdeja, your work with immigrants as an attorney gives you a deep understanding of what these students face. Mr. Galindo, you've written publicly about the inequities that face the Hispanic community in Fort Worth, and you called for parents to hold the district accountable, and many of them are doing that tonight. Ms. Lewis, you champion diversity and inclusion in your time as the president of the Fort Worth Rotary Club. And Mr. Guerin, your leadership in Congress and in the community reflect a long-standing commitment to equity.
Thank you.
To the others, as parents, community, and business leaders, I know that you understand what's at stake for every one of these students, and you don't take this decision lightly. Tonight, you have the opportunity to advocate for students who have increasingly been the victim of hate and exclusion nationally. Dr. Licata, you cited that the underperformance of the INA as support for its closure. And yet other underperforming campuses have been identified for additional resources, extended school years, and a significant investment in their teachers. Why has this campus been singled out for closure? You state an immersion model yields better outcomes. And while these students are absolutely worth data-driven solutions, these must center their holistic well-being as outcomes and include their input in solutions. This requires transparent data and partnership with the INA community in co-designing solutions that will impact them. Not a listening session once the decision has already been made. In light of these concerns, I urge you to vote no tonight. And to everyone in this room, Texas ranks 47th in the nation for spending per student in our public schools. I urge you to question the premise that we need to be working with an anemic budget. This disinvestment in our children is absolutely a choice, and thankfully every one of us is empowered to make our voices known this November, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Our next speaker is Dr. Marie Mendoza, and Dr. Mendoza will be followed by Dr. Liz Garza Garcia.
The conversation is the relationship. I have been the executive director for emergent bilingual programs in this district since the end of June 2023. I have not had a conversation yet with our new superintendent in the 5 weeks that he has been here. This evening, I would like to share some of the work that we have done over the last 3 years. Before I arrived, I knew what I was getting into. I studied Fort Worth. I knew that our EB program needed support. So we went to work. And when I say we, the team for 3 years has chronicled the steps in writing that we have put in place to support academic and linguistic advancement for our nearly 40% of our district's population. How have we done that? We have created an EB programs handbook. We have multi-year timelines for dual language, for ESL, for teacher certification, because that is an area of need. We currently have 118 teachers on the ESL waiver that was submitted to the state. To date, we have less than 20 of those teachers who have obtained that certification. Not because we have not provided the professional learning, not because we have not been there for them, but they have not gotten that yet. One of the things that this room needs to know is they can only be on that waiver for 1 year. There are some circumstances where teachers can go and get an exception to that through the state, but it's 1 year. My team has worked diligently, putting together monthly, multi-year, goal-focused updates for the assistant superintendents, the associate, and now deputy superintendents. I've shared some of those documents with you, Mr. Guerin. Cross-cultural collaborative meeting agendas, documented academic return on investment analysis, documented professional learning on CBLI, which, as you know, is a state expectation, and dual language with participant feedback. And yes, the state-mandated full program evaluation. When I arrived in this district, I found a copy of a draft dated 2012. As you know, working with the state, it is a mandate that program evaluation.
Thank you for being with us tonight, Dr. Mendoza. Our next speaker is Dr. Liz Garza Garcia, and she'll be followed by Graydon Jones. Thank you.
Good evening, President and members of the Board of Managers. My name is Dr. Liz Garza Garcia. I am your secondary emergent bilingual director. I'm here to respectfully express my concerns about the proposed closure of the International Newcomers Academy and the restructuring of the emergent bilingual department. Dr. Peter Licata has shared that these changes are intended to address declining enrollment, improve efficiency, and redirect sources in ways that positively impact students. I want to acknowledge the complexity of those decisions and the responsibility you carry in stewarding district resources. At the same time, I'd also like to offer you a different perspective. Over the last 3 years, while overall district enrollment has declined, the emergent bilingual enrollment has continued to increase. Our students who are learning English are not disappearing. They are arriving, many as newcomers, immigrants, refugees, often with interrupted education, significant resilience, and a strong desire to belong and succeed. During the same period, the emergent bilingual team has worked closely with educators at the INA and across campuses. We've provided sustained coaching and professional learning to help teachers make rigorous academic content comprehensible while also honoring our students' languages and identities. This work is specialized, it's intentional, and required by law. But more importantly, it reflects our values as a community. If INA is closed and the EB department is dismantled, the responsibility to serve our students doesn't go away. It redistributes into systems that aren't trained, don't have the capacity, or focus on the support our students consistently need and that they deserve. My concern isn't about intent. It's about unintended consequences for our most valuable learners. Recently, in an interview with NBC5, Rosa Maria Verdeja reflected on her experience as a homeless, abandoned teenager. She shared, if somebody would have been paying attention and asked questions. Her words remind us of how much it matters that someone is responsible for noticing, advocating, and intervening. Dr. Licata told the Star-Telegram that he's confident about the plan to assimilate immigrant and refugee students. And I believe it's important to gently distinguish between two concepts. Assimilation asks students to set aside who they are to fit in. Acculturation, on the other hand, allows students to succeed academically while keeping their language, culture, and identity intact. Our work through INA and the Emergent Bilingual Department has always centered around acculturation. We honor our families and our students for their diversity and strength and the richness that they bring to this community. I share these thoughts with respect and care, and I urge the board to really consider preserving these structures that help our emergent bilingual students feel seen, supported, and valued.
Thank you for your comment. Yeah. This temperature is not intended to make us uncomfortable. We're working on it. So it's, apologize for that. The speaker's Graydon Jones, and Mr. Jones will be followed by Amanda and I. Okay.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I'm here to speak on behalf of Fort Worth faith leaders supporting INA, and I'll read a letter that's signed by 29 faith leaders representing 22 local congregations of various traditions, various denominations. As faith leaders across Fort Worth, we urge you to vote against the resolution to close the International Newcomers Academy. After hearing about this proposal to close INA, our faith compels us to speak up. We believe in a loving God who calls humanity to welcome foreigners, care for the marginalized, and promote justice for the vulnerable. We believe that Fort Worth ISD is better because of our immigrant and refugee neighbors. We are honored by their presence, and INA plays an important role in providing community, resources, and unique training for immigrant students. We reject that closing INA, while also voting to reduce personnel and emergent bilingual roles across the district, is best for Fort Worth ISD students or for its schools. This rushed decision to close INA without adequate community support or clear strategy for students' inclusion in new campuses, this would harm vulnerable students and damage trust with the wider community. The district's commitment to student success and well-being and commitment to strong academic and language support can be achieved without closing INA. We understand as faith leaders the present need to improve Fort Worth ISD student outcomes and reconsider financial investment, but we're asking you not to pursue those outcomes at the expense of our immigrant and refugee neighbors. INA's accountability rating does not tell the whole story. Thanks to this supportive and resilient community, every INA student is an overcomer. Many have gone on to receive scholarships and contribute to the Fort Worth community and even become an elected Fort Worth ISD trustee. INA is truly an invaluable haven for students. And so we call each of you to consider that the true measure of leadership is how we care for the most vulnerable among us. Please protect International Newcomers Academy and commit to supporting quality education and opportunity for immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and all Fort Worth ISD emergent bilingual students. I'll close with Jesus' words in Matthew 25:40. Truly I tell you, just as you did it to one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it to me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda N.A., and she will be followed by Aaron Humbert.
Actions speak louder than words. Dr. Licata, upon your arrival here, you spoke of teachers being mediocre. By doing so, you placed the blame of the current state of Fort Worth ISD solely on the shoulders of our teachers. Let's talk about the reason teachers may be mediocre. For the past 2 years, we have been given the strict directive to follow incomplete, unaligned IPCs and follow slides. Now, we've been forced to attend the exact same redundant, useless trainings by district staff who do not truly take the time to know the curriculum or to know how it aligns or doesn't align to the state objectives. All of these atrocities and poor leadership has occurred under the Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and he is still set to lead this work again in the 26-27 school year. This department has failed to retain the necessary qualified staff to ensure appropriate guidance has been given to teachers. Therefore, by driving the bus into the river, we're now fired teachers at 20-plus campuses, demo teachers who have followed and still are forced to follow this man's toxic, hostile leadership. Now, on to this new instructional model that is forcing every teacher in this district to break educational laws. I did not say a name, and I will continue. That's right, break laws. I'm not done. They exist to protect our most vulnerable EB, ESL.
We're going to ask that we turn off your microphone if you attack individuals, Ms. Anay.
I did not say a name. And I want my time back because I did not say a name. I respected the law. I want my time back. It needs to be back to 1 minute and 32. I do not have another name or reference in here, and I want my time back to 1 minute and 32 so I can finish what I have to say. I did not say a name. Okay, I am asking for my 1 minute and 32 back on the clock. I do not have another name or reference in here. Can I please have my time back? I've already told you I don't have another name in here.
Proceed.
Thank you. I need my time back.
No. I will give you a little leeway, but you proceed.
What?
You know, we have rules about attacking people, whether it's this speaker or other speaker. We're not going to tolerate it. So I will give you, you can speak for another minute. And then
I had
ask
1
you
minute
to-
and 32 on the clock, and I have this time to the moment. So,
You have a minute to speak, Ms. Anay. You can choose to take it or not.
yeah, I'm going to take it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Now, on to this new instructional model that is forcing every teacher in the district to break educational laws. That's right, laws. Laws that exist to protect our most vulnerable students, EB, ESL, and special education babies. When you force an assignment to be done in 10 minutes daily, not even giving a general education student a chance, requiring a grade to be taken twice a week from these time DOLs, our students who have laws protecting them to have extra time do not get their rightful accommodations and don't have a fighting chance. You say you're here, data-driven, want student success, and you want to retain teachers. Yet, when you arrived, you didn't once look at a teacher's independent data before demanding that our classrooms be transformed into mini prisons by robbing our kids of safe places with vital group settings, forcing them into sterile, unfriendly environments, timed on how long they can speak, preventing them from asking clarifying questions, and robbing teachers of their creativity. One can conclude that you are here to force out teachers who know their craft, tear up and destroy our 8 campuses, not provide equitable chance for all to learn, ultimately play your part in dismantling education while making millions on the back of our children.
Our next speaker is Aaron Humbert, and Aaron Humbert will be followed by Zoe Tertios. Is Aaron not here? Okay, next speaker is Zoe Tertios, and Zoe Tertios will be followed by Carlos Tertios.
Good evening, Superintendent Licata and members of the Board of Managers. My name is Carlos Tercius, and I'm the Tarrant County Director for Liberty and Justice, and also an executive committee member for the Tarrant County Republican Party. Thank you for stepping up and leading during this critical time for Fort Worth ISD. Your willingness to take these challenges are greatly, can you hear? Oh. Your willingness to take these challenges are greatly appreciated. I'm a Fort Worth ISD graduate from 2020, and I'm also a Fort Worth ISD resident. We are here to encourage a strong and consistent focus on student performance, academic outcomes, and accountability. For far too long, the district has struggled, and this moment presents a real opportunity to turn things around. We urge the board to comply with all applicable state laws, including Senate Bill 12, which prohibits diversity, equity, and inclusion and gay straight alliance activities in school districts. Governor Abbott has already signed that into law. It is important that the district remains aligned with state law and focus on its core mission. We also support directing district resources toward academics and student success, given that the district has lost almost 20,000 students since 2016. We understand that this downsizing is necessary. Specifically, we urge you to move forward with cutting DI-related positions, including the specialist in restorative practices, specialist in equity and excellence, and the coordinator of restorative practices. We also support the closure of the INA school as part of an effort to refocus.
I ask you please respect the speaker.
And refocus resources where they matter the most. As Superintendent Licata has already stated, this restructuring will not reduce bilingual or special education services, and those services will continue to be maintained and strengthened. That is important for the students who rely on them. And I just want to say this, every board member here and the superintendent, I don't think you're here with a conspiracy to destroy schools or to hurt students. I think y'all are here because y'all have a heart. And I do believe the superintendent also has a heart to improve this school district. And so I just want to encourage everyone here, vote yes, do the right thing. You might get some backlash, as you see here, but in the long run, I do believe that Fort Worth ISD will be very, very successful because we've been in this road for 10 straight years. And I will say this, to your point, the systems and structures that have been in place for the past 10 years, the employees, the people that have been facilitating that structure, if they are so successful, why has student performance continued to collapse and student enrollment collapse? Vote yes, and I just want to remind everyone here, the Republican Party of Texas and Tarrant County and conservatives support every single one of y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Mata, and Jay Mata will be followed by Max Pell.
Close your eyes for a moment. Picture a school bus arriving at International Newcomer Academy. But this is not an ordinary bus. This is a bus full of newcomer students, entering a new country, a new language, and a new school system all at once. Picture some students arriving without uniforms, proper shoes, backpacks, or school supplies. Some are coming from war-torn countries or refugee camps. Some are unschooled, and this may be their first day of school. Now picture what meets them when they arrive. They are met by teachers, support staff, Ms. Olatrash, and community partners. Her office filled with shoes, socks, uniforms, backpacks, hygiene items, and school supplies. Because before a child can focus on academics, someone has to make sure they can walk into school with dignity. Now open your eyes, because one of the ways this decision has been justified is with a star chart comparing years 0 to 2 emergent bilingual students. And if data is going to be used to support a decision this serious, then it has to be read honestly. The problem with the chart is not just the conclusion. It is that it was presented without information needed to make a fair comparison. We were not told the grade levels, the sample sizes, the loss link levels, or whether unschooled and refugee students were included. That matters because INA does not serve a random sample of newcomers. INA serves the students at the lowest levels of English proficiency, students with the greatest barriers, and students who often need far more than academic support. In February 2024, INA stopped accepting most beginner English proficiency students because the campus was overwhelmed with enrollment. Those students did not disappear. They were sent elsewhere across the district. This is important because the chart shows when this happened. INA remained consistent through that period, while the district comparison group declined in the year 2024 through 2025. So no, this does not prove INA failed. It shows INA remained consistent while the district declined after weakening support EB students depended on. That is what your own data says. Mr. Guerin has said public education is like electricity. If that is true, INA is one of the power lines carrying that promise to students who need it the most. Essential services are not judged by whether they reach the easiest communities to serve. They are judged by whether they reach everyone, especially those with the greatest need. And if public education is truly an essential public service, then INA students cannot be the ones left in the dark. I know what it means to navigate a school system with parents who could not guide you. I was raised by migrant parents who did not receive a formal education. And when school got hard, all my dad could say was, "Échale ganas, mijo." So I stand by you here today, not as your enemy, but as a Fort Worthian, your fellow neighbor. When a tornado struck in 2000, my grandma hid me in a washing machine. That very same grandma is now buried here in Fort Worth. This community means so much to me, and I know it means so much to a lot of you. But I just don't know if you've been properly informed how this decision is going to affect our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Our next speaker is Max Pell, and Mr. Pell will be followed by Mackenzie Kohler.
We received an email explaining some of the things I have concerns with on Friday night. While I would have hoped that the explanations would ease my mind, what really happened was it confirmed my suspicion that some of the decisions being made here tonight are not well-informed decisions. Here's what you need to know. Assistant speech-language pathologists do not perform administrative tasks. They are degreed, licensed, and skilled speech-language therapy service providers whose efforts directly impact students' academic performance. They are critical members of our team. They provide federally required services per children's IEPs every day. And the reality is, assistant SLPs are able to serve significantly more students and provide direct services than speech-language pathologists. This is because SLPs are also tasked with completing evaluations, preparing and facilitating IEP meetings, among many other responsibilities. Another thing that I would really like for you to think about is that assistant SLPs are not well compensated for the services that they provide, even though they complete documentation and bill Medicaid for services, bringing much-needed funds to Fort Worth ISD. Which, from a financial standpoint, if you're looking at cutting costs and saving money, getting rid of these assistants is not a wise decision. Understand that for every 3 assistants you get rid of, you're going to have to hire at least 4 SLPs, all of whom will require higher salaries than those 3 assistants. So you're losing the numbers game in both number of personnel and number of dollars spent. Also, we've had shortages all year. We have positions that have not been filled despite efforts to fill them. SLP positions have become increasingly more difficult to fill over the past several years. We've been informed by some sources that the plan to respond to getting rid of assistants and part-time SLPs is to simply hold job fairs and then contract out for whatever you can't fill. Well, guess what? Contracting is more expensive, and during this school year, staffing companies have offered assistant SLPs more often than SLPs. It also sounds like a strategy you're trying to avoid. So here's my recommendation. Do not get rid of our assistants or part-time folks, and actively recruit highly skilled professionals. I know that there are countless positions in the school system, and I don't expect you to know the roles and responsibilities of everyone. But when you're cutting positions, I would hope you know exactly what you're cutting. And just so you know, many of us have been led to believe that these decisions have already been made and that tonight's meeting is simply a formality. Let me tell you this. When we have IEP meetings, sometimes people go into them thinking, oh, we'll tell the parents what we want to do. They'll accept it. If they have something else they want, we have a problem. But that's not the way it's supposed to work. We are supposed to be collaborative. If a parent has feedback, we need to take that into consideration and take it seriously. And I would hope that in these meetings, you would take these comments seriously into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mackenzie Kohler, and she'll be followed by Jessica Gutwein.
Good evening. My name is Mackenzie, and I'm a speech-language pathologist in this district.
I want to speak tonight not just as an employee, but as someone who sees the faces behind the numbers. I am here to address how eliminating assistant SLPs will affect our students. On my campus alone, we have well over 120 students who receive speech therapy services. On average, each student receives about 30 minutes of therapy per week, which adds up to 4,000 minutes of speech therapy per week. This is the level of need we are talking about, and these services are not possible without my assistant SLP. But this isn't just my campus, this is happening across our entire district. When you add up the number of students who will be losing services based on your proposal to cut assistant SLPs and part-time SLPs, you're talking about 1,463 students. To put that into perspective, that would be enough students to put 2 or more in every row of every section on both levels of the Dickies Arena. Every day, our assistant SLPs work with students who struggle to communicate their needs, their feelings, and their ideas. Some of these students say their first word in SLPA-led sessions. Some learn to ask for help, and some learn to communicate important safety information. These are life-changing moments, and they happen because our assistant SLPs are there. If these positions are eliminated, the students will not receive the same level of support. They will simply go without. And for many of them, communication is not a luxury. It is the foundation of their safety, their learning, and their independence. To eliminate the position of our assistant SLPs is to eliminate our most vulnerable students' access to the most foundational human right, communication. I'm asking you to see the children behind this decision, to protect the progress they've made, to keep the professionals who help them find their voices. In the context of an ARD meeting, we would call this predetermination. When an email goes out, like the one sent on April 24th, indicating a decision had been unilaterally decided upon before committees have met, before student needs were discussed, and before required team input had been considered, it signals that the outcome had already been decided. But I want to be very clear. My top professional responsibility is to advocate for my students. My commitment is and always will be to the students who rely on our services. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Jessica, now, how do I pronounce your last name?
Gutwein.
Goodwine, I got it
Yes,
right. Well, thank you for
thank
being
you.
here. Our next speaker after Jessica will be Sequoia Layton. She'll please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Gutwein, and I am one of the part-time speech-language pathologists whose position is being proposed to be eliminated. Before being offered this position 3 months ago, I was a full-time speech-language pathologist for our district for 8 years. Fort Worth ISD has identified literacy as a top priority for their students, and I want to speak about the pivotal role a speech-language pathologist, or SLP, plays in achieving this goal for our students. SLPs target phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, and language comprehension, skills that are essential for reading development and for accessing grade-level curriculum. We play a direct role in literacy by preventing reading difficulties through early intervention, assessing language and literacy skills, and providing intervention that supports both spoken and written language. These roles are not separate from academics. They're a part of how all of our students are learning how to read and write. For students with speech and language impairments, literacy challenges are often rooted in these underlying skill areas. When those needs are addressed consistently and effectively, students are better able to engage with our curriculum and make academic progress. Part-time SLPs like myself and SLP assistants are a large part of how that support is being delivered. We provide structured practice, reinforce targeted skills, and support carryover to our classrooms. The district has emphasized a commitment to improving literacy for our students and ensuring access to grade-level curriculum. Those outcomes depend in part on the strength, consistency, and accessibility to language-based supports. As decisions are made, I ask that the role of speech-language services, including the role of our part-time and SLP assistants, be considered as a part of that broader goal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Layton, and Ms. Layton will be followed by Kelly Cullen.
There should be a visual with my part, I think, that was sent out. If you need more, we have some more. Okay. Good evening. My name is Sequoia Layton, and I'm a Fort Worth ISD speech-language pathologist. I want to speak to the district's rationale about right-sizing, specifically the idea that enrollment has declined while staffing has not kept pace. That statement is accurate when looking at total enrollment. However, it does not reflect what has happened within special education. The data is clear. Special education enrollment has steadily increased. In the 2018-2019 school year, Fort Worth ISD served approximately 7,600 students in special education. By 24-25, that number had grown to over 9,900. And based on the most recent available data for this year, it is estimated to exceed 10,500 students. That is a 38% increase in our special education enrollment. We are now serving nearly 3,000 more students with specialized needs than we were in 2018. So while the district may be right-sizing based on overall enrollment, the population requiring specialized services, including speech and language support, has significantly increased. This creates a mismatch. We are reducing staff in an area where student need is not decreasing, it is growing. If the goal is to allocate resources in a way that is truly student-centered, then those decisions must reflect not just how many students we serve, but which students we serve, and what they require to access their education. Special education services are not optional supports. They are federally mandated, individualized, and intensive. Reducing staffing in this area without first ensuring the capacity to meet that growing demand risks creating gaps between what is required and what can realistically be delivered. I share this not in opposition to fiscal responsibility, but as a request for alignment between the data and the decisions being made. If we are going to right size, we need to right size to student need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Layton. Next speaker is Kelly Cullen, and she will be followed by Teresa Hughes. Thank you.
Good evening. As I mark my 25th year as a speech-language pathologist with Fort Worth ISD, I'm here to address how the proposed elimination of the part-time SLPs and full-time SLP assistants positions directly contradict our district's goal of becoming a destination employer. Pillar 3 commits to recruiting high-performing educators and compensating them for their full value. However, destination employers do not eliminate the licensed SLP assistant positions that make specialist roles sustainable. Speech-language pathology is a master's level position facing a significant national shortage. We are not competing only with neighboring districts, we are competing with hospitals, home health care, and private practices. The eliminations of these positions directly worsens our competitive position. To understand the stakes, look at my experience this year. I began the school year with 96 students on my caseload, not by choice, but because of unfilled positions the district could not staff as we began this school year. Like so many of my colleagues, I stretched because I cannot bear the thought of students going without services. I was sharing a campus with a new hire from out of state, but after only 2 weeks, she resigned, citing unmanageable caseloads. Her previous state had a caseload cap of 50 students. Her resignation forced me to manage 123 students for the first 6 weeks of this school year. When a single therapist is responsible for 123 students, the clinical quality suffers. We lose time needed for the detailed evaluations, the individualized therapy, and the collaboration with teachers and parents that make our services effective. When experienced SLPs leave because the workload is unsustainable, they take years of institutional knowledge, established student relationships, and clinical expertise that cannot be replaced quickly or inexpensively. It is far more expensive for the district to constantly recruit and onboard new staff than it is to keep the staff, the support team that we already have. Fort Worth ISD cannot recruit the talent Pillar 3 envisions while simultaneously eliminating the positions that make these roles sustainable. We urge this board to vote no for these eliminations. A true destination employer invests in the conditions that make people want to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cullen. Our next speaker is Teresa Hughes, and she'll be followed by Laura Obachowski.
Thank you. My name is Teresa Hughes, and I am a Fort Worth resident, homeowner, taxpayer, and I speak to you tonight in my capacity as a Fort Worth ISD speech-language pathologist bilingual service provider, and supervisor of assistant SLPs. Tonight, I want to address a direct and unavoidable consequence of the proposed elimination of part-time SLP and assistant SLP positions district-wide. These are not redundant roles that are contributing to the bloat that you mentioned at the outset of this meeting. These staff members are actively delivering mandated speech and language services to students with individualized education programs every single day. Eliminating them does not eliminate the services that those students are legally entitled to receive. Here's the mathematical reality. ASHA, the Speech Language Hearing Association, recommends a maximum caseload of 40 students per SLP in order to ensure quality service delivery. Many of us are currently carrying caseloads of 60, 65, and beyond before observing the students who would be affected by these proposed eliminations. Every student on an IEP has legally mandated service minutes written into their plan. Those minutes must be delivered. They cannot be skipped, shortened, or deferred because we are short-staffed. That is not a preference. That is the federal law under IDEA. If these positions are eliminated, the inevitable result will be missed therapy sessions, incomplete service minutes, delayed evaluations, overdue annual reviews, and ultimately compliance violations that expose Fort Worth ISD to state complaints, federal complaints, due process hearings, and compensatory education orders. These are not hypothetical risks. They are mathematical certainties given the current staffing levels and proposed reductions. Our current full-time SLP staff are already at capacity. Eliminating our assistant SLP and part-time SLP colleagues will push us past the breaking point. With greater caseloads, we will not have the capability to provide the quality of care that our students deserve and that their IEPs require. The students of Fort Worth ISD deserve their mandated services. Their families trust this district to deliver them. And we, as their SLPs, are telling you clearly, respectfully, and professionally tonight that we cannot guarantee compliance and effective provision of services if these positions are eliminated. Before this vote is cast, we are asking the board in Fort Worth ISD to carefully consider the compliance consequences and to develop a concrete plan ensuring every student receives every minute of every service they are legally entitled to. We urge you to vote no on the elimination of assistant SLP and part-time SLP positions until that plan exists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Obachowski, and she will be followed by Bob Willoughby.
Good evening. My name is Laura Obachowski. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent, employee, and taxpayer, and I'm speaking in opposition to action item E. I want to begin by acknowledging alignment with the district's stated goal of strengthening full-time, school-based supports and reducing reliance on contracted providers. I agree that recruiting and retaining full-time SLPs is the right long-term decision as a part-time SLP impacted by this. However, I am very concerned that the current system does not yet include the conditions necessary to make that goal viable. The district has stated that services are not being eliminated and that every student retains access to the same level of support. And for students, access only exists when there is a qualified provider consistently available to deliver those services, complete evaluations, and support progress toward IEP goals. At the same time, part-time SLP and assistant SLPs are being eliminated before clearly communicated recruitment and retention incentives for full-time SLPs are in place. And without those incentives, vacancies, including those created through this action item and natural attrition, are likely to be unfilled. When positions go unfilled, the impact is not theoretical. It shows up in delayed evaluations, inconsistent therapy, and reduced progress for students who rely on these services to access their education. The district has emphasized a goal of consistent, high-quality school-based services delivered closer to students each day, and that is a goal I fully support. But consistency requires staffing stability. Quality requires experienced providers, and proximity requires enough professionals to actually be present on campuses. Without those conditions in place first, we risk moving further away from those outcomes that the district has already committed to. My request is simple: pause these cuts until a recruitment and retention plan that captures the attention of highly qualified SLPs is in place and has been clearly communicated. SLPs need a reason to choose Fort Worth ISD right now. It's unstable. in a market where they have options across medical and private practices. This includes competitive stipends, flexible scheduling, funded professional development, a workload-based caseload model, please, and retention of SLP assistants. Neighboring districts offer this, but we do not. I support increased teacher compensation, but no parallel incentives for SLPs have been communicated, and our compensation is absolutely no longer competitive. As a parent, my child is going to lose a highly skilled SLP assistant who has been a critical part of her progress in academic access. As an SLP, I have concerns about whether we will be able to deliver what's being promised to our families, and as a taxpayer, I'm asking that the decisions align with systems that can be actually implemented. Pause these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Obuchowski. Our next speaker is Bob Willoughby, and Mr. Willoughby will be followed by Conti Mamani.
Hi, I still can't thank you enough for the 3 minutes. That's very good. That's very good. I'm probably the only person that's going to be yelling about voter education in school, local voter education, because that's not Democrat or Republican. That's local, okay? There's no party involved. Second thing, it's the most neglected thing. The mayor got elected with less than 97%. 97% of the city did not vote for her, only 3%. 95% don't vote at all. 50% unregistered voters. I think this is a area that needs to be explored because you make my point. If we had voter education to learn how to put people in your seats, that, well, for us to put you in there to hire you like we're hiring someone for a job. If you don't answer questions, which we don't get over city council, you wouldn't have a job, right? They're late 30% of the time, you wouldn't have a job. So that's what I want in voter education, that it is an obligation, not a privilege. When kids come out of school, they'll know to pay attention. And I don't know how many people in this room have ever pulled up the expenditures from any of their council members. But I'm asking them now, go back from April to April and look at your council member expenditures. You know, that'll tell you a lot about them. Because what you see on paper don't mean anything. Action. Okay, now, like I said, you made my point, because like I said, if we knew how to vote on people, you wouldn't have to be here. That's one thing. I appreciate your patience. Some of these people don't realize how good they got it. Because one girl, I'm for government giving us this 3 minutes free without government, unless we're behaving badly, okay? Stay off us, give us our 3 minutes. That's all we got. 3 minutes, give it to us. Show us your appreciation. That's what I like to see in the commissioner's court and at city council, that 3 minutes free of government for us. We deserve it. I deserve it. But some of these people, you've been very patient with, very good with, but they don't understand if they said the same things to you the night that they have at city council, they've done been taken out that door without a blink of an eye, and maybe banned, and that's no lie. So that's the difference. That's why I want voter education, because at 95% not voting, we got to start teaching it's a responsibility, and if we can change this at a lower level and learn that everybody does it. But see, before I got involved, my hair was brown. There's not nobody doing it, so we need some help. So this is what I'm always advocating for. I can't think enough. Don't change the 3 minutes. Leave it open, because I throw it at them. That's my weapon over there. Now, the commissioner's court different than the city council. I asked Tim O'Hara, we were on the bottom, he moved us to the top. I asked him. You asked Mary Parker to move us to the top, she won't do it. So that's the difference. Here, you're doing great so far. Give us the 3 minutes though, you'll come out better, not riding these people, but let them speak. And if they're really out of order, look to your right, look to your left, and if they think they ought to go, you got some backing. You're not on your own, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willoughby. Appreciate it. Conti Mamami, and she will be followed by Mindy Tackett.
Hello, my name is Constanza Mamani, and I am a 7th grade student at Young Women's Leadership Academy. Reading and language arts have always been strengths for me, but I struggle a little with math. Sometimes my dad and I talk about numbers in real-world situations and do math problems together. So tonight, I'm here to talk to you about math and fiscal responsibility. Fort Worth ISD currently has 12 assistant speech-language pathologists. If you consider that the average caseload for these 12 assistant SLPs is 80 and an average caseload for SLP is 60, given their additional duties, we can do the math and find that 3 assistant SLPs could serve 240 students, while it would take 4 SLPs to serve the same number of students. When you look at the midpoint salaries of Fort Worth ISD compensation manual under pay grades 202 and 206, you can see salary difference. Then you can do the math, but I already did it for you. Our magic number is $155,666. That's the current difference in pay it would cost Fort Worth ISD to replace these current assistants with 4 full-time SLPs. Now, considering we have 12 assistants, since 12 divided by 3 is 4, we now have to multiply our magic number by 4. So here's the final result. Fort Worth ISD is looking at spending an extra $622,664 more than what we have already been spending to cover the services of these students by assistant speech-language pathologists. Please consider these decisions and keep these numbers in mind when you are voting on action item E tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mindy Tackett will be followed by Joanna Cardoza.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Tackett, and I'm here to advocate for International Newcomer Academy and to ask this board to look honestly at what this RIF list reveals. INA has served newly arrived immigrant and refugee students in Fort Worth for decades. It is not just a school. It also connects families to food, clothing, at times housing. As INA's community coordinator said, we become their home. My mother taught at INA for many years. Some of her students came directly from refugee camps. The teachers who show up for those kids bring patience and profound commitment to the children who have already survived more than most of us will ever face. That talent and those relationships are not replaceable. Former students have gone on to college and incredible careers. One became an elected trustee of this very district. He said it plainly, "We needed this campus the way we have it because we know it has worked." Another former longtime INA teacher who I've known most all my life said, "I cannot believe Fort Worth ISD would turn its back on second language learners, but y'all are about to do that." Now look at the RIF list. You're eliminating directors of emergent bilingual programs, ESL and dual language coordinators, equity and excellence specialists, restorative practices staff, the director overseeing child fine and psychological services, just to name a few. The positions being cut serve immigrant children, English learners, students with disabilities, and students living in poverty. Please reject the closure of INA and save these crucial positions. These vulnerable children deserve better, as well as the community deserves better than that. And hear me clearly. If these are the kind of decisions that y'all are going to make, you will not be remembered as the people who saved this district. The wrecking ball destroying it will have a list of names on it, and yours will be some of those names.
Next speaker is Joanna Cardoza. Is she, okay. All right, following Ms. Cardoza is Stephanie McCartney, and ask that she please take one of the seats at the front.
Good evening, Superintendent Licata, Board of Managers. My name is Joanna Cardoza. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the League of United Latin American Citizens, District 21, which includes Fort Worth ISD. First, I want to start off by saying that I am disappointed in the lack of representation on the Board of Managers for the community you were appointed to serve. And Ms. Verdeja, I saw your interview today with NBC5, and I'm very disappointed in your comment that said that criticism of the TEA takeover being labeled as noise. That sends the message to your community that you don't care what we say and that you're not taking seriously all the people that have been up here speaking publicly today. To all the Board of Managers that have been attentive tonight, I thank you. To those of you who have had your head down most of the meeting today, that's very disappointing because people are spending their time up here today. We drove up here and we're not with our families tonight because we care about what's going on and decisions that are being made, and we would appreciate your attention to all the speakers that are up here tonight. I am a first-generation American-born citizen whose first language was Spanish. I grew up in the Arlington Independent School District where I learned English in the ESL program. Because I know firsthand the importance of bilingual programs, I will be reading the following statement prepared by one of our executive board members who is an educator. Well, I'm going to try to get through it. Texas serves one of the largest populations of emergent bilingual students in the nation. These students are not a marginal group. They are a significant and growing share of our future workforce, taxpayers, and community leaders. Bilingual education is not simply a support service, it is a strategic investment in the state's long-term prosperity. Research consistently shows that well-implemented bilingual programs improve academic outcomes, particularly in literacy, graduation rates, and college readiness. Students who develop proficiency in both their native language and English demonstrate stronger cognitive flexibility, problem-solving skills, and long-term academic achievement. In Texas, where global trade, healthcare, and technology sectors increasingly rely on multilingual communication, these skills translate directly into workforce readiness and economic competitiveness. Equally important, bilingual education supports faster and more effective English acquisition. When students build foundational knowledge in a language they understand, they are better equipped to transfer those skills into English. Eliminating bilingual programs does not accelerate learning, it often delays it, increasing the risk of academic gaps that can persist for years. Now consider the consequences of removing bilingual education and critically bilingual educators from our schools. First, we would see an immediate decline in academic performance among emergent bilingual students. Without access to instruction they can fully comprehend, these students are more likely to struggle in core subjects, leading to lower test scores. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Stephanie McCartney, and Stephanie McCartney will be followed by Lucas McCartney.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Stephanie McCartney. Like my father and grandparents before me, I am a graduate of Fort Worth ISD, and my sons are currently juniors at Paschal High School. I'm not sure that you're aware, but the state and federal government perform several services for the public, like the post office and public schools. These, again, are services. They aren't intended to turn a profit, but to profit the people. They are meant to do good for our society. After all, an educated people is a boon to the city, the state, and the country. Y'all don't seem to see it that way, and that's incredibly disappointing. You are planning to take away vital supports and services for our most vulnerable and marginalized communities. Our road with Fort Worth ISD hasn't been an easy one, and every victory my son Logan has achieved has been hard fought and hard won. However, without the supports of physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy assistance at school, Logan would not be where he is today. Logan would not be reading, he wouldn't be writing speeches or giving speeches this evening without these incredible interventions. Reducing the special education staff and support staff is bad for Fort Worth ISD and bad for Texas. SPED is already underfunded and understaffed. Please understand these budgets that you're attempting to slash have real people, human beings behind them who rely on the scaffolding to reach their highest potential. Reducing supports sets these children up for failure, and you all will have that on your hands. Parents and community members, in these trying and uncertain times, we must remember one thing above all. Community is the bedrock of society. The more we pull together, the harder we are to divide. This immoral, unjust, unethical, not freely or fairly elected board has begun its attempts to dismantle Fort Worth ISD's public education. They are going to do what Abbott and Morath have appointed them to do, kill free and appropriate public education. Parents, I urge you to find or create community. Speak to your neighbors, draw together, develop groups, build coalitions, teach each other around you the skills that you value, learn together and lean on each other. I fear that this will get worse before it gets better. However, we can and will get through this together. Most importantly, vote for Gina Hinojosa so she can get Marath out and end this hostile takeover of Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you, Ms. McCartney. Our next speaker is Lucas McCartney, and will be followed by Elizabeth Luna.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Lucas McCartney, son of Stephanie McCartney, I am Lucas McCartney, son of Stephanie McCartney, who has just spoken. I'm a junior at R.L. Pascal High School, and I'm pleased to say that R.L. Pascal has done well for Logan. However, due to the cuttings, my brother Logan McCartney is a special education student at R.L. Pascal High School. The cuts to SPED services providers would affect him immensely. My brother has always loved school. During the pandemic, he would always talk about when does he get to go back to school again. But I would always imagine, what if he didn't have those friends, those resources at school? Would he always be talking? Would he even be saying that he would love to go to school? These are things that I've always wondered, and I would always hope that you, the board members, would do the right thing and vote to keep much-needed SLP, PT, and OT assistance in SPED classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCartney. Ms. Luna, I beg your pardon. Logan McCartney is the next speaker. Okay, so sorry. I beg your pardon.
Good evening, Fort Worth ISD. I am Logan McCartney. I am a junior at Pascal High School. Today I will be talking about how important speech, OT, and PT services are. For all our special education students. Without speech, I would not have the ability to communicate with my friends and family. I would not be able to communicate through my words rather than my actions. I would not have the skills to be speaking to you all tonight. Without OT and PT, then I would not be able to have the basics, daily life skills, such as being able to cut my own food, feed myself, toilet myself, to be able to navigate my new motorized wheelchair. If we did not have these services, then I would not get the support that I needed. I would not be as independent, successful, and as equipped as I am right now. Please do not take away much needed services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCartney. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Luna, and Elizabeth will be followed by Aisha Hassan.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Luna, or as my students call me, Miss Luna. I am a bilingual speech-language pathology assistant in the district. My role is one of the positions your members will be proposing to eliminate. I hope that you reject the inclusion of assistant SLPs in the proposal after tonight. Our field of speech-language pathology is a role that some people may not fully understand our commitment, but our students and the family we serve do. That is the main reason why I'm standing here tonight, along with my colleagues, providing you with many reasons why assistant SLPs are not an optional resource. But we are essential to our student success. We are vital to ensuring the district upholds its legal and moral responsibilities and provides students the services they are entitled to. As you heard the facts and information about the legality and the impact your decision will have in our Department of Special Education, I want you to think about the number 80, because that is the average number of students my colleagues and I serve. These are 80 students whose speech goals and objectives we know by heart. 80 for whom we prepare interactive and meaningful therapy materials on a daily basis. 80 students that are consistently reminded by us why their voice and language matters. We are essential partners with our supervising SLPs and others in our department to ensure that no child's needs are overlooked. Most importantly, we worked in keeping communication with parents about progress and strategies, and make sure multilingual families understand their child's services in their home language. As I have discussed the potential loss of this position with my students' families, their overwhelming support has only reinforced the deep impact our work has on their child's lives. I urge you to prioritize assistant SLP positions in our schools. Keeping these roles does not only make sense logistically, it is the right thing to do for our students in our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Luna. Our next speaker is Aisha Hassan, and she'll be followed by Shauna Cisneros.
Good evening. My name is Aisha Hassan, and I first became acquainted with the International Newcomer Academy in 2014 as a college intern at a local refugee resettlement agency. I was shadowing a case manager enrolling a newly arrived refugee family with 3 children in school. I still remember their first day. We dropped the eldest child off at the International Newcomer Academy, and from the moment we walked in, it was clear this was not just another campus. It was a place built with intention, care, and a deep understanding of what newcomer students need. A year later, I returned as a case manager myself, bringing newly arrived students through those same doors. And over time, I saw something undeniable. I saw what happens when students are supported at one of the most vulnerable and pivotal moments of their lives. INA is not just a school, it is a bridge. It is where students begin to learn a new language, but also where they begin to rebuild confidence, find belonging, and imagine a future for themselves in a place that is entirely new. They are supported by educators who are trained for this exact moment and surrounded by peers walking the same path. That combination is not accidental. It is what makes this model work. And that is exactly what is at risk. If INA is closed, these students will be placed into schools that, even with the best intentions, are not equipped to meet their needs at the same level. The burden will shift onto students to adapt faster than is reasonable, and onto teachers who are already stretched thin. The closure would be detrimental to the students, to their families, and to our community as a whole. Investing in INA is investing in the future of Fort Worth. So I want to be clear. This decision is not just about outcomes or budgets, it is about priorities. It is about whether this district is willing to stand behind a proven model that supports newcomer students, or whether it is willing to dismantle it and hope the system absorbs the impact. Because the reality is, the impact will not disappear. It will be felt in the classrooms, in outcomes, and in the lives of students who deserved better support at the moment they needed it most. You have the authority to make a different choice, to protect what is working, to invest in students who are ready to learn and contribute, to demonstrate that Fort Worth is a city that does not turn away from its responsibility to educate all of its students. I urge you to preserve the International Newcomer Academy today.
Thank you for your remarks. Next speaker is Shauna Cisneros, and she will be followed by Sheila Clemens.
Okay. Can you hear me? I have allergies, and they mowed at Lily B. Clayton today at recess. Don't add that. Okay, we are standing on stolen land. We are all immigrants. I'm a strong woman because a strong woman raised me. Thank you, Mom. When you know better, you do better. Thank you, Mr. Guerin and Mrs. George, for returning my email the first week you got email. 2 out of 10 ain't bad. No response is a response. Good evening, Dr. Licata, School Board and families of Fort Worth ISD. My name is Shauna Cisneros. I was born in Austin, grew up in Odessa, and came to Fort Worth in 1984 to attend TCU. In 1988, I graduated with a degree in elementary education and a specialty in reading. Earl Nance hired me in 1988 to teach 5th grade at West Creek Elementary. He said, "Why should I hire you?" I said, "I'll be the best 5th grade teacher you ever had." I was 22, my 5th graders were 11. 13 years at West Creek Elementary, 4th and 5th grade. In 2001, my daughter Grayson got into Alice Carlson Applied Learning Center. I was hired in May of 2001. I spent 19 years at Alice Carlson. The first week, I asked my 3rd graders, "What is this applied learning stuff?" The 3rd graders said, "It means it's okay to make mistakes." In 2020, I retired. Number 1 reason, technology. Then I taught 2 years at Britt in the pre-K outreach program in the Southeast Quadrant of Fort Worth ISD. And I've been subbing for 4 years in Fort Worth ISD. So 32 plus 4 is 36 years. Brave. My 2026 word is brave. I'm here because I read a post on Facebook by my daughter's former ALA teacher, English teacher, pleading for help. I don't like hearing teachers pleading for help on Facebook. She was concerned about the closing of the International Newcomer Academy and the future of bilingual children in Fort Worth ISD. My husband is Hispanic. My daughter is half. She's 27% Indigenous peoples. She was also salutatorian at Arlington Heights High School in 2014. Thank you. So here we are. The kids need to know that you are taking on a monumental responsibility. Trust, safety, and love are all about kids. And I didn't finish, but I'll email the rest of my speech, and I know I'll get a response from all 10 of you.
Thank you, Ms. Cisneros. Our next speaker is Sheila Clemens, and Sheila Clemens will be followed by Aaron Ackard. Is Ms. Clemens not present? All right. Ms. Ackard, if you'd please come forward, and Ms. Ackard will be followed by Amber Luna.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Ackard. I'm an employee, taxpayer, and graduate of Fort Worth ISD. I'm speaking to you about Action Item E. I know you've heard from many speakers tonight, and I want to reinforce what this means in practical terms. We've already have unfilled speech therapy positions across the district. Vacancies are not hypothetical, they are current. At the same time, the board is considering eliminating assistant SLP and part-time SLP positions, roles that actively support service delivery. When staffing gaps exist, the services do not disappear, they become harder to deliver. When that happens, students do not consistently receive what is required. The district has shared that these decisions are part of right sizing based on declining enrollment. However, special education enrollment has not declined. Over time, total enrollment has decreased, but students receiving special education services has steadily increased, from approximately 7,600 students in 2018 to 2019 to over 9,900 in 24-25, with current projections nearing 11,000. While the overall population is shrinking, the population required specialized service is growing. Eliminating these positions does not reduce the need for services. It reduces the district's capacity to provide them. From an operational standpoint, this creates a predictable and alarming outcome. If these positions are eliminated before a staffing plan is in place, the district is left with 3 options. Increased reliance on contracted providers, often at a higher cost, increase caseload levels that are not sustainable, or risk gaps in service deliveries that carry compliance consequences. Two of these outcomes directly contradict what the district communicated to families on Friday: a reduced reliance on contracted providers and a commitment to consistent, high-quality service. None of these options strengthen the system. It, in fact, weakens it. These are licensed professionals who work every day with students. They support service delivery, maintain continuity, and build relationships with these students and families over time. Removing these roles eliminates quality, not just positions. I encourage the board to consider not only the budget impact, but the operational and service delivery impact of this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Ms. Ackard. Amber Luna, followed by Lacier Rasak.
Good evening. My name is Amber Luna. I want to speak to the critical role of assistant SLPs and how they support effective and accessible service delivery for students. Assistant SLPs are a critical part of how speech-language services are delivered. They provide structured practice, reinforce targeted skills, collect data, support carryover into the classroom. They do not work independently. They work under the supervision and direction of a licensed speech-language pathologist. The SLP is responsible for evaluation, diagnosis, goal development, and all clinical decision-making. They design the treatment plan, monitor progress, and remain accountable for the services provided. Under the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation rules, assistant SLPs must receive a minimum of 8 hours of supervision each month, including at least 4 hours direct, real-time supervision. This comes out to 2 hours of supervision per week, 1 hour with one direct hour with students and 1 indirect. This is a structured, regulated team model. It ensures that services are both clinically appropriate and consistently delivered. Assistant SLPs are also essential for language access. In Fort Worth ISD, approximately 40.7% of students are emergent bilingual learners. Many of our assistant SLPs are Spanish-speaking and are able to support students in their primary language. This is also important to recognize that bilingual SLPs are difficult to recruit and retain. In many cases, monolingual SLP develop guides and treatment plans, while a bilingual assistant SLP is able to carry out that plan effectively in the student's primary language. Without that support, there are limits into what can be provided. Services may still occur, but they are less accessible, less consistent, and less aligned to student needs. And because language is a foundation to literacy, this also impacts students' ability to develop skills needed for reading and academic success. Without assistant SLPs, the clinical responsibility remains the same, but the capacity to implement services at the same level of frequency and consistency is reduced. As decisions are made, I ask that the role of assistant SLPs be considered not only in terms of service delivery, but in terms of access, consistency, and literacy outcomes for students. Thank you.
Thank you for your remark. Next speaker is Lacier Rasak, and he'll be followed by Dr. Natalia Dominguez.
Can you announce what number you're on?
35.
Good evening, President, trustees, and superintendents. My name is Lacier Rasak. I'm a parent and also a member of Parent Shield. My concern tonight is language equity. In Fort Worth ISD, emergent bilingual students rarely receive targeted language support. However, monolingual English-speaking students are not given comparable opportunities to become bilingual or biliterate. This creates an unintended divide where some students graduate globally prepared, while others are left behind simply because of access. Texas Education Code 29.053 requires bilingual education when 20 or more students of the same language are enrolled at a grade level. While this law protects emergent bilingual learners, it also unintentionally limits bilingual education to a select group, turning bilingualism into a program rather than a shared district asset. Research is very clear. Children who begin learning a second language before age 6 they score higher in reading and math, they perform better on standardized tests, and develop stronger critical thinking and problem-solving skills. The U.S. Department of Education confirms that early dual language learning strengthens brain development and academic success. Texas is home to speakers of over 120 languages. and nearly 1 in 4 students in our public schools is an emergent bilingual. Forward ISD should leverage this linguistic diversity to benefit all students, especially as employers increasingly seek bilingual professionals. Forward ISD has taken important steps with its dual language pilot programs in pre-K and kindergarten. However, if a child is not enrolled at the early entry point, there is no pathway to access dual language later. As the district rolls out its new instructional model, I urge you to, number 1, expand two-way dual language programs to more campuses. 2, create additional entry points beyond kindergarten with language support. 3, invest in professional development and university partnership to grow bilingual educators. Bilingualism should not be a matter of timing or zip code. It should be a core competence for every student, every forward ISD student. And as this Arabic quote says, إِذَا أَرَدْتَ أَن تَقْتُلَ قَوْمًا فَاقْتُلْ لُغَتَهُم. This is the same as a historical quote that says, kill the Indians to save the man. In the age today that we live, we don't need to kill the native or the Indian to save any man. We can actually let the man live to become the man, let the native live to become the man, and then allow him to learn as much as possible languages. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Natalia Dominguez, and followed by Shannon Jones. Is Dr. Dominguez here? If not, Shannon Jones, please come forward, and she'll be followed by Braden Jones.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Licata and Board of Managers. I am an educator, a resident of Stop 6, and a parent of 2 scholars at Young Men's Leadership Academy in Fort Worth ISD. I'd like to highlight a role that is vital to the success of a college prep school like ours, yet often works behind the scenes: the post-secondary success specialist. In a college prep environment, success is not just about passing classes. It's about preparing students for what comes next: college, career, and life's beyond school. A post-secondary specialist ensures students are not only academically prepared, but strategically positioned for success. They coordinate critical exams like SAT, ACT, and TSI, help students meet deadlines and requirements, and guide them through college readiness benchmarks so no one falls through the cracks. Their work also directly supports Pillar 4, Excellent CCMR Pathways for Graduates. They help students stay on track for graduation, assist with college applications, interpret data, and collaborate with teachers and counselors. They are advocates for student success. At YMLA, we see the impact daily. Our specialist manages CCMR testing across 7 grade levels, 6th through 12th grade, and oversees our P-Tech dual credit program. YMLA is an A-rated at 95% Title I campus in Stop 6. We have a 100% graduation rate. We have 100% acceptance to college. This year, half of our graduating seniors are earning not only a high school diploma, but an associate's degree from TCC. And we have students attending Harvard, MIT, and TCU. These outcomes are not accidental. They reflect strong systems and dedicated support roles like our post-secondary specialist. These results are the reason why I chose YMLA for both of my young men. In the past 4 years, YMLA has lost several key positions, including a college and career readiness coach, MHMR navigator, interventionist, data analyst, testing coordinator, and family engagement specialist. Many of these responsibilities now fall on this role that you plan on cutting. It cannot rest on the shoulders of one counselor or one administrator. Who will carry this work if we cut this position? We are also losing our athletics coordinator, which adds an extra layer of responsibilities already to our 2 administrators. We have 7 grade levels with 1 assistant principal. When we remove positions like the specialist, we are not just cutting a job. We are removing a critical layer of support that directly impacts student outcomes. I respect your efforts to balance the budget while improving outcomes. I am in a district as well. I am an educator. But this role is essential to sustaining student success far beyond their time at in Fort Worth ISD, and YMLA is an example of that success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Braden Jones. And after that, our next speaker is Sabrina Ball. Now, on the notes here, it said we're going to have two, a parent and a minor. Are you? Your mom just, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for being here.
Good evening. I am Brother Braden Jones from the part of Einstein. I'll be attending TCU and majoring in biology. And I'm currently ranked second in my class with a 4.3 GPA in the National Honor Society and National Technical Honor Society. I take TCC dual credit classes, and I'm a proud member of our TSA engineering team, which is only one in FWISD. I work hard because I have a goal. I want to go into medicine and make a difference in people's lives. Having a post-secondary specialist as Ms. Santiago on our campus is not just helpful, it's essential. For students like me, the path after high school can feel complicated. There are college applications, entrance exams, financial aid, scholarships, deadlines, and one mistake or missed opportunity can change everything. He guides us through TSI, SAT, ACT, and college readiness, making sure we're not just taking tests, but understanding how those scores will impact our futures and lives. Because of that support, I feel confident sitting in a TCC classroom right now, earning college credit as a sophomore in high school. This role also helps us think beyond high school. For me, that means understanding what it takes to pursue medicine. The grades, the colleges, the long-term plan. Without that guidance, it would be easy to feel overwhelmed or unsure of where to start. At YMLA, we already have 100% graduation and 100% college acceptance. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens because students are supported, guided, and pushed to succeed. When you invest in teachers like Ms. Santiago, you're not just helping students pass tests. You're helping us build our futures. You're helping future doctors, engineers, and leaders find their path with confidence. For students like me, that support makes all the difference.
Thank you for your remarks. Congratulations to you. Next speaker is Sabrina Ball, and she'll be followed by Ali Cheka.
I've been a Fort Worth ISD parent for 15 years, and I fully understand you don't represent me. It is clear from this agenda you serve Governor Abbott. This is not leadership, it's compliance. If you're here to mitigate harm, then act like it. Use your positions to demand accountability from Mike Morath and his failures. Make no mistake, there are failures all across the state that point right back to TEA. The obstacle to success here has always been the people who work in this building, not our teachers. Teachers don't have real support, especially for language and SPED, no real professional development, and the curriculum keeps changing. Teachers have completely lost their autonomy under the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. Go watch the October 28th meeting and check the agenda. The CCMR presentation and the emergent bilingual data on that agenda make it clear. You cannot improve our outcomes by cutting the staff that truly supports our kids. You are asking this community to trust a system that values high-paid admin over its own educators, and it is already causing damage. If you're a teacher that has decided to leave, as I know many of you are, please reconsider. This infection will follow you, and we need you. To this board, please consider an anonymous survey of your teachers. No one has ever truly considered their input. By ignoring their input, you are doubling down on failure. Taxpayers, there is close to $170 million packed into this consent agenda tonight. That is unacceptable. Y'all didn't even know where to find the facilities master plan, and you want to move around $94 million in bond funds that we voted on. You've got $8.5 million coming out of the general fund, and then you didn't indicate where you're going to pull the over $12 million in buses from the unfunded mandate from the state. You've got a lot of curriculum purchases. That section is incomplete. I was happy to see AP, but I don't understand any of this spending if you aren't going to use the curriculum. If you continue to follow the Houston model, then you won't use it. More troubling is that you are willing to close campuses and terminate people who support our kids without a real fiscal analysis of that loss. You don't count the extra calendar days. Those do cost money. There's new technology. Why do we need it? This is fiscally reckless and coupled with an instructional model that is not supported by any research like you claim. This is morally wrong. Before you move forward, you owe taxpayers more than talking points. You owe a full public fiscal analysis, a real plan for how these students will be served, and direct input from teachers. You want to keep the lights turned up, you should turn them on yourselves, because right now, this is not about improving outcomes. It's about surviving bad decisions made by Governor Abbott without us, and we are paying attention.
The speaker is Ali Checa, and she'll be followed by Nydia Cardenas.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Ale Checa. Tengo 18 años de maestra. Siendo maestra aquí en este distrito. Good evening. My name is Ale Checa. This is my 18th year as a Fort Worth ISD teacher. In the past, I've been the secondary teacher of the year for the district. I don't know whether to start with the head or the heart, so I'm going to start with the head. I'm a super tightly wound person. My old students who are currently teachers and their parents in the crowd can tell you this. I demand excellence for my students. I was an ELL student growing up. They can do anything. But I'm here to say there is no, you don't lose any face in front of us by just admitting that you are wrong. And in this instance, you are wrong. I'm going to credential myself. I'm speaking not only on 18 years of experience in this school district where my test results, I think, speak for themselves consistently across almost 2 decades and in multiple campuses. But I also, my undergraduate degree was French literature and Spanish literature, a concentration in the 1600s. I then went back and got a master's degree in literature from Middlebury. I then went back and got another master's degree in multilingual literacy from Harvard. And so when you say that this is based on research, I was wrong in this. I also subscribed to outdated 90s style immersion, and then I went to graduate school. And not only did I read the studies, but the professors who wrote the studies, which are seminal to multilingual literacy policy in the United States, told me to my face, that's wrong. And when I learned about newcomer models in not just bottom performing states like Texas and Florida, but in high performing states across our country, this was one of the highlights of me being able to be a proud Fort Worth teacher and say, yes, when you were showing me this model that works, we do this in my hometown. We do so many things wrong about literacy in my hometown, but this one we do right. When you are shaming these teachers with an F&D rating, what you're saying is that a child who arrives as a teenager in the United States is not going to learn fluent English enough to write a full-length essay in 8 months, which, yes, that is correct. But I get those students, right? Those teachers right there, they lay the foundation. The end game is not an English 1 exam in 8 months. The end game is that those students need to not just pass an English exam. I have a student currently who is from Afghanistan. She wants to be a doctor. She needs to be able to understand her biology teacher. She needs to be able to understand her stuff. Immersion works for social vocabulary. It does not work for academic vocabulary. Those are your experts.
Ms. Cardenas will be followed by Suzanne Barton.
I don't know if it's possible to cede my 3 minutes back to Ale so she can finish, but if that's a possibility, is it a possibility? I would take it.
I couldn't hear you. You're not speaking to the microphone.
Oh, am I not speaking? I was saying that, it's so strange, that if I could cede my 3 minutes for Ale to finish, I would do that. Is that doable? No. Okay. In that case, you keep saying that this is for kids. And I guess I need to remind you that kids are only as healthy as the adults around them. And what I'm hearing from teachers and educators is I'm hearing that they're having panic attacks for the first time. that they're getting on anxiety and high blood pressure medication. You've heard from all these speech therapists going above and beyond on a regular basis, navigating major stress on behalf of our kids. That is for kids. The decisions you're making tonight, not so much. You're moving with the kind of speed that mistakes urgency for wisdom. And tonight, all I see is confirmation bias in action, the mental trap of only gathering the data that supports what you've already decided to do, and not asking what can't be seen in a spreadsheet or a bar graph. And tonight, you've heard so many things that cannot be seen in a spreadsheet or a bar graph. And your remarks actually demonstrated at the beginning, those of you who spoke, other than the ones who asked questions, your remarks demonstrated that you feel entitled to trust that you have not earned. And what you've shown today is that you are not trustworthy. There's an opportunity for you to gain that trust by actually saying, you know what, as Ale said, you made a mistake. That's the most human thing, is to make mistakes. Last time I was here, I talked about how, you needed to replace the word may with the word must. And today I'm inviting you to think about the word efficiency compared to the word equity. Because it's not efficiency and effectiveness, it's efficiency and equity. Because people need different things. You've heard that tonight. And so I think you're missing that your invitation is actually to rehumanize our public education system, the humanity of our kids and adults. It's the most important system that can exist in any community. So can you admit that you're making a big mistake right now? Can you be human? Can you admit that you're making a big mistake right now and actually earn trust tonight? And to anybody who's watching this and all of us here, if we want to save public education in Texas, vote Gina in November.
Next speaker is Suzanne Barton, and Suzanne Barton will be followed by Sierra Wells.
Child science totally inappropriate. It has to keep coming down because it says Muhammad's name on it.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Barton, and I would like to share with you that I was here when INA started. So I have been in this building from when it was an old Neiman Marcus and then was changed into the International Newcomer Academy. I was at the elementary school we started in that had been closed for 10 years before they set us up in that location. So I know a lot about INA. And when I learned that it was on the table to be closed, I read everything in the board packet. And as I was looking at it, I called and I said, I'd like to talk, but I have a question. I'm looking for a plan. And I looked at the individual trustee questions and administration responses. And it says in there, the question number 12, excuse me, how will we ensure that all emergent bilingual students receive the services they need in light of this reduction? And then it said, see memo sent to Board of Managers. So when I called to speak, I said, where's this memo? I mean, if I'm going to talk about this issue, then I need to have information. And the lady said, I'll get back to you. And so I got a phone call, and she said, oh, it's there. It's on pages 108 and 109. I said, really? I read page 108 and 109. I didn't see a plan. That's where it is. So I went back to page 108 and back to page 109. And it said it's student support services, what families need to know. Answers to your most important questions about upcoming changes. Okay, that's going to answer my questions. Maybe I didn't read it right the first time. So I found statements like, will my child still receive support? Absolutely. Students will continue to receive the support they need. Okay, so I read the rest of it. Where's the plan? Okay, where is the plan? And so I said, okay, what does this look like? Will there be teachers who are experienced second language educators like the staff at INA? Some who I have had the honor of working with since INA was started. Instructors who have honed their skills and dedicated themselves to providing a quality instructional program for newcomer students. Will there be counselors who focus only on newcomer students? Those who have expertise to work with students who have experienced trauma. What?
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Okay. Thank you. Best for kids? And I have an answer. It's a resounding no.
Miss Ane, I'd like you displaying signs that have personal attacks against people in this room. I ask that you please put those signs on the floor or take them out of the room. Our next speaker is, it's your feet, Amanda. Do not display it again, or we're going to ask that you take it away. Okay. Our next speaker is Sierra Wells, and Sierra Wells will be followed by Keelan Holloman. Is Sierra Wells here? No, right. Next speaker is Keelan Holloman, and Keelan Holloman will be followed by Reed Bills. I don't see Keelan Holloman, so ask Reed Bills please to come up, and Reed Bills will be followed by Larissa Turner.
I am following the process of the Fort Worth ISD takeover closely because I value public education and want to see it excel in Fort Worth. So far, the proposals of the superintendent, rubber-stamped by the board, indicate you don't have the same wish for our schools. Case in point, the Newcomer Academy provides support and resources that traditional campuses will not offer. The negative effect of everything you have voted for so far is obvious. Fort Worth ISD stakeholders have brought this fact to your attention as they continue to do so tonight. Few speakers, actually only one tonight, have said they find your ideas to be beneficial. You have shared your intentions for action, but the action you propose will not improve the stated goal of improving student outcomes. And the leader who was headed in that direction was fired. You have made decisions hastily. Where is the deliberation and discussion at board meetings where you legitimately weigh the pros and cons of the superintendent's suggestions and listen to public input? And the planted questions and pre-prepared answers we heard tonight do not count. Your automatic, unanimous vote in favor every time raises suspicion that your intentions are to damage the district rather than to improve it.
I beg your pardon. Speaker is Larissa Turner, and Ms. Turner will be followed by Catherine Lemons.
My name is Larissa Turner, and I have been working with INA for the last 17 years, in the district for 19 years. My whole experience as a teacher is 45 years. I've been teaching overseas. I have seen a lot. I came to this country as an immigrant to have a better life. And this district Fort Worth ISD district became my home, as INA as well. And we have seen so many superintendents come into the district. We have already been closed once, and now we have been opened again. This school district place was our school before. When I'm passing by this school, I miss seeing our kids playing in the soccer field. That was a wonderful soccer field for our kids. We had after-school activities, we had extracurricular stuff. Across the road, there was a park. We took them riding bikes. Good memories. But anyway, so we were happy to survive when we moved to the Montgomery actual campus. All the school, we had teachers floating from classroom to classroom. But we still were dedicated teachers to serve our population, the students that came to the country for the same reason as I came. It is very hard to come to a new country with no support. They go through the trauma. We hear their voices. We are helping them not only academically to succeed, but to elevate their spirits, to introduce them to American culture. Well, I do understand the reasons, Dr. Licata, that you are a new person to this district, and we are glad to see your, like personally, I am glad to see that. That's how I want to make it even better. I like to hear that. But then again, we said there should be a plan. Who is going to provide the supports, right? Okay, yes, INA was graded D, but we're not D at all. We showed our results in TELPAS. That is the test for English language learners. As of my students, I had 70% of my students, actually, from yesterday, results, when we were posting the short construct responses, it was, okay. I messed
Thank
it
you
up.
for your remark. Next speaker is Catherine Lemons, and she'll be followed by Susan Montoya.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for your time. I would like to speak on behalf of our newcomer students who enter the district at the secondary level lacking any formal education, known as Students with Interrupted Formal Education, and referred to as SIFE. A SIFE student may have never been to school, their education disrupted due to war, lived in a refugee camp with limited access to education, or the entire school experience was entirely oral. When these students begin their education, they typically are new to print or at an early stage of decoding simple sight words and possibly a low beginning reader. They typically are new to the Roman alphabet, do not recognize most letters, sight words, or have limited, if any, sound symbol correspondence even in their first language. Oftentimes, they have delayed ability to conform to social norms and expectations of an academic environment, and difficulty following a daily schedule and the structure of the school and classroom routines. INA initiated a SIFE program in 2008 specifically to support and advance SIFE students, the goal being to advance these students as quickly as possible to grade-level curriculum by building literacy skills through phonics programs, thematic units, hands-on tasks, and scaffolded text. I've had the privilege of working with this specific population on my campus for the past 5 years. In my experience, the students in the SIFE program go on to be confident in the classroom, and they rapidly adjust to school norms and learn the skills needed to be successful in school. Once the groundwork has been laid, and that's when the hard work begins for these students. High-level literacy comprehension, independent writing, and incorporating academic strategies into their schoolwork can take another 2 years and sometimes longer. If these students are transitioned to their home school and placed in a comprehensive setting, this population will most likely be left behind. They will have difficulty mastering the curriculum at the rigorous pace demanded of the teachers. They can master it, they just require intense support. My question I leave you with tonight are, what accommodations do you envision happening in a mainstream classroom to support newcomers who have no formal education? What are the expectations for the campuses that take newcomer students? How are newcomers expected to soar in an environment not equipped to feather their wings to fly? I plead with you today, please consider INA and all that it's given to these students in Fort Worth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Susan Montoya, and she'll be followed by Ava Adia. 80, okay, I beg your pardon. You actually...
I had a speech all made up. Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Managers. But I don't flow that way. I speak from the heart. I always have. What you see is what you get. And that's what my students get every single day for the last 26 years. I started when this building wasn't even ready for us. We started at a PLC with 70 kids in one classroom, but we still taught them. I'm here today, not for myself. You see all these purple shirts? We're not here for us. We're here for them. So let's get that straight, first of all. We're not here for the paycheck. We're here for our kids. Just imagine if the U.S. military just didn't have boot camp and just threw them into a war. That's what you're saying that you're going to do to our babies, our students. We have some of our students in here. They came to support because you know why? They know what they're going to have to deal with when they leave our school. I have a lot of questions for you that I will read so I can make sure that I get to it. Number one, you mentioned experts at the campus level. Who will be those experts? Are they only going to be in the Elevate campuses, or are they going to be in all campuses? What will the ESL teacher role look like? Because I read it in the website, they're going to get paid $81,000 in those campuses, which is less than the other teachers. I'm just wondering why that is. If current experts are part of the reduction in force of special ed, of EBs, where are the replacements going to come from? I really wonder that. But I have a viable solution. I have a coworker that always is saying, when you have a problem, always come with a solution. I have a solution. There's something called the default placement model. Like other urban districts use it. Automatically assign students identified as N1, less than 1 year in the US. Make them come to INA. We currently have about 500 to 700 of those currently in Fort Worth ISD. That would take care of enrollment of 48 kids, like you said earlier. That would make INA sustainable and could transform it into an Elevate newcomer pilot program, and it will align to what you want to do for this district. Because we're here ready to listen and to work with our kids. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Montoya. Ms. Montoya is followed by Ava Ady and followed by Whitney Peters.
In December of 23, Dr. Licata was quoted, "Public education is an American ideal for everyone." Recently, he stated, "Every conversation and shared story has reinforced my belief that real progress happens when we work together. I am committed to building a system where every student is supported, every educator is valued, and every school has the conditions to succeed." That's INA. I became exposed to INA's pedagogy in 2024 for pre-production and beginning emergent bilingual students to meet their diverse language development where they are in their individual stages. The support and training from EB directors, demo coaches, and my principal on professional growth in ESL has been dynamic for me with my EB students. And the ideal of high, intermediate, and advanced EB students joining the general schools is what INA works toward every year. However, pre-production, beginning, and low intermediate EB students need the pedagogy program at INA to grow their English proficiency at a rigor and pace that supports, sustains self-esteem and confidence to grow to be effective as is expected with state standards. INA is not a college preparatory. It is a high school preparatory for EB students. It's where teenagers from multiple countries and cultures can come and see they matter to teachers and other students with shared experiences, where they can overcome the difficulty of learning a language they were not born into with accommodations in programs and on tests, with supports, scaffolds, multiple response and cue-tell strategies on grade-level content at a reasonable rigor and pace aligned to their developmental capacities. If EB students are relegated to corners of classrooms where they are all but forgotten and seen as data digits, serious mental and health conditions could evolve. Dr. Olaf Jorgensen, head of school at Almaden Country Day in California, wrote an article, The Dark Side of Rigor. He stated there is a subset of students who thrive in the high-pressure, content-focused model that constitutes a rigorous education today. For too many students, though, the pursuit of these lofty goals crumbles. Educational rigor is relative to student capabilities. If a teenager has come from another country and is unable to speak English, learning the alphabet, sight words, sentence structure, and grammar for simple comprehension is a very rigorous task. Without the proper approach, EB students' educational experiences are what Dr. Jorgensen calls an academic rigor amounting to suffering. And if anyone would like to see a copy of Dr. Olaf Jorgensen's material, I've got some right here.
Thank you, Dr. Ms. Adie. Our next speaker is Whitney Peters, and Whitney Peters will be followed by Feha Al-Trash.
Alatrash, yes. I want to start with, in my English 1 class right now, we are actually finally reading a book. Woo! Yeah. And we've been reading Animal Farm, which has been really heavy. And the thing that we started talking about in class are persuasive techniques. And the one that we really that stood out to me that has been happening is simplification. As a newcomer teacher, I've taught newcomers for 7 years, and I've gone on to coach other teachers in language learner best practices for 4 years. Some of our new teachers, I was blocked by this curriculum and it didn't allow me to coach them in the way that I know best for social culture theory. But with the simplification, when there's no narrative for what will happen to our newcomers, that's why we're here. We try to put somewhat of a clear narrative together, but please educate the public on more. Like if I'm wrong and if I'm not bringing the right details please clarify anytime. We can come out anytime, and months from now in the summer, you can give us better numbers. But for the Office of Civil Rights, I remember when I first came to INA after graduating TCU, that the Office of Civil Rights, I learned, worked with INA in the late 90s and early 2000s. And they said, okay, there's some things that aren't inclusive, and they worked with INA, and they partnered with them for several years and made sure they had clubs, made sure they had after-school program. I was the after-school director at INA for 2 years, but then the grant money was ended. And so the other thing I want to clear is also kids at INA used to leave after 1 year, so they go to their campuses, they become soccer stars, they become part of the band, they do those things. And now they stay for 2 years now and then they leave, but our ninth graders still only stay for 1 year. That's 1 year of their high school getting intensive support that they need. There are actually 859 newcomers in our schools right now that are not coming to us. 326 of those are unschooled. So I'm bringing you the numbers as a teacher, that's your job. I looked at the master, where is it? The master counseling schedules on March 5th. You sent out a memo to all middle school, high school, all middle school counselors. I had to get this today. Ella and language CITL model will be eliminated from comprehensive middle school beginning with the 26-27 school year. That's in 10 middle schools. High school, ESOL 1 and 2 and ELDA 1 and 2 will be eliminated from high school beginning with 26 and 27 school year. That's 12 high schools. Also, that's 20 middle school teachers that are losing their jobs and 24 other high school teachers that are losing their jobs. I don't know if you've had this conversation with them. Y'all, we need clarity before you can vote. How many courses are gonna be eliminated? How many students are affected? Who will be their teachers? What will be their scaffolds? We have no idea. And that's why we're fighting, because we want them to have something if INA is gone.
Thank you. Ms. Alatrash will be followed by Juan Carlos Guerrero.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Fayha Al-Atrash. I am a formal diplomat. I am a formal export-import director, and I am a mother of 3 children, grandmother of 6 children, and most important, I am an immigrant. I came to this country 40 years ago with the 3 children, 3 little children. We came here, we had the privilege to come in a different status. And we had the hardest time to adjust, even though I lived all over the world. 18 years ago, I was invited by the assistant principal in this building to come and to join INA while I was director export-import. I told her that's the wrong place. She said, I have a job for you. I told her, ma'am, I don't have the experience. She said, we need you. We have a diverse society. I speak Arabic. We had a community Arabic speaker. We cannot communicate with them. Please come and visit. And I did. I took off one day and I came here. Ladies and gentlemen, in 30 minutes, I toured this building up and down to a classroom with a principal. He said, after 30 minutes, what do you think? I told him, when can I start? And that's because every room I went to, when the principal, Carlos Ayala, told them, guess what? I have somebody understands you, somebody know where you come from. They were shouting from every corner of the room. What is your name? Where are you from? I have the privilege of working with the community. I have been raising thousands of dollars, a minimum of $82,000 to $83,000 every year from the community to support INA students. And 1 year, actually, during the pandemic, it was $145,000. I document everything. I submit it to the district. I had the privilege of the district knowing me by my first name, because not only with INA, they start calling me from everywhere else. I support Success High School. When I say I, forgive me, I mean the community of Fort Worth, who they opened their heart, their wallet, and they come through. When I go to home and find kids sleeping on concrete, and then I go back to the community, we buy beds, we buy mattresses, we buy food, we deliver. I have community, they are using their vehicles are my own personal delivery places. I would love for you to visit my office and see what the community have put in my office. I would love for you to come and join me to visit homes and see what these families look like. Sir, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot make a decision within 1 month with the district and removing a work of 34 years. Thank you for your time.
Speaker is Juan Carlos Guerrero, and he will be followed by Jeanette Dominguez.
Good evening to all present this evening. And in observance of the time constraints, I apologize for dispensing with the ineloquencies. My name is Juan Carlos Guerrero Jr., and I have not only served Fort Worth ISD for the last 12 years, but also was Teacher of the Year in El Paso, Texas, and Teacher of the Year here. I had the fortune. Also, my children were products of this district and were products of this district. My daughter is actually currently in the president's list, a student at Texas State. Also, I would like to start by posing the following question. In what way can the district ensure student retention and academic success by placing students from INA into mainstream education with little or no support? At our teacher-faculty meeting, the district's deputy superintendent reiterated in several occasions that the INA closure will not come without the collaboration between faculty and the district in order to ensure the smooth transition of students into their home campuses. Yet how will that be possible if, upon closure, the whole campus staff will have to reapply for their positions currently held? The conundrum resides in the fact that the level of experience and expertise will be lost, and in the situation, not even higher, and in many situations, probably not even hired at all. Are we truly considering regressing to the early archaic stages of bilingual education, where in the 1980s, of early ESL and EB programs, 30 to 40 students were placed in classes with an educator who hardly spoke any other language other than English, who had no idea how to deal with non-English speakers? Interesting. As an immigrant myself, growing up in the El Paso, Texas border region, I too faced same obstacles, and we're talking about the border region. Fortunately, my father, being fully bilingual, encouraged and instilled the importance of not only being bilingual, but more importantly, become biliterate. Not only in 2 languages, but in 3. I also speak French. Je parle un petit peu de français. Yes, I had the misfortune to go through these same obstacles, and you may be understanding of my situation, but this isn't the same situation this is the same situation you're going to be placing our students at INA and every other ESL program within the district, is it not? We're no longer talking about being black, white, African, Middle Eastern, Asian, or Hispanic. We're talking about the white elephant in the room that not a single member of this panel wishes to address: money. I will share the rest of my letter with the rest of you. Thank you. You have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeanette Dominguez, and she will be followed by Grace Desmond. Is Ms. Dominguez present? Grace Desmond, are you? And following Grace Desmond is Rosalinda Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Grace Desmond, and I am here to speak for my mom, Wendy Desmond. She was a reading teacher at the most innovative, caring, trauma-informed, welcoming, differentiated, and supportive campus in Fort Worth ISD, INA. This is her story. I would like to speak today about inequity, negligence, and a disservice that is being done to our most vulnerable of populations, newcomer, immigrants, and refugee students who do not speak English. The students at INA own a piece of my heart, and I speak on their behalf because their voice is being suppressed. I speak on their behalf because they are being marginalized and mistreated due to inaccurate and irrelevant data from a flawed test designed for English fluent learners. Imagine a mainstream class filled with a wide swath of learners, emergent bilinguals, on-level learners, special education students with 504 and IEPs, RISE students, gifted students, and now newcomers. Many of our newcomer immigrant and refugee students cannot say hello in English when they arrive. Some of them cannot read or write in any language and have never attended school. It is unrealistic and unreasonable to expect teachers to instructionally differentiate to and accommodate some of the most limited literacy levels to the highest. It is unrealistic and unreasonable to expect minimally trained teachers to provide supports to students with unique and severe trauma that results in fears that the school is being bombed during fire drills, fears that they will be killed during lockdowns. I taught one student who told me he thought he was going to die when the river waters covered his head. I had another who told me about seeing a severed arm on their windshield after a bombing. I've had multiple students tell me about their parents being murdered in front of them. These are common stories of newcomers who have fled impossible situations. Newcomers also come with ample knowledge and experience. Just because their English is limited does not mean they are limited. Many students from INA end up with college degrees and successful, well-paid careers. They receive full-ride scholarship and work in high-paid jobs enriching society with their unique perspectives and skills. Please preserve this effective, powerful, and relevant school. Empower students and provide them with the best opportunity to learn. Empower teachers to care for and educate vulnerable students. And from me, you are choosing to elevate other campuses. Why are you not pouring those same resources into this unique, amazing school? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rosalinda Hernandez, and she will be followed by Erica Ashenhurst. Is Ms. Hernandez here? All right, is Erica Ashenhurst here? Ms. Ashenhurst will be followed by Carla Castillo.
Good evening. This tonight isn't about politics, and it's not about division. It's not even about labels like DEI. This is about our students in Fort Worth ISD who deserve a voice. They deserve support. More support than long-term substitutes with no training filling necessary positions listed in art agreements or putting EB students in full classrooms where the teachers recommend Google Translate and one sentence stems as the main support. This is about whether we are meeting our legal, educational, and human responsibility to serve one of the most vulnerable students in the populations in the district. So Fort Worth ISD receives additional funding specifically for our students, specifically for emergent bilingual students. That funding exists because these students do require specialized support, not just access to a classroom, but access to the instruction that they can understand by scaffolding the lessons, making them on level, letting them be successful and achieve the goals that they need to achieve. So the question is not whether we can support them. The question is whether we are choosing to do it effectively and efficiently and ethically. I understand that what is being suggested, there's a lot of nice words that say, this is gonna be better, this is gonna be great. But a dream is a dream without a structured plan. We're asking for the plan. We're asking what are the supports. We want to make sure our students have those supports. We provide a ton of supports at INA. There's a lot of focus that the International Newcomer Academy scored a D. It's true, we did. But I personally feel like this data that's out there is a bit misleading because some of our students, they're unable to read English when they come. Some of them are even unable to read in their own languages. They're unfamiliar with formal schooling, even just simple things like how do we go to the restroom? Do we need to ask? Can we just leave the room? Can we get up to throw the trash away? We're teaching them all of those things in one motion. So when those same students move from that starting point, they're writing sentences, they're engaging in academic discussion, they're starting passing their classes, they're scoring at basic levels on the STAR. I know that D is not what Fort Worth ISD is looking for, but I also know when we look at TELPAS, we see growth. They came in not writing their names, some of them, and we see them writing paragraphs, half papers, whole papers, speaking in class, doing hands-on projects. That's success as far as I'm concerned as a parent, As a teacher, that growth, we're setting foundations for them to be successful throughout their educational career. We're focused on the gaps so that they can be successful.
Next speaker is Carly Castillo, and she will be followed by Kaylee Irvin.
I only have 3 minutes to speak, and I wish that everybody here listen to me, especially the ones that are using the cell phone. I am the mother of a student who arrived in this country facing both language barrier and specific learning disabilities. Today, my daughter has a 3.7 GPA and is planning her post-secondary education. This didn't happen by accident and didn't happen because of budget memo. This happened because at INA, they are experts who knows how to distinguish between a language barrier and a learning disability. Thanks to this expertise, my daughter was correctly identified for the RISE program, and today she's on the path towards an independent life. I have read your proposal about right-size the district. I hear words like fiscal efficiency and optimization, and I want to be very clear. My daughter is not a number in your spreadsheet. You see INA as a cost that needs to be cut. I see INA as an investment that saves my daughter's future. When we start talking about newcomers and special education students as an administrative burden that needs to be compact, we lost sight of our true mission in the life. Business close branches that are not profitable. Schools must keep open the spaces that change lives. The district claims that neighborhood schools will be ready by next cycle, but the confidence that teachers at INA plan in my daughter cannot be built with a memorandum. She remembers her teachers for making her feel capable and welcome. How you can guarantee that by August 2026, every neighborhood school will have the same culture of sensibility and expertise and specialization that INA has? You cannot do that. Our children's futures are too precious to be part of a transition that isn't fully ready. I don't want to hear we will. I want to hear we have. And that is what we already have. Don't let accounting override pedagogy. If the problem is that INA has fewer students, then promote it. Use it as a center of excellence, but don't destroy it. Just balance it a cash register. Our newcomers and special needs students are not an expense. They are an investment. I ask you to stop the closure until you can prove with facts that everything is in place.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kylie Irvin, and Kylie Irvin will be followed by Paul Acosta. Is Kylie Irvin here? Paul Acosta? Next speaker is Troy Montoya, who will be followed by Glenda Diaz.
Hello, I am a proud husband of Susan, a teacher at INA, and to start off my thoughts. The state is interested in improving student performance, but INA supporters believe it is not enough to improve test scores alone. Every parent and Chamber of Commerce member wants meaningful growth for our children, and that means reinforcing what is taught at home, encouraging good work ethic, resilience, and empathy, teaching the importance of sacrifice to achieving one's goals, fostering a desire to take advantage of all the opportunities our society has to offer. I am concerned about public education not being for all students, as the law says it should be. Public education needs to be flexible to reach different kinds of kids. We already know this. They include SPED, Pell, EBs, kids with money and those without, kids who have lived here all their life and those who came here. In Fort Worth, the EB population is 40% of the student population, and hundreds of those are beginning EBs, who are INA's focus. They deserve the same chance for a good education as every other student. I do not understand the economic argument that there won't be enough money in the future for EB programs in schools when every year the state has allocated $20 million to the district for them. If the new administration manages the budget well, as it says it wants to, then there should be no need to redirect all or even some of the $20 million away from EB programs. I can understand making drastic changes to right-side underperforming schools and underperforming teachers. Why, though, would the new administration consider changing what works? The fact of the matter is that English-only instruction led by EB-certified teachers in classrooms of EB students, instruction that is at level for every subject matter like it is at INA, is the best way to bring these kids to the level they need to be. Not just better scores, not just for better scores, but for fostering personal strengths that are critical to being happy, productive members of society. Closing INA and sending beginner EBs to their home schools with the changes proposed so far will badly short-sell them. The curriculum will lack the connections they need to do well on state tests. Teachers at these schools will not be able successfully to teach students with such widely divergent needs, as you've heard earlier today, others speak to the same issue, as native-born students and beginner EBs, all in the same classroom. I don't see how a future like this would do anything but discourage this population. It would lead not just to poorer test scores, but also to higher dropout rates and moving of these students' families out of the district, which has happened in Houston. So I ask, if public education is for everyone, how can beginner EBs expect a fair shake in a future shaped only by, not a program, but by the few uncoordinated and insufficient steps to help EBs the administration has announced so far?
Next speaker is Glenda Diaz.
Good evening. My name is Glenda Diaz. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent, Tanglewood, McLean, and Pascal. I stand before you today on behalf of the students who often do not have the voice, the language, or the platform to stand here themselves. You are considering decisions that will close the school serving newly arrived students, children who are not only learning math, science, and reading, but are also learning a new language, a new culture, and how to belong. At the same time, you're considering eliminating emergent bilingual and special education positions, roles that are not optional but essential. Let's be clear, these are not just budget decisions, these are value statements. These students are among the most vulnerable in our district. They arrive with courage, with hope, and often with challenges that require specialized support. When you remove the very systems designed to support them, you're not creating efficiencies, you're creating barriers. Fort Worth prides itself on being welcoming and exclusive community. Fort Worth ISD should promise this to the families who trusted this district with their children. Promise to the students who are working twice as hard just to keep up. So I have to ask, when you say you care about the students, who do you really mean? Because right now your actions suggest that some students matter less, that the ones who need the most support are easiest to cut. We are only as strong as our weakest link, and today you're deciding whether you will straighten that link or break it. I also ask you sincerely, why did you choose to serve on this board? What is it to make the easy decisions or the right ones? Was it to balance numbers or to stand up for the children who depend on you? Leadership is tested in moments like these, not when it's convenient, but when it's difficult. I urge you to reconsider these decisions. Protect the programs, protect the educators, protect the students who need you the most. Because they are watching, their families are watching, and this community is watching. And since I still have time on that clock, kudos to our student leaders at Pascal. They had their first car show, and they did such a great job organizing. And the community, thank you so much for coming out to support. Go Panthers.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nelsie Cardenas, followed by Sahara Khan.
Good evening. Fact. Research shows that English learners need 4 to 7 years to develop full academic proficiency in English. If decades of evidence point to this reality, how does closing INA and dismantling emergent bilingual programs serve our students' best interest? If a student's first exposure to English occurs in middle or high school, without access to the emergent bilingual strategies used by highly trained teachers and staff at INA and language centers, how can the district reasonably expect students to graduate with full academic proficiency in English? Fact. Federal law requires that speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy be provided by licensed professionals. Unlike teaching assistants, unlike teaching assistants, speech-language pathology assistants are not paraprofessionals. They are licensed providers and one of only 2 roles legally permitted to deliver direct speech therapy services. Unlike other fields in the schools, substitutes cannot deliver speech, occupational, or physical therapy services. When licensed professionals are on leave, districts are still obligated to ensure continuity of services by hiring qualified replacements, which translates to contract companies which charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars. In Fort Worth ISD, positions for licensed professionals are already difficult to fill, and I don't remember a time when they were all filled. Given the decision to terminate more than 20 licensed professionals, what is the plan to recruit and retain the qualified staff needed to meet these legal obligations? How does the district intend to address the potential legal and financial consequences when students' IEP services are not fulfilled due to staffing shortages created by these cuts? Directors of special education that you listed in your proposal are the ones that deal with all the problems that happen at ARD meetings. Maybe you'll give your cell phone number away. They divide and assign licensed new hires, professionals to campuses. They also do the onboarding, the recruitment, and since they themselves are licensed professionals, then they can also participate in ARDs. And considering you sent emails letting people know their jobs were terminated, I'm not sure what we have said will make a difference. But what I do ask is that you at least talk to the experts in the Fort Worth ISD at the bottom level, which includes the teachers, the speech therapists, all the people that directly work with students, to actually come up with a plan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sahara Khan. And is Sarah Khan present? All right, if not here, Marisol Herrera is our next speaker, and she will be followed by Namiko Velasquez.
Good evening, Dr. Licata and members of the Board of Managers. My name is Marisol Herrera. I'm a parent in Fort Worth ISD, an alum, and a current district employee. I also serve as Vice President of the Fort Worth ISD Council of PTAs and Vice President of FORT. I'm speaking today regarding the proposed reduction in force and its impact on students. This proposal does not just eliminate positions. It dismantles systems of support that our most vulnerable students depend on every day. The roles slated for elimination include specialists and leaders in compliance, evaluation, psych services, art support, speech and occupational therapy, physical therapy, restorative practices, and post-secondary readiness. It also effectively dissolves the emergent bilingual department and closes INA, as we've heard all evening. This is not a minor adjustment. It is a significant loss of expertise that cannot be easily replaced. I have read the district's assurances that student services will not be impacted, but what has not been clearly communicated is the plan of how that will be possible. Who will provide these services moving forward? What is the plan to staff and retain qualified specialists across more than 100 campuses? Our current staff are already stretched thin. Eliminating these roles does not reduce student need, it reduces access to support. These are not responsibilities that can be simply absorbed or embedded into existing roles. This decision tonight will increase the burden on remaining staff while decreasing the level of support available to students who need it most. I also want to address the claim that affected employees are being supported through this transition. As an impacted employee myself, a restorative practices specialist, I was informed last week that my position was recommended for elimination and given two options. I either have to resign by May 3rd or face non-renewal on May 5th. I was not personally invited to internal job fairs, nor have I been contacted by talent management regarding placement opportunities. I have dedicated 13 years to this district, including nearly a decade as a dual language teacher. I have been recognized as Teacher of the Year, Chair of Teaching Excellence in Elementary Math and Science, yet the only communication I have received is the notice of separation. But this is not about me. My concern is for our students. We have a moral obligation to support the academic, social, and emotional success of all students, especially those who rely on these specialized services. So I ask you, is this decision truly what's best for our students?
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. Our next speaker is, and I may mispronounce the first name, Namiko Velasquez. And then, oh, it's your son. Will he, is he going to speak? I see. Well, sorry, he could not be with us. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We have to change out the batteries and in the microphone there, and some of us have to go to the restroom. So.
The next speaker is 66.
feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you
I ask everybody, please come back to order. I'd ask everybody to please come back to order. It's on. Yeah. Our next speaker tonight is Deanna Deerdorf. Ms. Deerdorf, would you please come to the front? Ms. Deerdorf will be followed by Adrian Momberg. Thank you.
Good evening. I know some of you board members personally. Sorry, my name is Deanna Deerdorf. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent. I know that you genuinely care about kids and improving student outcomes for our district, but I believe that you're currently misguided. According to the Lone Star Governance Framework, before you vote on consequential changes to the administration or operation of our district, you're required to first set forth student outcome goals as well as superintendent guardrails. And I believe that that's critical. Mr. Rod Pouncey is the post-secondary specialist at I.M. Terrell Academy for STEM and BPA. 3 of our children have benefited from his influence during their time there. I've never once seen the man without his trademark broad smile. His positivity is infectious. He maneuvers through the world with impeccable professionalism and does not miss a beat when it comes to any detail. One of his many responsibilities includes managing all aspects of college-related testing. Once, when I passed him in the hall, He remarked to me about my son's recent SAT score. He knew it off the top of his head. He remarked to me what his personal goal was for his SAT and conferred with me for a few minutes about what I could do at home to help him achieve those goals. Another time, I asked one of my sons, who at your school makes you feel the most confident in yourself? Without hesitation, Mr. Pouncey was the answer. Ms. Marisol Herrera, who you just heard speak, and who most of you know, is a restorative practices specialist for our district. She has her undergraduate degree from Harvard University. In just a few weeks, she'll have her master's degree from Columbia University. She has been with the district 13 years, and in that time has received really impressive accolades from both the district and TEA. Ms. Herrera is smarter than probably everybody in this room put together, but more impressive than her mind is her heart. I have watched her for years, volunteering hundreds of hours a month, and I am not exaggerating, for campuses all over this district, not just her own sons. Her passion and dedication to Fort Worth children is inspiring. These are the types of people, talent, and heart you are not inviting back to our district next year. Our children will suffer their loss. And there are many others I wish I had time to highlight. But all of these, post-secondary specialists, bilingual teachers, restorative practices specialists, speech pathologists, and diagnosticians, are vital to our kids. To them, I want to say, your community sees you. We know your worth and value to our children. We know the impacts you've already made and will live on in the lives of our children. I urge you to not let the month on the calendar prioritize urgency over doing your job correctly or well.
Thank you, Ms. Deardorff. Adrian Momberg.
Good evening, Board. Thank you, and thank you for your attention. I know you're tired. Y'all are on a knife edge, and I am praying for wisdom and discernment for every single one of you to not make rash decisions, but to make wise decisions. I'm actually here to speak on DEI and its intellectual dishonesty when it comes to our neurodivergent and our autistic folks. My name is Adrienne Malmberg, and I'm a grant writer and a former teacher. I wanted to say, under the guise of DEI, struggling students are being misled and funneled into the LGBTQ mold. They are 8 times more likely to choose LGBTQ. It is presented as the only answer, typically, in our schools. Oxford studied those who were detransitioning and found that 1/3 of them realized that they were on the spectrum and that transitioning had left them with lifelong fallout. For them, their misplaced faith in transitioning had become a tragic mistake. As a teacher, I continually watched autistic and neurodivergent kids struggle with their identities. The sheer prevalence of it struck me. So many of those students were adrift, struggling with their identity and their place in the world. And tragically, LGBTQ lifestyles are presented as the only answer to that struggle. We are giving young people chemicals, costumes, and castration rather than giving them the coping skills that they need. I saw it as a teacher, and I see it as a parent of an adult neurodivergent. The laser focus on DEI is one reason that those on the autism spectrum are 8 times more likely to choose LGBTQ lifestyles. The Oxford study showed that 1/3 of the subjects were detransitioning because they were on the autism spectrum. The decision to push a DEI LGBTQ agenda can come with lifelong consequences. Here's the conclusion that this concerned mom gained from those statistics. The dalliance within the school and social settings, and this may be where you can cut some funding, when we push hormones and play pretend, our children's lives are in the balance, and it has been an abject failure. We have failed to anchor them in the truth. We have failed to give them the coping skills to face themselves and continue on with their lives. And we have failed to protect them from the notion that chemicals, costumes, and castration will fix their problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malmberg. I ask that everyone treat every speaker with dignity and respect. And if you are unable to do that, I ask that you depart the premises. Our next speaker is Keith Annis, and Mr. Annis will be followed by Zach Leonard.
Hi, my name is Keith Annis. I'm with FW Fort. I've been here several times, so you should know the rest of my qualifications. I want to reaffirm to you that I believe that every student in Fort Worth ISD is entitled to a good and equitable education. This is a moral imperative. When I first spoke to you, I mentioned that I expect you will face some challenges. I suggest to you that meetings like this evening are just the beginning. I have heard a common thread that Fort Worth ISD was so bad that radical action had to be taken. I urge you to look at history. Things can always get worse. Action for the sake of action is a fool's errand. Mr. President, I encourage you to share the story about my alma mater that I shared with you recently with your fellow Board of Managers meetings. With that, I have a few questions. First, is there any scenario in this turnaround plan that ends with Fort Worth ISD becoming a charter-run or privately managed district? Yes or no? Second, what specific, measurable, and unamendable benchmarks must be met for local control to be restored to an elected board? And who has the authority to declare those conditions met? Third, do you intend to expand charter schools inside Fort Worth ISD boundaries as part of this turnaround, or is your plan to strictly strengthen district-run schools? Fourth, who ultimately decides the final governance structure of Fort Worth ISD and the fate of its public assets? District administration, Commissioner Morath, or Governor Abbott? And what is the specific mechanism by which this community has a meaningful voice in those decisions? Fifth, what specific guardrails will you advocate for to prevent neighborhood schools from being further destabilized during this turnaround? And is that commitment anywhere in writing? And sixth, I have added another one. Does the term student outcomes only relate to testing results? I have heard the term radical transparency used. Answering these questions and holding to those answers is what radical transparency looks like. Now, it was recently brought to my attention that earlier comments I made about school property were meant by me to imply that Board of Managers members were engaged possibly in some sort of unethical or unsavory behavior. I want to be clear. If I am accusing anyone, or if I ever accuse anyone on this Board of Managers or any of the staff of unethical behavior, it will not be something you have to parse out. I will be very direct and I will be very specific on what I think has been done. I have not done that because I do not believe it has yet happened. If anyone is whispering in your ear about what I'm saying, I encourage you to call me. My number will be included in emails for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Annis. Our next speaker is Zach Leonard, and he will be followed by Alex Halderson. Yep.
Not gonna lie, I wish we had the ability to have water bottles. Good evening. My name is Zach Leonard, president of Fort. I want to state something very clearly because it wasn't stated very clearly the last two times we've spoken. We want Fort Worth ISD to succeed, full stop. We want student outcomes to improve, full stop. And we believe this community, engaged parents, teachers, and families are part of the solution. I'm also a proud parent of 3 students in Fort Worth ISD, and my youngest child thrives in two-way dual language at North High Mount. The EB program is one of the brightest spots in the district. We chose Fort Worth ISD out of all the districts we could have chose, and I was working in McKinney, so we passed about 15 because we love Fort Worth and chose it for the diversity that it offers. We chose it for the teachers and the campuses, despite the test scores. Programs like EB, dual language, everything that you've heard from the amazing INA staff and team should be expanding and fully supported. Removing staff that supports our teachers will not help. I understand there's bloat, and I understand there's things to get rid of. However, this is not the way. Tonight, I'm going to address 3 things very quickly because I don't have much time. Data, transparency, and legal obligation. More importantly, I'm going to ask you to have heart and trust your gut. On data, we can all agree that this matters, but I need you to look at all the data that's been shown, and we know one thing: the math ain't mathin'. On transparency, families aren't asking for reassurances, they're asking for specifics. What do increased supports actually look like? What are the staffing ratios on receiving campuses? If we can't hire full-time SLPs at this moment, what makes you think you'll be successful going forward? Teachers talk to each other. Culture matters, engagement matters, and they're not going to move to a district that has been labeled toxic in the last couple years. On the legal obligation, this district serves 29,461 emergent bilingual students. Remember that number. That supports $21.4 million in funds. How are you going to make sure you follow legal requirements with this funds? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Our next speaker is Alex Halderson, be followed by Tanner Little.
Good evening. My name is Alex Halderson. I'm a current school psychologist serving students in Fort Worth ISD. In our work as school psychologists, we're required to make decisions grounded in comprehensive, meaningful data. We know that partial data leads to incomplete conclusions, which can lead to real harm for real students. I'm asking this board to apply that standard tonight. The letter sent to families assuring parents that a reduction in force would not disrupt student services and that evaluation services would actually expand is questionable. I just wanted to address this directly because the data that we see as professionals doing this job on the day-to-day tells a much more complicated story. As my speech language friends have already noted, our overall district enrollment has declined, but our SPED enrollment has increased. As they noted, we do support over 10,000 IEPs. This is not just limited to our K-12 school-age population. Fort Worth has reported a 32% increase in early childhood special education placement and evaluation since the 2019-20 school year. Child Find is a federally mandated process of identifying and evaluating young children suspected of having disability, and that falls directly and squarely within our department and under our director, the Director of Evaluation, Child Find, and Psychological Services Oversight, a position that is being recommended for RIF. Eliminating our director who oversees this pipeline at a moment where early intervention is so crucial for our early learners is not a neutral administrative decision, in my opinion. Speaking as a school psychologist, I can agree with what our speech language friends have said, that we are already understaffed. I know from psychological services we currently have 8 unfilled vacancies that we have been working to fill over the majority of the school year. This is resulting in higher caseloads at a time where emotional, social, and mental health needs are increasing. We also have other vacancies in areas of evaluation and related services, including diagnosticians, speech-language professionals, and occupational therapists, just to name a few. The Director of Evaluation, Child Find, and Psych Services, our director, along with our coordinators, have been stepping directly into campuses to support ARD meetings and evaluations on top of their full-time administrative responsibilities, to support our gaps in staffing and ensure compliance is being met while students are maintaining and retaining their services. Eliminating this position does not just trim administrative overhead, it removes a critical piece of infrastructure that keeps evaluation services functioning. I would also like to note that this school year brought in additional hundreds of evaluation requests tied to the Texas School Voucher Program. Workload that fell on this same understaffed department, resulting in staff completing evaluations and additional work outside of contracted hours on personal time. Fort Worth ISD families who were told that these services would not be impacted deserve accurate information, and I respectfully ask that you reconsider your decision to eliminate these positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Our next speaker is Tanner Little, and Tanner Little will be followed by Dusty Wood.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. Thank you all for your time, and all the families, parents, teachers. Obviously, there's a lot of concern in the room tonight. So to the board and the members, I just want to thank you for stepping up and leading during this critical time for Fort Worth ISD. We are here to encourage a strong focus on student performance, academic outcomes, and accountability. I just want to urge the board to comply with all applicable state laws, including SB 12, which bans DEI and GSA activities in school districts. I support directing district resources toward core academic priorities and student success. I understand this downsizing is necessary, especially as the district has lost around 20 or so thousand students since 2016. So specifically, we urge you to move forward with cutting DEI-related positions, including specialists in restorative practices, specialists in equity and excellence, and coordinators for restorative practices, and the closure of the INA school. As Superintendent Licata has stated, this restructuring will not reduce bilingual or special education services, and those services will be maintained or strengthened. I believe these changes ensure taxpayer dollars are aligned with academic achievement and legal requirements. I believe the Board of Managers is working to move Fort Worth ISD in a better direction, and we are here to support that effort. I will remain engaged and continue to support policies that improve outcomes for all students. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Our next speaker is Dusty Wood, and Mr. Wood will be followed by Alan Martin. Did we have enough? That was Tanner Little. Okay, this is Dusty. You want to hold it? Okay.
My name is Dusty Wood. I have been a professional educator for 10 years. Every single one of them served right here in Fort Worth ISD. For those 10 years, I have worked exclusively with emergent bilinguals. I do this because these children have my heart. They work harder than anyone I have ever met, and they do it with smiles on their faces. Despite coming from war-torn countries, being torn from their families, and witnessing horrors that most of you in this room could not even begin to understand. I was born and raised here in Fort Worth. This is not just a district to me, it is my home. Last Thursday, I was nearly killed in a car accident when an individual ran a red light at a high speed and T-boned me. I am in excruciating physical pain and mental anguish. I should be at home on bed rest, but I believe I'm alive and in this room today for a reason. And that reason is to fight for these students and the future of the International Newcomer Academy. Dr. Licata, you have spoken about mediocrity, but if you want to see the antithesis of mediocrity, spend more time at INA, not just a quick pop-in. You will see teachers who don't just teach content, they provide a lifeline. You will see students who, despite having nothing, give everything they have to learn. The Statue of Liberty stands as the very fabric of what America is, declaring, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." That isn't just a poem on a statue, it is a promise. And when we keep that promise, the world changes. When America welcomed a physicist fleeing the Nazis named Albert Einstein, we changed science and our understanding of the world as we know it forever. Every child walking through the doors of INA is a seed of that same potential. In our classrooms right now is a student who could cure cancer. There's the engineer who could solve our energy crisis. There is the leader who could bring peace to that very war-torn region they fled. We are not just a program to be restructured. We are a lighthouse. By dismantling INA, you are not just cutting the budget. You are extinguishing the light for the next great mind that could change the world. I realize that speaking today potentially jeopardizes my future employment with Fort Worth ISD, but my students' futures are worth more to me than a paycheck. To quote Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., a man dies when he refuses to stand up for that which is right. A man dies when he refuses to stand up for justice. A man dies when he refuses to take a stand for that which is true. I ask this board, choose excellence over convenience. Choose our students over spreadsheets. Keep INA open for the betterment of everyone. As we say here in Texas, y'all may be sitting high on the hog now, but when it comes to November, we're going to vote you out, and you will be remembered for the actions that you do today.
Our next speaker is Alan Martin, and Alan Martin will be followed by Rachel Carlson.
Hi, I'm Alan Martin. I've taught math to 6th and 7th graders as well as pre-education language learners at INA for the past 3 years. A lot of these kids, when I look at the data that you guys posted, a lot of them I taught them what a number is. And last year, I'm 13 points away from the rest of Fort Worth ISD. We start at what a number is, and we're still almost catching up to the rest of the district. When we look at the map data, I didn't bring that sheet out, but I'm gaining 6%, 6 percentiles every time we take that assessment. You're gaining 0.26. I have no words because a lot of my colleagues speak so much better than me and literally are in every way better than I am. But we have done so much good work. We do so much in closing the gaps that it doesn't make one bit of sense to close us down. It would make more sense to empower and use us and actually fund us. When I first started, I was at the Montgomery campus and I had a cart. I went to 7 different classrooms to teach 2 different groups what numbers are, a group what 6th grade math is, some of which could not understand the numbers also, but they had schooling, quote unquote, in their home countries. So I couldn't teach them what numbers are. We had to go straight into integers and all the complex stuff that is difficult for homegrown students who take the same curriculum every year. Now, after moving there, you guys spent $4 million to move us to another campus, not 15 months ago. What's the fiscal responsibility there to go ahead and just say, bye, that's enough? What's the intent there? When you introduce the fact that we are losing our campus, a week ago, we asked what the plan was. And I keep hearing the plan is going to be good, the plan is going to be good. In an interview today, I trust in the plan. When there isn't a plan, how can you trust in that? When there isn't a plan, you don't have options. I don't get it. It's not intellectually sound. It doesn't make any mathematical sense. As a middle school math teacher, I live and breathe order of operations. Number 1 for a math teacher, for any teacher, is the plan. We have to submit, we have to annotate, we have to do all these things with plans. Yet you're cutting all these positions without the plan.
Mute your mic or move it because it's distracting hearing you breathe on the mic as the speaker talks.
Okay.
Rachel.
You get two
You
for the
get
price
2
of
for
one.
the price of 1.
Aren't you lucky?
Yeah, they
Hi,
sure are. Hi, everybody.
Pardon our back. I'm Rachel Carlson, the wife of Dusty Wood. This is my mother, who will be speaking on my behalf, as she has been an educator and a pillar of the community for the past 35 years.
I came just to hear that. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
My daughter has been playing nurse, and so she really hasn't been as well behaved. But I have to say, no, isn't prepared. No, she is behaved. I just have to say that I came tonight mostly 100% because I'm a lover of Fort Worth. We chose to move our family to Fort Worth from Dallas, and we were so honored to be teachers. Unfortunately, not in Fort Worth ISD, but at Trinity Valley School. I served there for 33 years, and my husband is still there. And he's the guy over there without the cap. Okay. And I am totally, those who know me, and some of you on the board know me, you know I'm not a humble person. I love the limelight. I taught drama, duh. Okay, but I also taught English. And as a person who loves the limelight, I have to say I am totally humbled by the people and the passions that are on display tonight. These educators did their homework. You all received many facts and figures, and I also came because of this man right here, my son-in-law, who came out of surgery on Thursday night and said, well, I guess God has a plan for me because I'm going to make that meeting. And his surgeon had just given us the list of things that the car accident had done to him. But he feels so strongly about this school. And I know in the big scheme of things, it's just one small school in all of Fort Worth where you have thousands and thousands of students that you have to take care of and that you have to worry about. And I'm sure it's not easy to sleep at night. But something that I think would be a question that I hope would wake you up at night is, since when did community, where teachers are intentionally and highly trained and passionate and tireless in welcoming and embracing every student, when did that become
I hate to cut you off,
dated
but your
model?
time's expired. Thank you. Great presentation. Next speaker is Jeremiah Taylor, and Mr. Taylor will be followed by Nathaniel Shook.
Good evening. My name is Brother Jeremiah Taylor, and I'm in the Pride of Einstein, and we'll be attending TCU and majoring in business finance. Keep this implanted in your mind while I speak. Stop 6 is historically and culturally recognized as a predominantly colored neighborhood in southeast Fort Worth, Texas. Again, Stop 6 is historically and culturally recognized as a predominantly colored neighborhood in southeast Fort Worth, Texas. Moving on, I'm here to speak about the current TEA takeover and what it actually feels like inside the classroom. Because from where I sit, this is not the help I was requesting a couple of meetings back. Right now, we sit in rows with one classmate next to us, facing forward, with limited time to even speak to the people next to us. It feels less like a place of learning and more like an environment designed for control to make everyone learn the same way, almost like an asylum. And like in the past, that doesn't really work now, does it? On top of that, the new bathroom policies and restrictions only add to that feeling. School is starting to feel more like a prison than a place where students can grow, think, and collaborate. And that's the problem, because collaboration is not extra, it's essential. The ability to work in groups, share ideas, and learn from each other is a core part of how students actually succeed. By removing that, you're not fixing education. You're stripping away one of the most effective tools we have. Instead of improving struggling outcomes, these changes are making school more rigid, more stressful, and ultimately less effective for students. That leads into bigger issues. These policies don't actually address the root problems they claim to solve. If a school is struggling, the solution isn't to impose stricter control across the board. It's to invest in resources, support teachers, and understand the specific needs of those students. Standardizing discipline and structure at this level doesn't fix gaps in learning. It just creates a system where students feel disconnected and disengaged, which only makes these problems worse. And finally, I want to ask you something that I think deserves a really good answer. Going back to the fact that Stop 6 is historically and culturally recognized as a predominantly colored neighborhood, why are you making my collegiate level A-rated campus follow the same terms designed for failing schools? Is it because of the zip code it's in, or is it because of the people in the zip code? Because from where I stand, it feels like students who are already succeeding are being held back by policies that were never meant for them. And if that's the case, then who is this really benefiting? You or the students?
Our next speaker is Nathaniel Shug, and he will be followed by Christina Sellers.
Good evening. My name is Nathaniel Shug y soy un patólogo de habla y lenguaje bilingüe. I'm a bilingual speech and language pathologist. I specialize in literacy, language, and culturally and linguistically diverse populations. I'd like to focus tonight on the connection between speech-language services, literacy, and equitable access for all students. Speech and language skills are foundational to literacy. Before students can even read and write, they must understand and use language. For our students with communication disorders, these skills require explicit, specialized instruction. SLPs and assistant SLPs support these foundational language skills every day through therapy. When these needs are not effectively addressed, our students are at an increased risk for reading, writing, and academic challenges. Because of this, speech-language services assistant SLPs are crucial in providing, are not separate from literacy outcomes. They are a core part of how our students access the curriculum. I also want to acknowledge the district's plan to increase full-time positions to replace impacted assistants and part-time staff. Strengthening services is needed, important, and appreciated. However, as it's been said many times tonight, this plan creates additional SLP vacancies when Fort Worth ISD has historically struggled to fill our current vacancies. This raises concerns about whether these full-time SLP roles can be fully delivered in a timely and sustainable way. When these positions remain unfilled, the responsibility does not change, but the capacity to deliver consistent, high-quality services is significantly reduced. This is especially important in a district where many of our students are emergent bilingual learners. Access is not just about availability. It's about whether services are linguistically appropriate. Many of the assistant SLPs affected are bilingual and support our monolingual SLPs. Without these assistant SLPs, hundreds of students will not receive quality bilingual speech-language therapy or interpretation for evaluations. Because language is the foundation of literacy, this directly impacts bilingual students' reading, writing, and academic outcomes. I urge the board to consider not only the intent of this plan, but its practical impact on staffing, access, and student outcomes, specifically on literacy and emergent bilingual learners. Thank you guys for your time.
Next speaker is Christina Sellers, and Christina Sellers will be followed by Adam Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Christina Sellers, and I know you've already heard from a lot of speech-language pathologists tonight. I'm also one of them, and I want to assure you that we are on your team and all very concerned about our 2 Dickies arenas full of students not reading on grade level. I also want to remind you that one of those arenas is almost entirely full of students with disabilities. As overall enrollment has declined, special education enrollment has increased significantly. We've talked about it a lot tonight. Assistant SLPs, SLPs, PTs, OTs, diagnosticians, and school psychologists are frontline workers on campuses directly working with students, and we have acutely felt the budget squeeze that declining general education enrollment has brought to our increasing number of special education students. I have heard the assurances that special education services will continue uninterrupted because they are important to this board and legally mandated. I want you to know the reality is that staffing shortages are already impacting special education services. Our 6 ARD managers, also on the list to cut, have scheduled, coordinated, and completed 200 to 300 IEPs each this year, taking about 1,500 IEPs off the plates of already overloaded diagnosticians. Even with these extremely professional, organized, and efficient ARD managers in place, Central Office Special Education Administration have been pulled away from their job duties, managing staff and ensuring compliance with the law to cover for vacant diagnostician positions across the district this spring. I also want to let you know that our SLP coordinator retired in December, and Fort Worth ISD has not yet posted that position. Leaving SLPs without a coordinator has resulted in unfilled vacancies that I am now worried have been eliminated to balance the budgets. And though the efforts of our small but mighty team of folks trying to cover this gap have been heroic, I believe not posting this position has and will add significantly to attrition. The SLP coordinator is an expert in recruiting, hiring, training, and retaining speech-language pathologists, and we have already gone through a prime hiring season without this critical position in place. As we have mentioned, there are nationwide shortages for special education service providers, and we need the best tools in our tool belt to recruit and retain these folks. Part-time positions are one of those tools in our tool belt to retain top-quality talent. Part-time positions tend to float to a variety of staff members as we go through different phases of our lives and careers, myself included. We have part-time staff members who are published authors in our field. We have part-time staff members who are dedicated innovators that when Fort Worth ISD says, we don't have any money for that, they post GoFundMes, plural, to get the need met and get what they need for their students to meet their goals and succeed. Fort Worth ISD is not currently in a position to cut the jobs of any special education personnel who still want to work here next year. We need all of them and a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Our next speaker is Adam Gonzalez, and our speaker after that is Hosea N.A. And yes, 79.
Hello, my name is Adam Gonzalez, and I'm here representing my local dual language program and also Fort Worth ISD FAN, which is a group of families and community members who are, we're in this for the long fight. I want to say something that simply doesn't get said in these rooms enough. For the past 30 years, the state of Texas has built a report card that penalized poverty and called it accountability. It starved districts like ours of adequate funding, imposed high-stakes testing that punished schools serving immigrant families and English learners, and then graded us on a curve designed for districts that look nothing like this district and nothing like the people in this room. And when those grades came back low, in a system where almost no high-poverty district scores well, the state didn't ask what it had built. It didn't ask how it could help. It asked who it could blame. Now, the same apparatus that engineered these conditions has appointed itself the solution. Elected trustees, accountable to you, to us, to this community, to the ballot box, have been replaced by 9 managers, most of them from the wealthiest zip codes in the city, governing a district where 4 out of 5 students come from low-income families. Appointed by the same state that created the problem, answerable to no one in this room. You don't get to dismantle democracy and call it an intervention. We are not against change. The district has failed countless children for too long, and I think everyone in this room understands that on some level. But there is something this community deserves to name out loud tonight. Fort Worth built this economy on the backs of families who speak Spanish at home, who pray to their God in Spanish. You guys want the taquitas, the panaderias? You want the margaritas? You want the labor, the culture, and the color. But when it comes time to fund the schools where those kids sit, the same children who will build the next 30 years of this city, maybe more if we're lucky, suddenly there's nothing left but assurances and restructuring plan with no implementation details. You don't get credit for fixing what the state broke. And as agents of the state, that is on you. Yesterday, the Fort Worth report quoted Dr. Licata saying, "We are not reducing special education services. We are not reducing bilingual services." We're going to hold that statement to two specific questions. We want answers. First, the district is cutting diagnosticians, the people responsible for completing federally mandated evaluations within 45 days. That's not a recommendation, that's the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act idea, and that is federal law. Thank you.
Hosea. Amanda.
Hi, my name is Josiah. I am in third grade, and one reason I do not want to be in this district is these A and B partners. It's not good. The sentence is too short. I cannot finish my sentence. Another reason, before the time goes off. Another reason is the DOLs are stressing for me and other kids. These reasons are bad for me. Even though I got masters, and I still need help. And stop this injustice.
How do I follow that? You're so cute. My name is Laura Rose, and I am a proud parent of a freshman in Fort Worth ISD. I also serve as the president of the PTSA at Young Men's Leadership Academy. The mission of the Texas PTA is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. The concern I bring before you tonight directly impacts that mission and the future of every student at YMLA. We were recently made aware of Fort Worth ISD's intent to reduce the post-secondary specialist position at YMLA. We believe this decision directly conflicts with the district's stated commitment to college, career, and military readiness under Pillar 4. On page 49 of tonight's agenda, the board is being asked to approve the MOU for the P-TECH program at YMLA. We support strong pathways for our young men, but reducing the very position responsible for helping build and manage those pathways does not align with that goal. My son will speak next about his personal experience and how helpful Mr. Santiago, YMLA's post-secondary specialist, has been to him and other students. Over the last 4 years, YMLA has already lost several critical support positions, including the college and career readiness coach, MHMR navigator, interventionist, data analyst, testing coordinator, and the family engagement specialist. Removing the post-secondary specialist position now and expecting the assistant principal to absorb these responsibilities is unacceptable. This is not a small administrative duty. This is a full-time role that supports CCMR, testing, post-secondary planning, and the P-TECH program. YMLA serves both middle school and high school students across 7 grade levels, which makes this work even more complex and essential. Our young men deserve dedicated support as they prepare for life after graduation. They deserve more than minimal coverage. They deserve intentional guidance, consistent planning, and someone whose role is focused on helping them succeed beyond high school. We respectfully ask the board and district leadership to reconsider the reduction of the post-secondary specialist position at Young Men's Leadership Academy. And earlier, Mr. Walker stated that the transformational change can't happen when he mentioned transformational change, and that can't happen when you reduce this position. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elijah Rose.
Hello, my name is Brother Lacier Rose from the Pride of Dunbar. I attend Young Men's Leadership Academy, and I'm on the student council. Before I begin, if anyone is wondering, that is what we call a YMLA greeting. It's meant to establish a strong first impression and inform others what direction our life is going. Life direction is a major topic of my speech. Recently, it has come to my attention the post-secondary specialist position, the position in charge of dual credit and key coordinator of our ACTS and SIT scores is being reduced. This is a decision I strongly advocate against. I have always believed in the importance of pursuing a higher education. I personally want to pursue and have made it my goal to achieve a doctoral degree in the fields of health because I believe in helping and giving back to my community. To further my goal, I take AP honors, dual credit courses, and several other courses to help further my objective of attaining an associate's degree before I graduate. The post-secondary specialist position in my school is held by Mr. Santiago, who is an excellent man. He's helped me throughout my year with my dual credit courses. I've had several issues with contacting my professors and IT issues, and I know without a doubt I would not have been able to get through this year without his assistance and help. Now, dual credit is a very valued course at YMLA. That course would not be possible without our specialist, Mr. Santiago, who helps us achieve our wonderful establishment of the AP and SAT scores and ACT scores in our school. Removing this position would jeopardize the success of future YMLA scholars and many scholars from around the district by preventing them from taking a major leap to their future. However, in the end, I respect your final decision, but ask that you reconsider the reduction of his position and the post-secondary specialist position. Thank you.
Speaker is Michael Cohen, and Michael Cohen will be followed by Dia Hester.
Good evening. Mike C., 76123. I'm a concerned Fort Worth taxpayer and a Tarrant County Precinct Chair. I am a proponent of public education. It has served me well. I support a robust focus on student performance, academic outcomes, and accountability. I call upon the board to adhere to all applicable state laws, including SB 12, which bans DEI and GSA activities in school districts. I support directing district resources toward core academic priorities and student success. I understand that this downsizing is necessary, and particularly given the district has lost around 20,000 students since 2016. Specifically, I urge you to proceed with eliminating DEI-related positions to include specialists in restorative practices, specialists in equity and excellence, the coordinator of restorative practices, and the closure of the INA school. As Superintendent Licata has stated, this restructuring will not reduce bilingual or special educational services, and those services will be maintained or strengthened. I believe those changes ensure taxpayer dollars are aligned with academic achievement and legal requirements. I believe the Board of Managers is working to move Fort Worth ISD in a better direction, and I support that effort. I have faith in you. You will succeed. However, accountability is key. Thank you for your time and leadership.
Our next speaker is Dia Hester, and Dia Hester will be followed by Luz Castro.
My name is Dia Hester. I started in Fort Worth in the year 2000 at Leonard's 6th grade campus. It is no secret that Fort Worth has a literacy crisis. Last year, as librarian, I worked with every teacher in the English department at Western Hills High School. I had classes visit the library each month to check out books for class assignments and personal reading time. I checked out more books per student than any other high school in the district. In the second week of school this year, an English teacher came to me and said, "The English classes will not be visiting the library this year. We now have a scripted, timed curriculum. There is no time to visit the library or for students to read for pleasure in class. There's no drop everything and read time. There's no sustained silent reading time. There are no book reports. There are no reading projects. There are no research projects." This year, I checked out 1/3 as many books as last year. I spent most of the year in the library fixing MacBooks, broken screens, Wi-Fi connection issues, ClassLink app issues, getting a device to our new students, and turning in devices from leaving students. I don't mind learning about these new technology issues because I like learning about new things, and I do expect my role as librarian to change over the years. But I did not expect my entire role and most of our students' learning to now be in front of a MacBook screen. Our students are on their screens for the majority of the school day. Their assignments are on devices. They sit in A, B rows, facing the front of the room, staring at their screens. Some of their courses are taught without a teacher on campus. They sit in the library or another room on campus, and they click through modules until they pass. They take tests on their MacBooks. They take practice tests on their MacBooks. They watch YouTube on their MacBooks. Is this how you learned in school? Or do you remember certain teachers who told you amazing things and projects where you engaged deep with the learning, finding a skill or an art you never knew you had inside you? Did you read whole novels? Did you learn how to research, how to prove your point? This is the kind of learning that we remember our whole lives and makes some of us want to go into education to pass on to our students. Last year, the librarians were not included in the statewide longevity raise for teachers. Again, this year, librarians are not included in the 5% raise that teachers are getting. We still love our jobs. It is no secret that Fort Worth has a literacy crisis. What students are not doing is reading. If you want students to read, consider prioritizing books over MacBooks. And please value your librarians.
Next speaker is Luz Castro. Is Anna Carlson here? Okay. Trenace Dorsey Hollins. No, she's Cindy Johnson. Gerald Marcel. Thanks for hanging in there, Mr. Marcel. We were on a bad streak there.
Wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm Gerald Marcel, and I'm an FWISD volunteer. I was born and raised in Fort Worth. I went to public schools here. When I retired, I moved back to Fort Worth in 2020, and via my church, I immediately got involved with INA. Since that beginning, I have continued helping set up classrooms, multiple campuses you guys keep moving them to. Helping direct students on the first few days of school because they can't read. They don't know right from left. They don't understand our English. They can't get where they need to get. And donations, helping the families behind the students. Our church, other churches, we have worked with them to get things that those people need. They don't understand all of the rhymes and reasons of the United States when they don't understand the language. So, these kids and these teachers are unique in every way. The students initially come here without knowing English, so everything is totally new to them. They're scared, they're timid. But after I interfaced with the school later in the year, things were looking up. They were able to talk to me. They had some English. Yes, we are making progress. They know English. They know math. They know social studies and science. They're on their way to success. But their future is in that being able to learn the language. This could not occur without dedicated teachers who have learned over time how to properly help these students succeed. It is a gift and a passion that these teachers for these students have. I think if you, the board, do not properly support these new American students in a dedicated school like INA, your ratings on other schools where these kids end up and don't have the understanding of the English language, your ratings are going to go down on those campuses, and you're not going to achieve your numbers that you think you want. I've heard a lot about plans, but I hadn't seen or heard anything that makes me feel that y'all know what you're doing and you haven't talked to the right people to get the information. All of you are to blame for that.
Thank you, Mr. Marcel. Our next speaker is Adrian Forsyth, who is a minor. So Adrian may have had to go home to bed, get ready for school. Is Adrian not here? So, and I'm guessing that Tricia Forsyth was with Adrian. And she's not here either, so. Bahista, and I may mispronounce this name, probably will. U-S-S-E-R-Y, Ussery. Thank you, Ms. Ussery. Ms. Ussery will be followed by Shayna Starks.
Good evening. My name is Bahista Ussery. It is tricky, so don't worry about that. And I'm a parent at North Highmount and also a Fort supporter. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about the proposed staff reductions, especially in areas that directly support our most vulnerable students, including our SPED therapists and bilingual education. I've spoken directly with professionals in our schools, those that work in dyslexia, dual language, and speech pathology, and what I heard was consistent. These cuts will reduce support where students need it most. Our SPED specialists are already stretched thin. There is concern that they may be asked to cover multiple campuses, even more than they are, or lose time with students. When that happens, intervention time decreases. And when intervention decreases, students fall behind, but not just individually, in the classroom as a whole. We've seen this before in this district. This is what I've been told. When leadership has been reduced and too many roles are placed under one director, support breaks down, needs go unmet, and staff become overwhelmed. That is not a theory, it's our history. There is also concern that dyslexia services will be targeted next, when the goal should be one specialist per school. Dyslexia, speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, psychology, these are not optional programs. These are federally protected services under special education law. Reducing them doesn't eliminate the need, it just shifts the burden onto already struggling systems, teachers, and families. And beyond job titles, these staff members are part of the fabric of our schools. They run programs, they support events, they build relationships with students, even the ones that they don't see. When you remove them, you remove stability and connection. I also want to highlight the impact on bilingual and dual language programs. Both my kids are in dual language at North Highmount. These programs have already seen reductions in support staff, and somehow the teachers are persevering. Coordinators who once helped teachers and supported cultural programs are disappearing. We could lose our special summer program where we have the students come from Mexico. These programs don't just teach language, they build identity, culture, and belonging. Losing them is not just an academic loss, it's a community loss. So I ask, what is the plan to replace these positions and their services? Where is the data showing that these changes will improve outcomes? And how will you ensure students don't fall further behind? Because from where we stand, this does not look like efficiency. It looks like a reduction in support for the students who need it most. In fact, it feels like Fort Worth ISD is pushing a culture that doesn't emphasize differences. I'm hearing from families, unfortunately including my own, who are considering other options if student support and opportunities are reduced. We can afford private school, but we don't want to. We support public school. We are proud citizens from public school. And many of our students are currently the district's highest academic performers. So think about how that's going to contribute to overall outcomes. This isn't about comparing students, it's about recognizing that strong programs help all students succeed and sustain district performance.
Thank you, Ms. Essery. Ms. Essery, followed by Shayna Starks. Ryan Martin. She left. So, please pass the note. Diane Simons.
Ryan Martin.
Oh, Ryan Martin, all right.
Yeah, I don't know how you missed me.
I can't say you slipped up on me.
Right?
But
So, my name's Ryan. I'm a parent of a fourth grader at North Highmount Elementary. Sorry. Okay. I'm a parent of a fourth grader at North Highmount Elementary. Good. My sign here just says Fort Worth ISD Board. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. And yeah, I'm aware that I look a little foolish tonight. In fact, when I told my wife I ordered this outfit, she said, "Surely you're joking, right?" And I said, you know, that sticks with me because that was the reaction I had when I read the plans presented by y'all tonight. I was shocked to hear that among this administration's first order of business, that you would consider closing the International Newcomers Academy and eliminate dozens of special education and speech pathology jobs. The parents and community members who have spoken here tonight have expressed concerns with more passion and specificity than I ever could. So I'll simply echo the core point. The path you've chosen feels both premature and incomplete. Dr. Licata, I've appreciated your weekly email communications outlining goals like delivering more student resources right where they're needed, narrowing achievement gaps, and expanding programs to better prepare our kids. Those are the right priorities, but we need more than intentions, we need clarity. I respectfully ask that the district provide campus-level staffing plans, clear timelines, and defined metrics for success. Without specifics, the decisions we're weighing tonight feel like they're happening in reverse. Actions first, plans second. And I trust that you've heard many of us make that same point here tonight. So in closing, I ask the board to consider 3 simple things. Please don't force awesome, dedicated Fort Worth ISD employees to lose their jobs. Please don't eliminate positions or close INA before a clear plan exists to maintain or enhance student services. And please don't approve major changes simply because you've been told that big changes are needed fast. The decisions you make today will shape our district for years to come. They deserve transparency, deliberation, and care. Without that, if board members simply forge ahead and drink the proverbial Kool-Aid, I fear that you'll find yourself up here feeling remorseful and looking as foolish as I do tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Diane Simons. Is Ms. Simons here? Next speaker is Wendy Dwyer Johnson. Zanetta Crawford. Jaylene Salvador. Drew Brown. Gordon Appleman, I don't see him here. Jeline Turner. And speaker 104, Sergio Aristalzabal, and who requires a translator. And a person with a translator is entitled to 6 minutes.
Good evening. It's been a rather passionate night, hasn't it? I have people that feel very strongly about the reasons that they have come here. My name is Jill Turner. Jack and Jill, Turner rhymes with learner. I've been an educator for 23 years. 3 of those years were spent at Brigham Young University as I got my bachelor's degree and master's degree in child development and emphasis in early childhood education. We moved to Fort Worth in 1992. Over in the White Settlement area. I substituted for 2 years in the White Settlement District, and then we moved to Fort Worth in 2000. So I've been in Fort Worth ISD for 26 years. 6 of our 9 children are products of Fort Worth ISD. I substituted for another 8 years in Fort Worth ISD, 5 days a week. That's a lot of schools. That's in a lot of classrooms all across our district. I then went into resource and inclusion for 3 years. And then I went into special education, where I've been for 9 years. And I was so excited when I saw that we were going to get a 5% salary increase. The teacher was saying in the lunchroom, we're getting a 5% increase. My husband said, you're getting a 5% increase. And then I looked at the fine print. Even though I hold a master's degree, and I have 23 years of education experience, I'm a teacher assistant. That 5% does not apply to me. Yet I bring all of that experience every day into my classroom. Somebody needs to do that. Don't you want the best qualified to do that? Because those teachers that have an assistant in their classroom cannot do their job without the assistants there. Not only our assistants, but you want this beautiful curbside appearance, our custodians, our cafeteria, our nurses that are there, everyone in this building. These are Fort Worth ISD employees that deserve that 5% as well, because we are here for every child, every student in our classroom. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 星期一、星期二、星期三、星期四、星期五、星期六. Did anyone understand what I was saying? I counted to 10, and I said the days of the week in Cantonese. You got a first-hand experience of what it is like for these language learners to come.
May I ask you to say your name, because we had gotten...
It is Jeline, but I said Jill, because I want you to remember, Jack and Jill,
Turner?
Turner rhymes with learner.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker is Sergio Aristizabal. Next speaker is Annette Crivellaro. And she will be followed by David Rodriguez.
Before I get started, I know that somebody walked in right after you called their name, so I wanted to see if, okay, perfect, thank you. Whew, okay. In 1978, the Office of Civil Rights wrote a letter to Fort Worth ISD pleading for improvement in support of less than 2,000 LEP students, limited English proficiency. Coincidentally, 1978 is when my mother was moved from Mexico. She was 15 and did not attend Fort Worth ISD High School, because she did not have the support that she needed to approach a high school education at that time. I attended Fort Worth ISD as an ESL student, and then when I was transferred to a different school district, I was the only child in my first grade class that could read an entire book in English on the first day of school. I elected to bring my child to attend a Fort Worth ISD school because of the support that I knew was here. He is now thriving in a dual language program, and I couldn't be more proud of him. I also have had the privilege of providing therapy to various students in Fort Worth ISD, Tarrant County, and in 8 other surrounding counties within the past few years. And in that position, I collaborated a lot and very closely with the faculty members at numerous schools in all of those counties to help ensure that the students have their needs met and that the families have their needs met as well. And I say all of that because I have been so impressed by the support that the students receive at the International Newcomers Academy and by the student outcomes that I've observed throughout the years. The dedication that I have seen there has really been unmatched. I am personally very moved by the work and the outcomes that I've seen produced by the Emergent Bilingual Department at Fort Worth ISD. They are actually, and I promise you, all signs that lead to that is they are the biggest reason why we chose to bring our kid to Fort Worth ISD schools. Closing down INA and critical positions in the Emergent Bilingual Department means stripping approximately 28,000 students in Fort Worth ISD of equity and access to content and comprehension that is necessary for them to succeed, meaning directly impacting approximately 40% of the student population in Fort Worth ISD today. That's slightly less than 28,000 students who currently qualify for language support services in comparison to 2,000 students in 1978. If these students do not have targeted content and support that they need, we will see lower success rates in the district. And if they do not succeed in their education, we as a city do not succeed either. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Rodriguez. And Mr. Rodriguez will be followed by Sayeda Syed.
So I'd like to start off with, I don't have any skin in this game, to be honest. I'm just a Fort Worth taxpayer. But I'd like to say that as a proud son of a migrant, I want my tax dollars to go to supporting migrant families and their education. This decision, and it's been heard, and I've heard it echoed all night about this supposed plan that y'all have that doesn't appear to be a plan at all. And so what's going to happen with these staff when you decide to get rid of their jobs? Are they, and some people said they haven't even been contacted for any jobs, and then if they can't find a job, are you just going to sit there and place the blame on them because they somehow weren't prepared enough in order to remarket themselves or whatever? And on another note, as far as I keep hearing financial impact, financial fiscal responsibility, all these things, but once again, we're ranked 47th in the state of education. We have a $24 billion surplus held by Greg Abbott, And amongst 254 counties in the state of Texas, if that was distributed equally, Tarrant County would have at least received $94 million, which I'm sure is enough to cover any kind of shortfall that we have here. And, you know, another thing is that I heard there's this thread that keeps being brought up, and this thread keeps being brought up all throughout Tarrant County Commissioners Court, Fort Worth City Council. It's this idea of legality. Well, let me tell you, everybody knows slavery was once legal at some point. Child labor, as young as 3 years old, was legal at one point. And then now you're using and we're hearing this rhetoric, this framework of legality in order to once again displace these migrant children from their friends and from their loved teachers. And as far as core academics, refocus on core academics. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, my fellow teachers out there, math, that's a core academic, right? Do y'all teach that there? Yes, sir. Science? Yes. Reading? Yes. Oh, well, it kind of looks like they're already focusing on all the right things. Thank you for your time.
Rodriguez. Our next speaker, Syed. Did I get it close? And then after that, Dr. Lisdelia Pignon.
I am Sayeda Syed, and I would say from last 2.5 years, I'm following Forward ISD. From the only speaker to 111th speaker, that's the performance of Forward ISD, and I would say more informed parents showed up to this meeting. Well, my favorite topic, a lot of people know here, but this board probably does not hear me before. It is Tarrant Appraisal District. Whenever I showed up, I talk about Appraisal District. So the last year, Tarrant Appraisal District overvalued 190,000 residential properties. Property owners pays property tax based on those values. This information is obtained through an open record request. Only one Tarrant County resident did it, and that calculated the lowered market values for over 190,000 properties, but did not release it to the property owners, and the only reason behind that is their own reappraisal plan. Chief Appraiser showed it to them on several occasions, but they just denied it in an executive session. The only reason this information is public because one resident requested it. TAD is doing the same thing again this year, so most people think that they do not need to protest because their property values are not changing this year. That exemption will cost thousands of people just like it did last year. Most property will overvalue. They never seen this data unless someone show it to them. I encourage every property owner or business owner in Tarrant County to please go and protest your value. The deadline to protest is May 15. Some people know that the Chandler Crouch is having a property tax protest town hall this Saturday, May 2nd at 10:30 a.m. at Como Center. And for this board, TED has a closed-door entity meeting. You can show up as a board member. April 30th, 10 a.m., only your CFO has that information. And get this information directly from Chief Appraiser about your new values. When you are charging them premium amount as a property taxes, people deserve premium services as well. My own school district is a recapture district. I do not live in Forward ISD, but over the period since the Robin Hood started, they already paid over $1 billion to the state. I am on November ballot for Tarrant Appraisal District, so hope to get votes from not only Forward ISD residents, but the rest of the county as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Lisdelia Pignon, and she'll be followed by Lynn Craig.
Good evening, Board of Managers and Superintendent. Buenas tardes. My name is Doctora Liz Piñon, and I'm an Education Associate with IDRA, an independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit committed to achieving equal education opportunities for every child through strong public schools that prepare all our students to access and succeed in college. We have been fighting for emergent bilingual students for over 53 years in Texas. I have spent my career as both a bilingual educator and a mother advocating for students who too often must fight just to be seen. For the past 3 years, I served on a TA committee that developed the Bilingual Special Ed Teacher Certificate, a certificate that was newly adopted by the SBOE in September of 2025. That work was about building stronger systems so emergent bilingual students, especially those with the greatest needs, receive the specialized support that they deserve. So I come to you not as an advocate, but as someone who has helped build solutions at the state level. This current proposal raises some serious concerns about educational equity, program effectiveness, and compliance with federal and state obligations to serve our emergent bilingual students. Fort Worth ISD serves approximately 28,000 emergent bilingual students, including more than 2,100 newcomers. Many of these students are navigating not only the challenge of learning English, but also interrupted or limited formal education. Some arrive without literacy in their home, many arrive without English, some are unschooled, some cannot yet read or write in any language. That's the key word, yet, because INA changes this. As a TCU College of Ed student, I was an educational leadership doctoral student. I observed INA and I was so inspired by what I saw. The research is clear that newcomer students, particularly students with limited or interrupted education, they require specialized, intensive, coordinated support to succeed academically. Programs like INA are designed specially to meet these needs. The proposed closure of INA and the distributing of students appears to be framed as a shift of services rather than an elimination. However, research and experience demonstrate that when the supports for emergent bilingual students are fragmented or diluted, student outcomes suffer. Strong programs require intentional, coordinated systems, not scattered or inconsistent services. Let's talk about some practical and legal concerns. Under Plyler and Doe, all children, regardless of immigration status, have the right to a free public education. Under Lau and Nichols, student districts must take affirmative steps to ensure that students who are not proficient in English can meaningfully access to education. District data further underscores the urgency of this issue. With overall enrollment has declined, emergent bilingual student has increased, indicating a growing need. So I urge you, don't make short-term decisions that creates long-term harm. Do not dismantle the very support that makes success possible. Listen to your community, listen to the data, listen to the law, and protect the students.
Thank you, Dr. Pignon. Next speaker is Lynn Craig.
Hi, I'm Lane Craig. As a reminder, you were appointed to improve student outcomes. You were not appointed to balance the budget. It is shocking and confounding to me that one of your first moves to improve these academic outcomes is to remove the bloat from the departments that serve the students most at risk, the students who should be your top priority. The special education and bilingual populations are not shrinking in the same way district enrollment overall is. To make cuts in these areas is not only inequitable, but illogical. If cuts are needed, they need to be made in areas where we're actually seeing enrollment loss. Moreover, the kinds of positions being cut raises a lot of red flags to me, as it should for all of you. Many of these positions, particularly in special ed and speech therapy, but also in the bilingual departments, are held by specialists with postgraduate training and/or certification in their specific fields. These are highly trained professionals, some of whom have given up more lucrative work elsewhere to contribute to public education in their communities. While these roles are being eliminated, roles like learning facilitator are being created. This job, which involves overseeing mastery labs where students are supposedly going for enrichment after they have completed their DOLs, not only doesn't require a teaching certification, but does not require any post-secondary degree, not even an associate's degree. As professionals yourselves, do you truly think that replacing a number of degreed and credentialed employees in your workplaces with untrained and uncertified workers is a path to improve outcomes? If you have children in the district, are you excited about some of the most specialized employees at their schools being let go, while facilitators without qualifications are hired? If you didn't attend public school or didn't send your kids to Fort Worth ISD, do you really feel comfortable declaring through your actions that kids like mine don't deserve the bare minimum of being taught by teachers with certifications or at least college degrees? I understand that you've been informed that this is your first year and your job is to say yes. And I think we can all think of examples where people whose job it is to say yes have said no, and history is better for it.
You to say your name, I'm afraid. Okay. That's what I thought, who I thought you were, and they were passing me notes saying that you weren't. I remember you from your days of all advocacy. Our next speaker, and I don't see her here, Juliette George. Oh, there she is. Welcome, Ms. George.
Oh, dear, sorry. Can you hear me? I'm Juliette George of Fort Worth, an alumna of several public schools in our Fort Worth's Arlington Heights, an educator's daughter, a retired teacher of Spanish and social studies, former World Languages Department chair at Northside High School, and former adjunct instructor of U.S. history at Weatherford College. I'm retired. I'm going to save thank yous till the end in case I have a few more minutes. In hopes that I am addressing people who are not completely galvanized against educating and welcoming as we educate, I tell you that doing away with the International Newcomers Academy and dismissing its faculty and staff not only makes learning and adapting much more challenging, it also telegraphs yet another brazenly xenophobic message to those students, their families, everyone who knows them and works with them, and to the world. It says, newcomers, your new managers have removed the lamp that was lifted long ago beside the golden door. There's another door that I'm thinking about. It's the door to the auditorium at Stripling Middle School. The words inscribed there are by Mirabeau B. Lamar. An educated mind is the guardian genius of democracy. And I hope you will think about that, because those who succeed, thanks to something not like this academy, are very likely or more likely to come about into the world and contribute some great things. I want to thank fellow educators Shauna Cisneros and Ali Cheka, and also for their social media posts that alerted me to this, and local reportage by KERA News, Fort Worth Report, and probably the Star Telegram. I didn't see that. And I want to thank Mr. Guerin for unfailingly diplomatic moderation. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gabriela Ramirez. Next speaker is Norma Garcia Lopez. Okay.
Good evening. I really don't know how to follow up, behind these educators and these parents. Listening to all of them, it just enrages me more than ever. It's heartbreaking. And I want to ask y'all, where is your introduction to the community been? Because y'all haven't been formally introduced to the community. Y'all haven't gone out there. How many of you Board of Managers attended with Dr. Licata to the Newcomer Academy? I mean, your job is to hold him accountable. So how do you know what he's doing is correct? And how do y'all know that the decisions y'all making is accurate? How many of you have you visited these educators, this Newcomer Academy? The community we're right now, your information is vague. And decisions like this are not explained. Of course, it creates confusion, mistrust, and anxiety. These are students learning English while also adjusting academically, socially, and emotionally to an entirely new environment. I was an undocumented student at Fort Worth ISD. I know what it feels like. And I wish I had an INA when I started my academic journey in Fort Worth ISD. Now I make noise to be here. I am a tia that will continue making noise. I want to know, how will these students be supported once they, supposedly, if they're placed in their home campuses? What specific training, staffing, and ongoing resources will be provided to ensure teachers are fully prepared to support emergent bilingual learners, not just academically, but also in terms of language development and social emotional needs? How will the schools that are already managing large class sizes and limited resources be equipped to absorb these students with specific instructional needs? But most of all, I want to acknowledge something that many families, including myself, I take this very personal. In a time when our communities are being attacked by the racist, hateful rhetoric that's going on, and especially of some people that were in here, how are you making these decisions? The perception matters, because even though it's not the intent, that's what it looks like. For many immigrant families, this can be unsettling, and it raises real concerns whether these children are still fully valued and supported in our district. So I ask again, where are the actual plans, the decisions you are making? What are you basing it on? I haven't seen the videos or the introductions on NBC News yet, but I look forward to it. But Board of Managers, it's your job to make sure Dr. Licata is doing his job, but also it's our job to hold you accountable that you're doing what you're supposed to, doing the research and everything else.
Thank you for your comment. I was passed a note that Diana Simons, I beg your pardon? And Janetta Crawford has returned. And I beg your pardon, what is your name?
Diane Simons.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Simons.
Thank you. Well, glad y'all are still awake, so hopefully I won't bore you to death. So I'm trying to stay awake myself. But I'm here today to speak about our International Newcomer Academy students. Young people who are already overcoming enormous challenges just to sit in our classrooms. These students are not just learning math, science, and history. They're learning English, learning a new culture, learning a new school system, and often healing from major life disruptions like migration, displacement, or separation from family. A Newcomer Academy exists for a reason. It provides a safe and supportive environment where students can build language skills, confidence, and stability before transitioning into a traditional campus. But when students are forced to leave purely before they are academically, emotionally, or linguistically ready, we're not setting them up for success. We're setting them up to struggle. Imagine walking into a classroom where everyone speaks a language you're still learning, where the lessons move faster than you can process, and where asking for help feels intimidating. That's the reality for many newcomer students who transition too soon. And the impact is serious. Students can fall behind academically. Their confidence can drop. Attendance can suffer. Some may disengage entirely, not because they lack ability, but because they lacked enough time and support. Education should meet students where they are, not rush them to where the system wants them to be. Transitioning students should be based on readiness, not timeliness. It should be based on language growth, academic progress, and emotional preparedness, not seat count or administrative convenience. When we invest in newcomer students, we invest in our future. These students bring resilience, culture, perspective, and determination into our schools. They deserve the chance to build a strong foundation. I urge this district to reconsider policies that push newcomer academy students out too early. Give educators flexibility. Trust the professionals working directly with these students. And most importantly, listen to the students and families themselves. Success is not about how quickly a student leaves a newcomer program. Success is about how well they thrive after they transition. Let's make sure they're building bridges for these students, not barriers. And also, I wanted to give this to the board today. It says, "We matter," and the students have actually signed this from INA. Oh, I got 7 seconds. And they also said, "This is my safe place. It's the best school. It's my house. Please don't close the school." And we love INA.
Now, someone said that someone who had been passed over has shown up. And what is your name?
Zanetta Crawford.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Zanetta Crawford. Good evening, trustees, superintendent, and members of the community. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. And thank you to the INA community. I serve as the biliterary specialist at International Newcomers Academy. Every day, I work directly with students who are learning English while simultaneously developing literacy in their home language. Students who are building the foundation for their academic future in 2 languages at once. For our students, this work is not optional, it's essential. Closing INA and dispersing our students to their home campuses may seem efficient on paper, but in reality, it moves the very supports that allow them to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. As a biliteracy specialist, I see firsthand what our newcomer students require. Intentional language development that integrates reading, writing, and speaking, and listening across 2 languages. Specialized instructional strategies designed for students with interrupted or limited formal education. Culturally responsive teaching that honors their linguistic identities and builds confidence. A safe, supportive environment where students are not isolated as the only newcomer on a campus. Staff trained specifically in newcomer and biliteracy pedagogy, not just general ESL. These supports are not add-ons at INA. They are built into every classroom, every schedule, every hallway interaction. They are the reason our students make rapid academic and linguistic growth. When newcomer students are sent to traditional campuses, those campuses are suddenly expected to replicate a system that took INA years to build. Most campuses simply do not have the structures, staffing, or training to meet these students' needs at the level required. Thank you for this time, and I appreciate that you have listened to our voices today. And I wish the best for the INA students because they are valued, and I'm grateful to work in such a community where we value their education and academics.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Our next speaker is Manuel Valdez. Following Mr. Valdez, Felicia Alba. And after Felicia Alba, it's Barrett Monk.
All right, good evening. I'm number 118 in case anybody's wondering. I am an educator for Fort Worth ISD as well as a parent to 2 students here in this district. I am speaking today against the potential closure of International Newcomer Academy. I began my career as a teacher at INA in 2013, which was actually when the school was housed in this building. During my 6 years here, I was surrounded by colleagues who were passionate about their work, a school culture that was positive, welcoming, joyful, and collaborative, and a student body that was diverse and incredible. Because the school was so unique, we had the privilege through a grant to receive deep and sustained professional development of an educational program based in social cultural theory. The entire campus used this pedagogy as a foundation to our teaching, engaged in collaboration, refined our craft, and became excellent teachers. We were a lighthouse and a model for newcomer schools, not just in Fort Worth, not just in Texas, but in the country. Aside from the fact that INA develops and sustains incredible educators, the most important reason to keep INA open is the students. INA serves newly arrived immigrants and refugees, and throughout its 31 years of existence has provided a safe, welcoming, and inclusive space for these special students. Students who are not only navigating learning English, grade level content, but a life in a new country. Through robust community and business partnerships, INA is able to provide students and their families with resources, a sense of community, and a foundation to which to begin their new life upon. And this is all on top of ensuring that students are engaging in accessible, rigorous, high-quality education. I have had the privilege of educating hundreds of students who have continued on to become successful and amazing adults, many of which will tell you, because they come back and they tell us, was due in some part to INA and the adults who taught them, mentored them, and cared incredibly deeply for them. The closure of INA would be detrimental and have a lasting negative impact on our students, their families, and the district as a whole. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barrett Monk, and then following Barrett Monk is Pamela Bennett.
Good afternoon. My name is Barrett Monk, and I currently serve as the choir director at the International Newcomer Academy. I've had the privilege of teaching there for the past 3 years, and I'm deeply grateful to call INA my professional home. Music has been central to my life, but my journey as a musician began, as it does for so many, in a public school classroom. I did not start my musical education early. I joined choir for the first time in 9th grade and found myself in a class of 70 students, every one of whom had prior experience except me. I could not read music. I made frequent mistakes. I felt out of place. Music, a universal language, was completely unfamiliar to me. I was embarrassed and discouraged. My choir director, one of the most skilled educators I have ever known, was honest with me. He explained that the pace of the class would not allow him to reteach years of foundational material. Instead, he advised me that if I truly wanted to succeed, I needed to learn the fundamentals on my own, beginning at the piano. So I did. During winter break, I dedicated myself to learning music theory from the ground up. With a small keyboard and borrowed books, I worked relentlessly. Over time, I progressed from not being able to read music at all to being asked to conduct a song for our concert. I succeeded, but I succeeded largely because I was forced to teach myself. Now, at first, this story may sound like a testament to determination. However, it is a cautionary one. No student should have to self-educate simply to access learning. If INA is closed, students who are learning not only a new language, but a new culture and an educational system will be asked to do exactly that across every subject, every day. Mainstream classrooms, regardless of dedication, often lack the time and specialized resources required to meet the needs of unschooled immigrant and refugee students. INA exists to bridge that gap. I understand decisions may already be in motion, but I respectfully ask you to reconsider. Future Fort Worth ISD students deserve access to meaningful instruction, not survival-based learning, which will happen if INA is closed. INA makes that possible. City leaders cannot sit on the sidelines and hope for the best, to quote one of you. So make INA an elevated newcomer pilot program, so it is a solution to your goals rather than an obstacle. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your remark. Next speaker is Ms. Bennett. Thank you for joining us again.
Good evening. First of all, I want to thank y'all because me coming to speak to y'all 2 weeks ago, I was able to get one of our campuses that we were supposed to feed into contacted me, and I thanked them, but that wasn't a solution. Also, transportation contacted me, and I thanked them, but that was not a solution to my problem. Also, y'all sent someone out to me that was able to see what my problem was, and she was able to see exactly what I was talking about, so I'd like to thank y'all for that. But what I'm here for today is not, the problem is not that. The problem is closing of my campus. Y'all hold my campus in y'all's hands. The first set of people are not here anymore. So we're gonna close them out because y'all are controlling my building now. The thing of it is, we have students that walked home. She got to see exactly how many students walk home with me. Not the 60 that we have after school, but she got to see a majority of our students that walked. And I thank her for walking with me. We have parents and grandparents that walk our kids to school, which one of them is 85 years old, and she walks her grandkids every day and comes back and meets them every day. The thing of it is, we have a lot of health issue students at our campus. So if we call the paramedics controls the problem, but the parents still have to walk them home because they don't have transportation. So if you move us to another campus, how is that parent going to get there to get their child that is sick or their grandchild? That's the point I'm trying to say in closing of our campus. Another thing is, besides that, y'all are saying y'all going to give us a school bus. How would you want your 4-year-old or 5-year-old to stand out on a bus stop waiting on a bus that may never come? Because some of the buses don't even come to our school. They don't come on time. So they would be standing out there waiting on the bus. Our kids walk themselves to school every day. I know because some of the days I do a walking school bus, so I walk with them to school every day. As I spoke to you on the last time, it's 1.9 or 1.8 miles to the schools that they are trying to send us to. I want you to know that besides that, we have a food pantry. So that gives our students and parents food. But to think about, I had a student that came to talk to one of the teachers that I feel so strongly about. I knew her for over 18 years. We had a student that cried to her and says, "Do you not love us anymore? Is that why we're closing our school?" Do you know how that made that teacher feel? I have never seen a teacher feel that way before. So I heard it for her. I heard from my parents that come and tell me, "Miss Pam, what are we gonna do? Because I have no way to get my child there." When I say a school bus, still the point is, how are we gonna get our student home if something goes wrong with them? So to let you know that a lot of our parents are planning on homeschooling. Do you know how that's going to be? Just think about how the pandemic was when our kids came back 1 year or 2 years later, and they're so far behind trying to come back to school. That's the way it's going to be if they should try to come back to Fort Worth ISD. To let you know, you hold 300 students and parents in your hands. That's their education, that's their well-being, and that's their future. So please think about what you're doing. You have a chance to change that because you're not the people that decided to close us. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Next speaker is Mindia Whittier, and Mindia will be followed by Kristen Claude.
My name's Mindia Whittier, and I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent, including a child with a 504 plan. The media quoted Dr. Lakita this week saying, "We are not reducing services. Actually, it probably will increase." How would you know? You've only been here for 5 weeks. That is insufficient time to conduct credible, robust analysis and planning for follow-through. All we've heard is dog whistles about isolation models and segregation based on language. What we have not been provided is concrete strategies and tactics for what comes next. I hold a master's degree in leading organizations through transition, so I know what scholarly research says about systems change. It overwhelmingly rejects fast and rash change without analysis. The evidence points to a disciplined, well-prepared approach. The research says that effective organizational change is achieved by moving with urgency but not recklessness. Research explicitly warns that executing change without preparation is likely to fail. If you skip analysis, stakeholder buy-in, and readiness, you're not being bold, you're setting us up for failure. Momentum matters, but urgency must be constructed and communicated, not chaotic. What you are doing with this process is chaotic. That's why you have more than 130 speakers here tonight, despite the threat of tornadoes and golf ball-sized hail. You've only been in your roles for 5 weeks. It would be arrogant to perceive that you are anywhere near informed enough to vote on such significant matters as reducing emergent bilingual staff or closing the International Newcomers Academy. So where should your focus be? Since most of you have no experience in the classroom, I want to educate you on the most important thing I've learned over 2 decades as a teacher. Students are only able to be as successful in the classroom as what their experiences and their circumstances beyond the classroom permit. If you want to quickly impact student achievement, focus your attention there first. Cutting bilingual services does the opposite. Moreover, the speed and recklessness with which you are pursuing these cuts is a phenomenally bad PR move. It is counter to all the best practices of stakeholder engagement. That's why you had standing room only here tonight. And if you don't want the stakeholders here who are angry month after month, you need to pump the brakes. Do this right. Speak to the members of the impacted community. Prepare and present a proper plan to support the emerging language learners in our district. And shame on you for calling this meeting after canceling all the activities tonight. You placed us at risk. The severe weather may not have materialized, but that was only because you dodged a bullet. And if we can't trust you to look after our basic safety, how can we trust your judgment to serve the well-being of our most vulnerable children?
Ms. Whittier. Our next speaker is Reverend Kristen Pade, and she'll be followed by Keisha Brazil.
Okay, thank y'all for hearing us tonight. I'm going to jump right into it. I'm Kristen Claudy, and I'm addressing you tonight as the Secretary of Fort. First, I want to reiterate that Fort wants the district to succeed. Every one of our board members, 6 of us, have kids in the district currently, and we agree it is our moral imperative to ensure every child, not just ours, succeeds and fulfills their potential. In that vein, the actions the board is taking tonight, I think they have unintended consequences that cancel out the stated intent of this reduction in force. How do I know? Because I've spoken to many staff on the ground, highly educated and highly successful staff who are being unceremoniously, haphazardly, and unilaterally let go. Many of those let go have no intention of reapplying in Fort Worth ISD due to the chaos and perceived lack of care for staff generally. Common sense would tell us that our most highly educated teachers and support staff will be the ones to easily get jobs in other districts and even other industries, which is happening as we speak, and it's a tragedy and has really long-term consequences. Now, I appreciate the explanatory email that was sent out, I really do, but I have some concerns. My biggest concern is that your intent to ramp up SPED and bilingual district classroom services will be hamstringed by the fact that very few staff are going to want to reapply to work in such instability and chaos. In that email, you said, students will continue to receive the support they need. We are restructuring positions. I ask how? How specifically are you restructuring positions? You said, this is a change in how support is delivered. Every student will retain access to the same level of support. And again, I ask how. You've heard from so many incredible speech language pathologists that have testified that that's not very probable that they're going to receive the same level of support. You said that special education services will continue without interruption, and again, I ask, how? You cannot promise that. When SPED staff are reorganized in any way, services are interrupted. These staff are not immediately interchangeable. My daughter is a SPED student with an autism code, ADHD, and an unusual neurological diagnosis about which staff must be specifically educated. I sent them all PubMed articles when I met them. They hadn't heard of it. They're amazing, but they had not heard of it. Learning what works for her takes time. Her FIE is over 30 pages long. Now, I understand that there's going to be staff turnover. I'm sympathetic to that, but it doesn't have to be exacerbated like this. And if you insist on doing it this way, please don't send out emails making lofty promises that go against common sense. We need more details, we need more transparency, not broad assurances, not false promises. We need a plan that makes sense, and Fort will continue to ask for guardrails, please, dialogue with the community. We believe that we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We believe we can save the baby. Thank you.
Keisha Brazil. Enix Ramos. Okay. Ms. Ramos will be followed by Aaron Perks.
Good evening. I'm a little vertically challenged. Can you all hear me? I'll get right to it. Teachers are continuously told to remember their why. This making it very complicated for me to comprehend decisions that directly affect our whys, like the micromanaging of thermostats and light in rooms and desks, how they're arranged, scripts and curriculums that strip away our authenticity and the humanity behind teaching and learning, the use of manpower to oversee these things that could be better employed in other urgent matters, the exaggerated amount of testing where students click away exhausted and frustrated like it has been the past 2 weeks and the week ahead, which is Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you for that. Nothing says we value you like burning you out and closing a school. Testing that will not address our most serious issues like student apathy. And finally, but most importantly, the elimination of positions and campuses that serve our most vulnerable populations, newcomers, ESLs, special needs. As a newcomer myself, I know what it feels like to be lost and placed in on-level classes, sinking and feeling that I am the most stupid person in the room. These students will be placed in already packed and struggling rooms, like my 2 rooms of 32 and 33. This is an unjustifiable act with all the parties involved. It will not set up students for success. It will accomplish the contrary and continue to hurt those wonderful test scores districts are so obsessed about. What is the plan besides pretty words on a website? What training will be provided for general ed teachers receiving these students? What supports for staff to overcome language barriers besides telling us to use Google Translate? How do we expect these students to be successful in on-level classes like history or English at the speed you want us to go with these curriculums? And if this is really about budget cuts, why not evaluate cuts that don't affect our whys, like apps you've purchased in the past year, for example, that I've only used twice for 2 diagnostics at the sound of $198,000. Schools cannot be run as businesses. And if you choose to run a school as a business, you need to take care of your employees and your customers. All of us need to remember our why, and that includes this board in front of us. Good evening.
Our next speaker is Aaron Perks, and Ms. Perks will be followed by Charles Bills. I think I saw him leave. Oh, no, I see Charles.
Good evening. My name is Erin Perks. I participated in the Lone Star Governance training with quite a few of you up here, and I've also been working in the community also with many of you. And during that training, we were asked to continue to bear in mind that we are all ultimately working towards the same goal, to improve student outcomes. I understand and do not doubt the commitment you have made to the students of Fort Worth. I also would like to bring into consideration the proposed reduction of force changes that the superintendent has submitted to the board to vote on this evening and its ultimate impact on student outcomes. While Dr. Licata has addressed a generalized sweeping change that needs to be made, he has not yet transparently addressed his complete dismantling of the emergent bilingual department and gutting changes of the already overburdened special education program. I am a parent to 3 students in the two-way dual language program, which when we began this program, it was completely unsupported and unstructured except by the teachers in my very own school setting. And now it runs as a fully structured and flourishing program under Dr. Mendoza and her department's supervision and implementation with fidelity. I have a child who began with speech services with Child Find and is currently continuing to receive speech therapy from a therapist that you all are considering a vote to eliminate her position for this evening. A speech therapist who has a full caseload and yet has still given my child the gift of words and also made him feel like he matters most when he sees her tomorrow morning. I am also actively working for my child to receive dyslexia services, which he was recently diagnosed with, something I and others should not have to work so hard to advocate for, but instead I am met with a long wait while my child is floundering in his class. And yet you want to move diagnosticians, I am still in queue for their services. Ask any special education family in our district and we will tell you changes need to be made, but the reduction in force issue is focused on changing only the adult inputs and not how it will impact or improve the student outcomes. Also, I'll finish with this, noting that I only have 40 seconds. According to TEA's own board governance framework, which we all received, the Board of Managers must set guardrails, superintendent interim guardrail metrics. These guardrails should reflect and uphold community values. The haste at which you all are being asked to vote on this measure without fully setting goals, goal progress measures, or guardrails is concerning and is outside the scope of TEA's own framework for a Board of Managers. I ask that you each fully reject the reduction of force proposal until basic TEA board governance framework has been met so that any changes made are done so purely and to positively impact student outcomes going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Charles Bills, and Mr. Bills will be followed by Carrie English.
I'm wondering if there's any precedent of announcing you're going to close a campus and then a week later you're going to vote on it without any public input at all except this. And I'm wondering about the veracity of your claims that it's just that having a special academy for newcomers is a plan that will fail and you want them just to integrate in the regular schools. And I can see the idea. You want them to sink or swim, and the kids that sink are going to drop out. They won't be tested, and you could pretend they never existed. Or maybe you just think our glorious leader, Greg Abbott, is going to send all the non-English speakers to detention camps or get them deported. Or maybe you think the charter schools with their new government taxpayer largesse are going to take on these students out of the goodness of their heart. I implore you to delay this at least and tell us exactly how you're going to integrate these students. You know, give us some time to discuss it. Thank you.
Carrie English. Carrie's not here. David Hafer. And Mr. Hafer will be followed by Katie Wilgus.
Wow, I've learned so much tonight. But I was stunned by one troubling fact that I heard just a few minutes ago, that librarians have been cut out of the teacher raise that you're proposing for next year. Librarians are teachers. A school librarian in Texas must be a certified teacher before becoming a school librarian. So board members, I'm going to ask you, direct the superintendent to correct that injustice. Now, what I really came to speak about. There's nothing really that I can add to what's already been said about the value of INA to our community. So I'm going to start by expressing my appreciation to you board members for agreeing to take on this monumental task. I, like you, gave up a weekend that I'll never get back to attend that very odd Lone Star governance training. I recognize that this is not easy, but I trust that you as community members, community leaders, will do what is right and not what is expedient. Remember, student outcomes are to take priority over adult outcomes. We learned that in that training. Dr. Licata, when your appointment was announced, I was willing to give you the benefit over my doubt. However, in the last week, your actions and your statements have caused my doubt to be confirmed. With all due respect, sir, you've not been here long enough to know our community, our culture, and our school district. The way you have rolled this out is disrespectful to our valued teachers and to all Fort Worth ISD stakeholders. So, board members, I'm going to ask you tonight to do 3 things. 1, don't act on this tonight after midnight. 2, when it comes time to take this item up for deliberation and action, deliberate this in open session as called for in the Texas Open Meetings Law. I mean, really deliberate. Don't decide how you will vote in executive session and come in here and just merely take a vote. If you decide to vote in favor of closing INA, we deserve to hear you state why. Lone Star Governance calls for you to build trust with the community. How you handle this will determine whether you build that trust with the community or not.
Thank you, Mr. Hafer. Katie Wilgus and Adrian Haynes following Ms. Wilgus.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Licata and board members. I am a Fort Worth ISD mom of 4. 2 are in school at Lily B, 2 are at home with me. And I'm also a Fort Worth ISD substitute, and I teach part-time elementary Spanish outside of the district currently. This evening, I wanted to offer a personal anecdote about my daughter, Dottie, who's a 2nd grader at Lily B. She receives speech therapy from a part-time speech-language pathologist, and I credit her progress so much to that one particular speech-language pathologist, and they happened to catch it when I raised awareness in her kindergarten year. I brought up my concern, and they immediately jumped on it, and I think had there been a delay or not the appropriate staff amount, that would have been delayed for her and had more serious consequences. But thanks to them jumping on it when they did, I feel like they value her. They've been so intentional. Her speech language pathologist has even catered to her little unique interest with her stutter. We're a church-going family, and she mentioned how Moses stutters, and so they talked about Moses, and she got so excited. And she even did her little talent show in kindergarten and got on stage, which for her was huge. Just her confidence hasn't wavered. I've seen that progress, and my fear is that if the part-time speech-language pathologists with whom they've developed relationships are taken away, which again, I understand turnover, but in this regard, it seems so immediate and unnecessary, to be honest. And so I just think that if you could reconsider that, the reduction in force for speech language, that would so immediately affect our kiddos. I think I would value that. And in addition, yes, basically her speech language pathologist has been incredible with helping Dottie find the beauty in the voice God gave her, and Dottie's confidence has not wavered. I met with my SLP, our SLP, prior to this meeting and tried to understand why this might be happening. And as y'all have heard so many times tonight, the need for special education has increased despite the reduction in students. So I fear I've been a teacher at a dual campus before where I have to travel in the middle of the day, and I can say how exhausting that is, how spread thin I felt, how I felt like I had a foot half in one campus, half out. I felt like I wasn't fully present for either campus, to be honest, and I did a disservice to the students by not being able to be there fully for them. So I fear that that's going to happen to our part-time speech language pathologists if they're required to be full-time or something like that, or you have a speech language pathologist that's traveling multiple campuses. I just fear that they're going to feel that pull and feel half-hearted at campuses. So yes, thank you for your time. I appreciate you being here tonight.
And Haynes. Christopher Gomez. After Mr. Gomez, Roxanne Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Gomez. I'm a product of Fort Worth ISD by way of Northside High School. And I'm here to speak about the proposed closure of International Newcomer Academy. Every decision this district makes answers a question about who they believe belongs, who they believe deserves protection, and whose future is worth planning for with care. And tonight, that question is before this board. International Newcomer Academy serves students who are entering a new country, a new language, a new school system, and a new community all at once. These are students carrying enormous transition on their shoulders, and INA has been one of the places in this district built to meet that transition with educators that have the skills, patience, and trust of those students. The district has said newcomer students deserve access to more opportunities, and they do. They deserve the full promise of public education. They deserve the support that makes those opportunities real. They deserve these incredible educators who understand newcomer instruction. They deserve staff who know how to help families navigate a system that may be unfamiliar or intimidating. They deserve language access that is ready on day one. They deserve a school environment where being new is not a source of isolation, but a shared experience. The district has framed this as a civil rights issue, then the standard should be a civil rights standard. That means transparency. That means proof. That means families knowing where their children are going before a vote is taken. That means educators seeing the plan they're being asked to trust. That means public data that is explained, disaggregated, and honest about who INA serves. If STAR data is going to be used to justify closing this school, then this board should know exactly what that data includes. Does it account for students who just arrived in this country? Does it account for students with interrupted formal education? Does it account for refugees, unschooled students, English proficiency? Because the story of INA cannot be told through a chart that does not fully name the children behind the numbers. Recent news reporting says INA teachers were told that a comprehensive plan exists, but that the specifics could not be shared. It also says district leadership knows where every returning INA student would be sent next year. A plan that exists behind closed doors is not enough for families who have to live with it. I'm asking the board to pull this item from consent, separate the INA closure from the broader facilities vote, and delay any approval until the district publicly releases a transition plan, explains the data and identifies the receiving campuses, and shows how every unique support currently provided by INA will be preserved, staffed, funded, and publicly monitored.
Roxanne Martinez.
I'm Roxanne Martinez, the elected Fort Worth ISD trustee, parent, and advocate for students. First, let me be very, very, very clear. Fort Worth ISD is not Broward County. It's not Miami-Dade County. It's not Palm Beach County. Our Hispanic and Latino and refugee students are not monolithic. You're being asked to accept a resolution that eliminates our newcomer academy and redistributes emergent bilingual and special education support. There's really not anything I can say that hasn't already been said. But one thing that stands out to me is there has been no clear, consistent evidence shown that this program change will indeed improve student outcomes. So a few others just recently have mentioned it, and I'm asking you to lean in on the Lone Star governance that you were trained in. Should you approve this change, how will you guarantee that every campus will have the proper staffing, expertise, scheduling, counseling, and academic supports to meet our students' needs? If those conditions are not met, this change will reduce support and integration becomes sink or swim. When it comes to these student supports, I urge you, if anything, tonight, listen closely to those who will be most impacted. This is not about adults and it's not about buildings, but about whole child support. I'm not here to say things shouldn't change structurally. We must absolutely seek better outcomes for our students. But before moving forward, I ask you, lean in on Lone Star governance, do your due diligence, ask yourself if these changes are student-centered, and ask the hard questions. What safeguards are in place to ensure campuses are fully prepared on day one for this shift? How will you ensure services are delivered with consistency and fidelity across our campuses? Because that's continued to be a problem. How will you monitor impact in real time and intervene quickly if students begin to fall behind? And how will you ensure that our most vulnerable students are not set back by this decision? I'm also here tonight to uplift the voice of many Fort Worth ISD students, parents, and community members that could not be here. We need an evidence-based implementation plan. Our students deserve more than assumptions. They deserve a plan grounded in evidence, built to meet their needs, and executed with excellence. We owe that to our kids and our families. I know how incredibly hard your job is. You were appointed to lead this district in a turnaround. I leave you with this quote by Marian Anderson: "Leadership must be born out of the understanding of the needs of those who would be affected by it." Thank you.
Next speaker is Glenn Hutchison. And following Mr. Hutchison is Karen Perry.
My Fort Worth, the Fort Worth I believe in, is a welcoming place for newcomers. I'm here to support the International Newcomer Academy, bilingual programs, and the dual language program in the Fort Worth ISD school system. Tonight, we've heard so many stories from teachers and students. That's the Fort Worth I know. That's the welcoming place that I love. And so I urge you to vote no tonight, or at least table this vote so that we can talk about this complicated issue in further detail. My name is Glenn Hutchinson. I'm the father of 2 students in the dual language program at North Highmount Elementary School. And I'm so proud of that school, the dual language program, and all that it offers for my 4-year-old and for my 7-year-old. And I worry now, I worry about the future of my school with cuts to some of the programs that has made this school district so great. So many great things have already been said tonight, great points, so I'm gonna say 3 final things. First of all, the context of when this is happening. We're in a moment where we're hearing such hateful rhetoric towards newcomers, towards immigrants. And we're talking about closing the International Newcomer Academy in my city. That just doesn't make sense to me. Also, communication is the second point. I understand that that was not the intent, that the services are going to be given to other schools, but none of us understand the details of that plan. We need better communication to the parents and the members of this community. And the final point I'd like to make is, what is your vision for Fort Worth and for our school district? I have been so happy the last 4 years to be part of a school district that values different languages, that values different cultures, And I want to make sure that that is the school system that my two children are able to attend. So I respectfully ask the district to vote no or to table this vote and think about the Fort Worth that we want. Thank you.
Perry. And Ms. Perry will be followed by Shannon Bull.
Good evening. First, I just want to say thank you for hearing our voices. It's been a long night, and you guys may have more time than the rest of us do ahead of you, so thank you. I'm Karen Perry. My 3 kids and I, as a parent volunteer, we've had great experiences over the past 10 years at 5 different Fort Worth ISD campuses. So I've got 2 things I want to say tonight. Hopefully it's not too repetitive. Number 1, rapid, system-wide decisions without clear evidence that they are grounded in Fort Worth's specific context and community seem risky, to say the least. Some of your proposed changes appear to dismantle, I've heard that word tonight so many times, dismantle, what is working without a clear explanation of why or how you are going to fill the gaps you are creating. For our administrative leaders, how are you identifying and protecting positions and programs that are already producing strong outcomes? Second, transparency and communication are not yet where it needs to be. Right-sizing the district makes perfect sense. But as we've seen and heard tonight, lack of detailed information brought many more speakers here than normal. Families deserve to understand how Fort Worth ISD is going to continue serving students who benefit from special ed services, INA, and the support of restorative specialists, post-secondary specialists, so many other special positions. Please tell us what the plans are. Cutting positions is not a plan. Closing a school is not a plan. A plan would tell us who, what, where, when, why, and how our students are going to be served. With this level of proposed change, governance and guardrails matter. Strong board oversight is really critical, and this is where we need you, Board of Managers, to represent Fort Worth with the needs of our community top of mind, please. So for the board, I say it again, you've heard it a couple of times already. Have you established guardrail metrics for the superintendent? If not, when will you do this? And how can you possibly vote on major changes before those guardrails are in place? In previous meetings, I'm out of time. We can't afford to mess this up, y'all. We're all in this together. Our kids deserve for us to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Next speaker is Shannon Bull. Is Ms. Bull here? Russ Boyd.
I think I'm next to last, so everybody get real excited.
No.
Am I wrong where they're like, oh,
There's
dang.
still more.
At some point, I was like, well, I'm number okay, anyway. I'm 136, I think.
This is 132.
Oh, okay. All right, well, good evening. I'm Reverend Russ Boyd. I have served as the senior minister at Ridgely Christian Church, just a few blocks north of here, for the last 9 years, and I'm a parent of 4 Fort Worth ISD students in elementary, middle, and high school. I wanted to speak to you first as a pastor whose church supports INA. I cannot stress enough how this incredible school makes it possible for churches and other community partners to support refugee and immigrant families in a way that we never could if they were dispersed throughout the district. It has taken years to build this amazing support network of partners who care deeply about our newcomer neighbors. With the closure and downsizing of the local refugee service organizations, INA has become an even more critical resource hub in Fort Worth for churches like mine who are compelled by the biblical call to support immigrants and refugees. I have consumed, to the best of my ability, every available piece of information I can find about the district's plan if INA is closed, and I don't see how churches and community partners will be able to effectively continue this work without a dedicated community and parent coordinator for refugee and immigrant families in the district. And so one of the things I feel maybe missing, closing INA is not just detrimental to these students and families. I think it is a huge loss to the district in terms of these long-term community partnerships that have been going for years and years. Second, I wanted to speak to you as a pastor who congregants and community members look to help them understand what is happening in our city, for better or worse. Less than 3 weeks ago, I came to a clergy meeting organized by Pastors for Texas Children to hear from Dr. Licata and Secretary Guerin about what we can expect from our newly appointed district leadership and how we can help. And after that meeting, I will be honest, I was optimistic, and I felt like I want to give this a chance. And I really took to heart your encouragement to set aside my feelings about the state takeover and focus on what we can do right now. And so coming out of that meeting, I have been looking for two things to earn my trust so that I feel like I can go to bat for you with my congregation and with others in the community. And the first thing I have been looking for is, are you nonpartisan? Because as you've heard tonight, there is so much distrust following the takeover that this is a partisan exercise. Was that 3 minutes?
That is.
I timed it out.
Thank you, Pastor. Next speaker is Randy Jordan, and followed by Mr. Jordan is Alexander Montalvo.
I did not run for school board. I'm not a masochist, and I don't like to be underpaid, but I digress. I've heard a lot of talk today. I haven't heard much on personal responsibility. The main job of a parent is to train their child. And the attitude in this room is, you handle it. I come from the business world. When you got a government job, the price doubled. Government is not the answer. We cannot avoid our personal responsibilities. They're God-given. This country was founded on Jesus Christ, period. And if you move off that foundation, you'll destroy the country, which is what's happening. We got other things happening as well. Which of you is an illegal alien here? Where are you? There's 17 of you there. So one of you is an illegal alien. 20 million, the population 350 million, 17.5. That is a tremendous financial burden.
Please give every speaker proper respect. He directed his question at the board.
Yeah. Now, that, of course, is a violation of the First Amendment. And there's another thing. When a pro football team blitzes a lot, that means they're covering up a weakness. If you are rational, okay, and you've got your facts together and you're standing on the truth will defend itself. But if you have to overtalk somebody, you're blitzing, you're covering up a weakness. But it's a lack of personal responsibility. This is a problem with America in the schools. If you don't put this in the schools, everything you're saying here is cutting the weeds off at the ground. It is really not going to work. But it is this: Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon Thee, and we beg Thy blessings on us, our parents, our teachers, and your country. When the Supreme Court in '62 declared that unconstitutional, that was a diplomatic insult to God. We have suffered from that. I was in the 6th grade, and I watched it happen. My country is gone. We didn't lock our doors. We didn't have to. All the kids walked to school, as much as a mile, junior high and elementary. We got to get this back in the school. Anything you try, it's good intentions, but if you believe the Bible, it ain't going to work. If you'll teach your kids the Bible, their problems will fall off because they ain't got nothing to hang on to. And my critics.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I appreciate you being here tonight.
I really would.
Our last speaker, Alexander Montalvo. Oh, pardon me. That's not, we have some that signed up late. You know, Mr. Montalvo, before you got here, we had to cut off the mic for somebody who was making personal attacks. So I'm going to make a deal with you. If you'll only attack me, have at it. If you attack anybody else, then we're going to cut off your mic. But if you'll stick with me, as you're inclined to do, I know, bring it on.
Okay, you just made a deal with me, but you didn't cut this other guy off that was saying just racist, horrible stuff. And you're trying to control my First Amendment right to be here? Give it up, Pete. You're not fit for this work.
Oh.
All right, so I'm gonna, as one of the last speakers, I don't know if I'm the last one, I'm gonna kind of take us back to the beginning, prompted here by Pete's little monologue here. So y'all want certain decorum, and y'all are trying to tone police how we can show up and what we say and what we're fighting for. And I want to be clear. My student and my kid, these teachers, the students they serve, you don't get to tell us how we show up to fight for them and what we say and what we demand. This is a hostile takeover by the state of Texas, and you expect us to lie down. And Rosa, you think this is noise if we say anything about this takeover. You are simply showing us that you, and most likely Luis here, are continuing this trend of Latino leadership in Fort Worth and Tarrant County that is weak and here to serve the Fort Worth way. And I'm not here to do that. So no matter how much you try to tone police the people and the community, it won't happen because these are our communities, our kids, our families. Things need to be changed. That's absolutely right. Peter, you mentioned status quo in your opening speech. Do you want to know what the status quo is in Fort Worth and Tarrant County in Texas since you're so new here? It's Republican leadership. For 30 years, Republicans have controlled the state legislature. And for 30 years, Republicans have controlled local government and leadership from the county into the city. And you want us to think that you're here to break status quo? No, Peter. You have joined the status quo, and that is what we are here to dismantle. And we are in a moment here in Tarrant County and Fort Worth. And I want to give a shout out to everybody who's been watching online, everybody who is still staying in this room. Give yourself a round of applause because we are the future. We are the change that is going to happen this year through elections, through what we build and create as community, and what you are trying to do to dismantle public education will not be accepted. And how dare you sit up there to try to tell us that what we're doing is wrong. We will not handle abuse lightly, so be prepared to be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Montalvo. Our next speaker is Brandy Pace, and Ms. Pace will be followed by Sarah Fairley Luna. Is either...
I see Sarah back there.
I couldn't hear you.
I see Sarah back there. Come on down. There's one more.
The last speaker is John Sammons. If Mr. Sammons is here, if he would walk down to the front and get to wrap this up.
Okay.
Might be the last, Sarah.
I might be the last. All right. Good morning. It's almost good morning. I took a lot of notes while I was listening. I am Sarah Fairley Luna. I'm a resident of Fort Worth. I'm a parent. I know a few of you very personally who sit on this board of managers. I have yet to be able to get to know you, Dr. Licata, but I do want to offer the Board of Managers an opportunity. You're about to potentially go back into executive session. I'm not sure if y'all still have the stamina for all that, but I want to give you the opportunity to ask some necessary questions that I think are very important. I was very concerned to hear that the executive director of the Emergent Bilingual Program had not yet met with the new superintendent, and yet her and her entire department are on the agenda to be removed. That's a concern. That's a great concern. As a board of managers, I would expect you to have this information before you make a decision. That decision that you all make is going to impact all of these teachers and these students that you've just listened to. I have a son. He's not in Fort Worth ISD by choice. He is a child with special needs. And I do not trust that there is a single or solitary plan in place. I haven't heard that tonight. The staggering facts of what the speech therapist assistants, their caseload alone, one woman with 123 on her caseload, and you think my son is going to receive quality service? Do you know how hard it is to find a speech therapist in the city of Fort Worth right now? There's a 3 to 6 month wait for private speech therapy. And you want to terminate quality, licensed, actual speech therapists from Fort Worth ISD. So Board of Managers, I want to give you an opportunity to ask some questions of your superintendent. It's not your job to get into those administrative details, but it is your job to know that he has a quality plan in place for our students. And you said something, Dr. Licata, are we fighting for adults or buildings? And actually, yes, we are, because you heard from the INA parents. That's a community. You have not been in the position, thank God, to be displaced from your home, where you've had to learn an entirely new culture and community, and then you're expected to perform at a level of excellence that you don't understand. And you have people who've been in here for 26 years in their positions that you're going to eliminate. Is this your best, Board of Managers? Is this your best? Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for our speakers tonight. I want to thank everybody, particularly those who stayed to the very end, but everyone who made the time to show up tonight. We have a couple of housekeeping matters. And first, I'll discuss the board training requirements. A notice of compliance with board member training requirements. Under State Board of Education rule, completing required education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member. As board president, I'm required to announce the name of each member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, or is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as of the first anniversary of the date of the election or appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas for board member continuing education: local district orientation, required for all new members; orientation to the Texas Education Code, required for new members; post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code, required after legislative sessions; team building, required annually with the entire board and superintendent; additional continuing education, 10 hours first year and 5 hours subsequent years, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals every 2 years, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children every 2 years, school safety every 2 years. All board members are currently working to complete these requirements by the required deadlines. Under our requirements of notifying the public about grant applications, page 6 of the agenda shows 2 grant requests. One, Century Community Learning Centers, a $2 million grant request under the Nita Lowey 21st Century Bill. And the second is 2627 Title VI Indian Education Formula Grants, $78,000. Those are the only 2 grants that we have pending for the government. Are there any questions or comments regarding either report? Okay. If no questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Galindo to share an overview on behalf of the subcommittee on renaming Cesar Chavez Elementary. Mr. Galindo.
Thank you, President Guerin. I will keep this brief. I know it's late. Let me go through this and explain what we've done on this subcommittee. On Wednesday, April the 15th, President Guerin appointed a 3-member special committee for PDB local, comprised of Rosa Maria Batleja, Courtney Lewis, and myself, Luis Galindo, to identify and codify a process that empowers the school community to generate, narrow, and recommend a new name for the Cesar Chavez Elementary School by May 19th. This committee met on Friday, April the 17th, with all members in attendance and worked to draft that renaming process that was shared with the school community during Monday's community meeting. The renaming process includes open nominations and initial voting, which is currently underway, as well as a community meeting held at the school on April the 20th. Then the top identified names from the community will be narrowed down into a single recommendation through multiple rounds of surveys at the school, ultimately resulting in a single recommendation being brought forth by the school's site-based decision-making committee. We are thankful for the incredible community input that we have received to date, and we look forward to considering the final recommendations. That's my report, Mr. President.
Pardon me, I'm run out of water and I'm losing my voice. Thank you, Mr. Galindo, for that report, and thank you and the staff that did such an excellent job rallying the community and having the community embrace this opportunity. The children there have turned it into an educational program, doing research and making posters on the people that they would advocate that the school be named after. So thank all of you for your work on that. You know, now last on the agenda before we go into executive session was the superintendent's report, and Dr. Licata gave his superintendent report earlier. I don't know if you'd like to make a few closing remarks before we head into executive session.
Yes, just to be real quick, because we're out of time. I want to thank everyone for coming out here. I really do. I believe this is important in our process. There were so many questions. There was so much misinformation out tonight. I did hear so many folks talk about plans. I did hear folks talk about what's moving forward. I know 1 or 2 folks did not get contacted, and we are working on that. You know, we're taking notes up here, and I want to make sure everyone understands this is not about one individual. It's not personal, but I listen. And some things that were said were very offensive. Some people are being very rude in the audience as we speak, and that's on them. That's not on me. It's not on any of us. But we're going to get through this because we're working for kids. And I know what I saw the other day at INA was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. And that'll happen in all the schools where majority of our students, our new students, reside. I think 3/4 of them reside in those schools. Change is hard. This is difficult. I understand, and I'm fine with it. take this position seriously. I take it seriously for kids, and I understand the community. And some of you are right. I've only been here 5 weeks, been to 150 classrooms. I need to see more, and I need to see more. But what I do know is we've hold our students right now at such a level that they can exceed. And that is unfortunate, because when we look at it, our students are doing the worst in large urban districts in Texas. And no matter how you slice it, no matter how you dice it, our students deserve a lot better. And we can argue for institutions, we can argue for what we're doing, and I will listen all day long. If you noticed, I did not blink, I did not get up when all 130-some speakers, and I respected every word you said, even when you offended me. And that's the way I will always be. I will act the way I expect students to act. But most importantly, we have to be better. We're here for kids, and I know you teachers are doing your best, and I've watched some great stuff. But just because we think we're doing our best doesn't mean we are. And at this time, I'm really, really proud of what I saw tonight. I understand your compassion, and it is about children, but we have to provide more services for them. We do have to provide additional coaching. And I do mean it when I say we're not blaming teachers. We're blaming leaders, and I'm the first one. If we can't support you guys in doing what you do in the classroom, it doesn't always roll out perfectly. We are subject to taxpayer dollars. We do have to be fiscally sound, and we aren't fiscally sound right now. And I know that comes as a hard thing to understand sometimes, but we just don't have an open checkbook. So we have to make the most of it. And all the monies that we have received from the state and from the feds will continue to go to the students it deserves to. As a matter of fact, we'll probably overdraw that from general fund to help fund our ESE as well as our ELL population. So we'll have to, So we will continue to work together. I heard every single one of you, and I will continue to hear every single one of you. And when I see you or I step in your classroom, I will be as cordial and respectful, because I know you guys are doing a very, very good job. And I appreciate that. But we have to do better by our students, and I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Licata. The time is now 11:56. It's still April 28th. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551, 071, 072, and 074.
you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When
morning.
Good morning, Victor.
So it starts here.
Yes, it starts here in the morning. We greet our kids.
Good morning, Caitlin.
Help them in, and they get their day started.
Good morning.
This is a good opportunity for us to kind of mingle with the parents as well, so they're used to seeing us every morning.
Kids don't want to be late. They want to tell their parents, we want to be on time. We're missing school.
Is being at school important for you?
Yeah,
How come?
because I study help reading and writing.
Good morning, girls. Are you ready to check attendance?
Yes.
Students are walking around with our community and partnerships, Ms. Yesenia Avila.
We're gonna make sure who's here and who's not. That way I can be able to call parents and see if we can get students to get here before 10 a.m., okay?
Okay. I'm Calliope and attendance matters to me.
I'm Bridget and I'm serious about attendance.
This year, our kids were all about making sure that we are exposing that attendance matters by either creating posters, even holding each other accountable, and passing as, hey, don't forget to be here tomorrow, get here on time.
Good morning, Mr. Nava.
Good morning.
Is it a good time for attendance?
Make it student driven. I think you need the kids' buy-in because teachers are teaching and absence bell doesn't ring until 10. So the kids are the ones kind of tracking that in the morning.
Hi, Ms. Sanchez. I'm here to check up who's absent.
Okay. So I know something that's very popular with them is those social media platforms after school hours where they're holding each other accountable and asking each other questions like, where were you today?
Hey, have y'all seen Randy?
No. We tried to text him in the group chat.
Yeah, he hasn't responded.
It keeps them accountable. They'll know, oh, if we're not there on time, Calliope's gonna come and see that I'm not there on time.
I think students, they know that if they're here, there's gonna be incentives, and so that's why they wanna be here.
Oh, here, we have a student here ready for a token.
That is cool. So what does that mean to you?
That nobody is absent.
You're gonna see tokens outside their classroom, and that means that all the classes here and they were here on time.
Who's absent today?
In my group, nobody's absent.
Nobody? Okay, perfect.
So I'll call these right now.
Hi, good morning. I was calling to see why Salvador wasn't in school today.
Attendance matters, and not only to be here, but be here on time. Are you ready to start your day?
Wherever Pete has been, the kids win. Everywhere, every time, Pete's kids win. Under his leadership, our kids will win. Please join me in welcoming Pete Licata, one of our newest Texans, to Fort Worth, Texas.
We're very excited for being here. There's no question about it. This is an opportunity, it's an honor, but it's a responsibility. It's children. You are not a public educator if children are the first thing you think of when you address anything regarding school-related activities, education, classrooms, personnel, HR, rules, buses, health, food. It means we look at children as a whole person.
Fort Worth ISD is honored to welcome our teacher candidates from across our pipeline programs to our Spring 2026 signing day. All of these seniors here will sign letters of intent to launch their teaching careers right here in Fort Worth ISD. These candidates represent the very best of our teacher residency program and our bilingual teacher assistant program, two of our district's most innovative and impactful ways into the profession.
You have an opportunity to change the world, change the future of the world. Give me another profession that can do that. You can't. You have the opportunity to see children in front of you every single day and make their future brighter.
From Texas Tech University, we have Aneda Bosos and Cassandra Garcia. Aneda and Cassandra, please sign your letter of intent.
Being in the classroom every day has allowed me to build connections with students, to learn from the teachers, and to truly understand what it means to show up for the kids.
How important these programs are to our schools, to support our students, and for our own personal growth.
And now we have Vanessa Flores and Leslie Buharin from Texas Wesleyan University. Vanessa and Leslie, please sign your letter of intent.
I really enjoy working with children. I love them. I think they bring so much joy, not just into the classroom, but into our lives, as educators.
We want you to stay here. We need you to stay here. And I'm going to even make it a little more guilt. The kids here need you to stay. Parents that are here, be proud of your children. They have chosen
the best profession in the world.
We are proud of each of you, and we are grateful that you have chosen Fort Worth ISD as a place where your journey begins.
Fort Worth ISD is launching a bold new approach to learning through the ACE initiative, bringing higher expectations, new ideas, and more opportunities for students to succeed at 6 district campuses. But what really powers ACE isn't a program, it's the people, the teachers and staff who show up every day, ready to make a difference and be paid for it. ACE teachers can earn up to $100,000 with an extra $10,000 in stipends for coaching, bilingual, or special education roles. Key staff can also get these stipends. ACE campuses have 25 additional days for fun enrichment, deeper learning, and focused support for students and staff. If you have at least 2 years of certified teaching experience by May of this year, have a strong professional track record, or are rated recognized or higher in the teacher incentive allotment, then join us where students need you the most and you are paid for the difference you make. Apply today.
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:31 p.m. on April 28th with a quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvenes open session at 12:41 a.m. on April 29th with a quorum present. We're now going to turn to the consent agenda items. Upon receiving the materials, all board members had the opportunity to individually send questions they might have directly to the administration. Those questions were compiled and answered by the administration. This question and answer document has been attached to this agenda as a matter of public record. Are there any questions or comments at this time specific to the consent agenda items? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda? We have a motion.
I move that we
have
accept the consent agenda.
A motion from Ms. Verdeja. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Walker. Is there any discussion? We'll now move to voting. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed, vote no. I have 9 votes cast, 9 yeses, no noes, and no abstentions. We now turn to the amendments to the 26-27 district calendars. Is there a motion concerning this item?
I so move.
We have a motion for Mr. Adier. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Stegall. Is there any discussion? We'll now move to voting. The motion passes by 9 yeses and none against. Now turn to approved proposal non-renewal of certain term contract employees pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. Is there a motion concerning this item?
I move to propose non-renewal of the term contract of Edwin Murphy pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second motion by Ms. Verdeja, second by Ms. George. Is there any discussion? We'll now move to voting. All in favor, vote yes. Any opposed, vote no. The outcome of the vote, 9-4, 0 against. Item D, approve recommendation to terminate certain probationary contract employees at the end of the contract period in the best interest of the district pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. And we have 2 employees, so we will have two motions here. Do I have a motion?
I move to terminate the probationary contract of Griselda Running at the end of the contract term in the best interest of the district pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? We'll now move to voting. All in favor, vote aye. Any opposed, vote no. 9 vote in the affirmative. Motion is approved. We have a second employee. May I have a motion for the second employee?
I motion to terminate the probationary contract of Amara Williams at the end of the contract term in the best interest of the district pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, vote aye. Nine vote in favor. There are none against. The motion passes. Yeah, I didn't. Still up from the last. Something's going wrong with our voting machine. Still have, doesn't register a vote for Mr. Prelo. Okay, we have 9 yeses, nobody voting no. The motion passes unanimously. E, consider a possible action to approve a resolution declaring a reduction in force due to program change and identifying the employment area to be affected under Board Policy Section D, Personnel DFB, reduction in force, program change local. Is there a motion concerning this item?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Prelo. Is there a second?
I second that.
Second from Mr. Galindo. Is there any discussion?
I have something I'd like to share.
Yes, Ms. Verdeja.
Thank you. First of all, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone that showed up tonight and spoke on all matters, but specifically relating to the closing of the International Newcomers Academy. Your passion and commitment to our community is truly inspiring, and I encourage each and every one of you to continue showing up because we are listening. As you have learned tonight, I am an immigration attorney. I will be doing this 16 years next week, and as someone who engages with immigrant families day in and day out, I feel an immense connection to their journeys. I understand the courage that it takes for them to leave their homes and travel and resettle in a foreign country. Many are escaping danger and horrific conditions, some of which you were referenced tonight by some of our speakers. They come here driven by their desire for opportunities, and these families come filled with hope, and we owe it to them to ensure that their children can achieve those dreams that have brought them here. Because these children matter. And I am incredibly pleased to learn tonight that they know that they matter. They have been taught well. I wholeheartedly believe in setting up these children for success. Targeted support for immigrant children is crucial, and so is ensuring that they have opportunities to integrate into the broader community, leading to better student outcomes, social, personal, and academic. They deserve the opportunity to flourish, surrounded by their peers, where they can build friendships, share experiences, and thrive in a vibrant learning community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verdeja. Any further discussions or comments? Hearing none, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, vote yes. Any opposed, vote no. Outcome of the vote, 9-4, 0 against. The motion passes. This concludes the items on the agenda for tonight's meeting. I'd like to close by saying thank you to the many community members who came and spent the evening and part of the morning with us. We appreciate your participation in the process. As there's no further business, the time is 12:49 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.